Chapter 683. The first round of the selections in the Dynasty Martial Competition today will be us exerting our strength at the same time, and we'll gradually increase our strength to envelop and suppress all of you. So long as you're suppressed and fall, then you're considered to have been eliminated. The remaining 20 people will pass through the first round of the selections and obtain the qualifications to participate in the second round of the selections. The old man finished speaking slowly. Instantly, all the young geniuses present understood the contents of the first round of the selections, and all of them revealed fearful expressions. 2 old men were going to suppress them? They could imagine that these 2 old men were surely existences at the void interpretation stage or above.
Begin.
Right at this moment, the other old man soared into the sky and stood together with the old man before him in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian's expression became serious when he saw this scene. On the other hand, the expressions of the others became serious as well. Whoosh! Whoosh! Instantly, origin energy skyrocketed on the 2 old men, and they seemed to have transformed into 2 balls of raging flames. The 2 balls of flames coiled around the 2 old men, causing them to seem as if they'd transformed into 2 giants, and their bodies ceaselessly emitted white flames. At the same time, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled above the 2 old men, and it started to condense into numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes. In the end, 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared above each of the 2 old men. 2 first-level void interpretation stage martial artists. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he discerned the cultivation of the 2 old men from the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth that was caused when they attacked. Abruptly, the 2 old men shouted out in shock. Instantly, the white flames condensed from origin energy on their bodies covered the heavens and the earth as they swept out in all directions and collided with each other with a bang. Instantly, 2 extremely formidable origin energies abruptly exploded out. For a time, waves of air swept out in the sky as the sound of air exploding echoed out without end. After the whistling origin energies exploded out, they seemed to have transformed into numerous enormous nets that enveloped the group of young geniuses. Whoosh! 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 Terrifying origin energy swept down and pressed down on most of the young geniuses present to the point their faces flushed red. Instantly, most of the young geniuses started to circulate their origin energy and concept to resist this extremely formidable pressure, and there were even some people that withdrew their spirit weapons. Of course, there were many people that remained composed. For example, Duan Lingtian, Zhang Shouyong, Yi Xiao, Bai He, Bai Hao, and Zishang. This Zishang. Duan Lingtian looked at Zishang and could not help but frown. Truthfully speaking, he was already very surprised to see Zishang here today. Now, when he saw that Zishang could still be so calm and composed under such pressure, he couldn't help but have a higher opinion of Zishang. At this moment, even if it's an 8th-level void initiation stage martial artist, he would have to utilize his origin energy to resist the pressure from those 2 old fellows. There's only one possibility that this Zishang is able to remain so composed at this moment. Duan Lingtian glanced at Su Li. At this moment, even Su Li had to release his origin energy to resist the pressure. Under comparison, Zishang seemed to be even more unfathomable. It's extremely likely that Zishang has already broken through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage. The 9th level of the void initiation stage. It had to be said that Zishang's strength shocked Duan Lingtian. Su Li and Long Yun's fortuitous encounters can already be considered to be not bad, but even then, they're still far inferior to this Zishang. Looks like this Zishang doesn't only have a master from the Dark Han dynasty, and he might have another shocking fortuitous encounter. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. It's even to the extent that his fortuitous encounter is very likely not inferior to my fortuitous encounter in the Sword Monarch's treasure. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp. Never had he imagined that this Zishang would actually possess such great fortuitous encounters. Presently, Duan Lingtian was surprised when he saw Zishang was composed, whereas Zishang was similarly surprised. This Duan Lingtian looks like he has already broken through to the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. Exactly what fortuitous encounter did he obtain? After his surprise, Zishang's expression was unsightly to the extreme. He originally thought that he would be able to completely crush Duan Lingtian this time, but now when he saw Duan Lingtian reveal such a shocking cultivation, he couldn't help but feel slightly weak in his heart. But in next to no time, the gloominess on Zishang's face was swept away. Perhaps it's because his luck is good that he obtained many rare spirit fruits. The concept he comprehended is surely far from being able to keep up with his cultivation. When he thought up to here, Zishang's mood became much better. Right when Duan Lingtian and Zishang were in confrontation and were shocked by each other's cultivations. Zhang Shouyong, Yi Xiao, Bai He, and Bai Hao had shocked expressions as well. Never had they imagined that there were actually so many people with similar cultivations to them in the Dark Han dynasty. This Zishang, he's actually a 9th level Void Initiation stage martial artist as well? Bai He looked at Zishang and frowned, and he seemed to be slightly unhappy. After all, in his eyes, he'd never taken Zishang seriously. Especially when Zishang had just arrived at the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, he'd once proposed a spar in private, whereas Zishang was crushed by him in the blink of an eye, and Zishang could only humbly admit defeat to him. Never had he imagined that Zishang, who he'd taken to be an ant in the past, would actually possess a cultivation similar to his. This Zishang surely has a fortuitous encounter. Cold lights flickered within Bai He's eyes, and he'd imperceptibly guessed some things. Brother Ling Tian, he's actually at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage as well? Zhang Shouyong's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and his face was filled with shock. It could be said that he'd watched Duan Lingtian grow up. From the moment they met until now when they participated in the Dark Han dynasty's martial competition together. All along the way, Duan Lingtian, whose strength was far inferior to him, had actually caught up to him in terms of cultivation. It probably won't be long before Brother Lingtian will surpass me in all aspects. Zhang Shouyong sighed in his heart. This was something he didn't doubt in the slightest. These two people, in next to no time, Zhang Shouyong looked at Bai Hao and Zishang. I've never seen them in the past. Looks like there are indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the Dark Han dynasty. Besides Bai He, Yi Xiao, and Brother Ling Tian, there's actually another two people that are able to compare to me in terms of cultivation. At this moment, Zhang Shouyong imperceptibly felt some pressure. But in next to no time, a smile appeared on his face. It seems to be getting more and more interesting, Zhang Shouyong muttered to himself. When he saw so many young geniuses with cultivations that weren't inferior to him appearing in the dynasty martial competition, he felt the hot blood in his body seethe, and his entire body was filled with battle intent. Bai He this is? Yi Zhao's gaze descended onto Bai Hao as he curiously asked the nearby Bai He. He's the son of my imperial uncle, Bai Hao. Yi Xiao, you have to be careful if you go against him. Brother Hao's strength isn't inferior to me. Bai He spoke to Yi Xiao. Oh. Yi Xiao was slightly surprised when he heard this. As the second prince of the Dark Han dynasty, Bai He had always been arrogant, and this was something Yi Xiao knew. What caused Yi Xiao to be surprised was an arrogant person like Bai He actually admitted that his cousin brother's strength wasn't inferior to his. At this moment, he couldn't help but think slightly higher of Bai Hao. He's the second prince? Duan Lingtian heard the conversation between Yi Xiao and Bai He, and his brows raised as he looked at Bai He. Never had he imagined that this black-clothed young man was the second son of the Dark Han dynasty's emperor, the second prince, Bai He, a young expert that was equally famous to Zhang Shouyong and Yi Xiao in the Dark Han dynasty. Duan Lingtian had only glanced at Bai He when he was noticed by Bai He. Bai He glanced coldly and indifferently at Duan Lingtian and grunted. Duan Lingtian, I hope you don't encounter me too early. Otherwise, even if I can't kill you, I'll surely teach you a good lesson. So that I can let you know that in the Dark Han dynasty, a little kid like you doesn't have the qualifications to be arrogant before my imperial father. Duan Lingtian remained indifferent when he heard Bai He, and he shrugged. Second prince, right? Since it's like this, then I'll wait and see. I only hope you don't disappoint me too much at that time. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's words were filled with provocation. You're courting death. When had Bai He been provoked like this? His expression instantly went grim as his eyes flickered with cold lights, and he seemed to have transformed into a venomous snake that was prepared to bite Duan Lingtian at any moment. Duan Lingtian didn't pay any further attention to Bai He, and he instead started observing the surroundings. Presently, besides the few ninth-level void initiation stage existences that were composed, Su Li, Long Yun, Feng Tianwu, and the other 10-plus people were comparatively more relaxed. The remaining people frequently utilized their origin energy and concept to resist the strong pressure that came from the two old men. The situation in the sky above the cage battle arena had now clearly entered into the eyes of all the spectators present. Two void interpretation stage experts have made a move to suppress them. They haven't utilized their concept, yet they've already caused most of the young geniuses to be in a flurry. Of course. Do you think the strength of the void interpretation stage is a joke? Look, a few young geniuses are unable to persist any longer, along with the crowd of spectators in the third-class spectating area discussing animatedly. In the sky above the cage battle arena, over 10 people successively had flushed faces as their bodies fell down uncontrollably. Meanwhile, even though they'd left the area enveloped by the pressure and their expressions had recovered slightly, their eyes were filled with helplessness and shame. They knew clearly in their hearts that they'd already been eliminated. Duan Lingtian, he's actually so strong? King Yong looked at Duan Lingtian from afar with an astonished expression. Little freaks. Xiangming, who sat at the side, held back for a long time before spitting out these 3 words. On the first-class spectating area, on the side of the imperial family. Even though this Duan Lingtian is arrogant, his strength isn't bad. Based on his cultivation, it's capable of comparing with he and how. The Dark Han dynasty's emperor frowned slightly as he spoke with a low voice. He felt a wave of displeasure in his heart when he saw a little kid like Duan Lingtian possess such a profound cultivation. The nearby black-clothed old man had a slightly serious expression as well. He wasn't only surprised by Duan Lingtian's cultivation, he was also surprised by the cultivation of his personal disciple, Zishang. When did Zishang break through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage? Imperial Uncle, Zishang. Chapter 684. The Emperor had a certain level of understanding towards Zishang. He knew that Zishang was the personal disciple of his imperial uncle, and Zishang's natural talent wasn't bad, but it was merely not bad. In the entire Dark Han dynasty, there were numerous young geniuses with natural talent that wasn't inferior to Zishang. Sometimes, even the emperor was unable to wrap his head around why his imperial uncle didn't choose the group of outstanding young geniuses in the Dark Han dynasty and instead chose a young genius from a remote imperial kingdom like Zishang to be his personal disciple. But now, he suddenly realized that his previous thoughts were undoubtedly wrong. At this moment, Zishang revealed a cultivation that wasn't inferior to his son and nephew. 9th level of the void initiation stage. Zishang has actually broken through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage as well. Imperial Uncle, what exactly is going on? How could Zishang's cultivation catch up to he, and how in such a short period of time? The emperor looked at the black-clothed old man and took a deep breath before asking curiously. I don't know as well. The black-clothed old man shook his head, yet slight excitement seemed to appear in the depths of his eyes. Truthfully speaking, Even he had never expected that Zishang would reveal such a formidable cultivation, and he felt pleasantly surprised from the bottom of his heart. Looks like the prophecy of the Lord Priest all those years ago wasn't wrong. My personal disciple is from the distant Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Zishang is the personal disciple I'm bound to inherit. The black-clothed old man's mood surged. All those years ago, the Foam Clan's Lord Priest, the grandmother of the Foam Clan's eldest master and patriarch, had once divined his destiny for him. During the process of divining his destiny, the Lord Priest had given him a prophecy. According to the guidance of the prophecy, he'd head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom at a specific time and just happened to encounter Zishang. It was precisely because of this that he'd taken Zishang as his personal disciple long ago. Even if Zishang's later performance couldn't be considered to be outstanding, but so long as he thought of the Lord Priest's prophecy, he would once again devote himself to teaching Zishang. He believed that the Lord Priest's prophecy wouldn't be made without reason. Yet now it would seem that the prophecy had come true, and the personal disciple he'd taken from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was extremely outstanding. The Lord Priest is truly godly. Perhaps she knew since long ago that Zishang would have such a day. Truthfully speaking, he was slightly perturbed in the beginning when he took Zishang as his personal disciple. In particular, the suspicious gazes around him made him doubt whether his decision was correct. However, he persevered in the end. Facts proved that his persistence was correct. Even Imperial Uncle, you don't know? The Emperor was slightly surprised, and then he guessed. Looks like Zishang has probably obtained some fortuitous encounters recently. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to catch up to Heer and Hauer in such a short period of time. Perhaps. The black-clothed old man nodded and declined to comment. His gaze slowly descended onto the violet-clothed young man, and his eyes narrowed slightly. This Duan Lingtian is the youngest amongst the young geniuses present. He seems to have already broken through to the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. In the end, the old man's brows furrowed slightly, and he was slightly fearful. 9th level of the Void Initiation stage? This brat hit it really deeply. On the spectating area that belonged to the Foam clan, Feng Wudao shook his head, and his gaze was extremely complicated. At this moment, the expression of Elder Kong who sat at the side was slightly stunned as well. As for the Foam clan's patriarch, he was completely dumbstruck instead. This Duan Lingtian is a 9th level Void Initiation stage martial artist? He's even stronger than Yunxiang?
How old is he?
Unknowingly, the gazes of most people in the cage battle arena had descended onto the violet-colored figure in the sky above the cage battle arena in unison. It was a violet-clothed young man with slanted brows, starry eyes, and a handsome appearance. Of course, if it was only his outstanding appearance, it wasn't sufficient to make him the center of attention after all. He wasn't the only handsome young man in the sky above the cage battle arena. What was most attractive about him was his calm and composed demeanor, as well as his frighteningly young face in such an occasion. This young man from the Darkstone Empire. In terms of age, amongst the over 100 young geniuses in the sky above the cage battle arena, only Lord Wudao's daughter is younger than him. Someone couldn't help but speak with surprise. Now, including him, there are less than 10 people that are able to maintain their composure, and it's even to the extent that they haven't even released their origin energy. Amongst these people, his age is undoubtedly the youngest. His natural talent in the martial Dao is truly too terrifying. I originally thought that amongst the younger generation of our Dark Han dynasty, people like the second prince, the eldest young master of the Zhang clan, and the eldest young master of the Ye clan are already the most outstanding figures. Now it would seem that I've been viewing the sky from the bottom of a well. Yeah, besides these 3 people, there are many dark horses this time. Firstly, it's this young man from the Darkstone Empire. Secondly, it's that white-clothed young man that presided over the first phase of the Dynasty martial competition yesterday. He ought to be a young prince. The last one wore white clothes and seemed to be a member of the imperial family as well. The second prince and the other two white-clothed young men, they're all people that the imperial family has recommended this time. This time, the imperial family is going to gain a great deal of face. The entire cage battle arena was seething with excitement, and it was like a market. Right at this moment, the two old men that towered above all the young geniuses looked at each other and nodded before exerting their strength once more.
Whoosh, whoosh.
Instantly, two extremely formidable origin energy flames skyrocketed once more on the two old men, and they seemed to have transformed into circle after circle of white-colored ripples that swept out towards the surroundings with the two old men at the center. For a time, violent winds blew out in the cage battle arena, and some martial artists with low cultivations were even forced to close their eyes.
Bang!
With the two old men at the center, the origin energy ripples that ceaselessly spread out collided together in the end, and they formed an extremely formidable pressure that swept down to envelop all the young geniuses. Instantly, the pressure on the young geniuses present increased greatly.
No.
Instantly, waves of shrill cries sounded out as another 10+ young geniuses were suppressed to the point of falling down from the sky and being miserably eliminated. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian had a solemn expression on his face. On the other hand, Zhang Xiuyong and the others were the same. Even up until now, all the 9th-level Void Initiation stage young geniuses, including Duan Lingtian, still hadn't utilized their origin energy to resist the pressure that came from the two old men. But the spirits of everyone were strained as they became solemn, and they weren't carefree like they were before. Obviously, they'd felt a certain level of pressure as well. On the other hand, the young geniuses at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage like Su Li, Feng Yinxiang, and the other young geniuses at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage like Feng Tianwu and Long Yun Yi had already increased the activation of their origin energy to resist the pressure that descended from the sky. Their movements were extremely relaxed, and it was as if they didn't feel too much pressure. Besides the 9th-level Void Initiation stage and 8th-level Void Initiation stage martial artists, a few 7th-level Void Initiation stage martial artists ought to be able to remain in the final 20 people to advance. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he looked at Feng Tianwu and encouraged via voice transmission. Tianwu, good luck. Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian and nodded lightly, and the depths of her bright, beautiful eyes contained extreme firmness mixed within. Duan Lingtian smiled. He was extremely confident towards Tianwu. Even though Tianwu's cultivation was only at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, the concept she comprehended was far from something an ordinary 7th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist could compare to. Tianwu was a possessor of the fire spirit body, and she possessed an innate tacit understanding towards fire concept, causing her to comprehend it extremely quickly.
Bang!
Another enormous bang sounded out, and it was the second circle of ripples that were emitted from the origin energy on the two old men that collided with the bang. For a time, the waves of air in the sky covered the heavens and the earth as it swept down once more, and another extremely strong pressure fiercely pressed down onto the group of young geniuses. Subsequently, there were many people that were eliminated. Meanwhile, the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body suffused out to form an origin energy light barrier that enveloped him within it. No matter how the pressure from the two old men increased greatly, Duan Lingtian didn't move like a mountain.
Whoosh, 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 whoosh.
At the same time, Zhang Xiuyong, Zishang, Yishao, Bai Hao, and Bai He successively held up origin energy light barriers to resist the enormous pressure that descended from the sky. Instantly, 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above Duan Lingtian's group of 6. The appearance of 72 ancient horned dragon silhouettes at the same time could be said to be magnificent. 6 9th-level Void Initiation stage martial artists. A portion of the people present had already guessed the cultivations of Duan Lingtian's group, but there was also a portion of people that were completely unaware. At this moment, when they saw the cultivations revealed by Duan Lingtian's group, all of them were greatly shocked. Looks like the dynasty martial competition today will surely be extremely interesting. Supposedly, besides competing for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, the group of young geniuses of our Dark Han dynasty will also decide on their specific rankings and win the various rewards issued by the imperial family. Some people that were well-informed couldn't help but reveal. For a time, the atmosphere in the entire cage battle arena seethed with excitement once more, and sharp cries of excitement rose and fell without end. In this way, it also meant that every single person present had the opportunity to see the battle between the top young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty. How could they not be excited by this? They still want to decide on their specific rankings? Duan Lingtian heard the discussions in the spectating area of the cage battle arena clearly, and he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He originally thought that the Dark Han dynasty's dynasty martial competition would be like the Young Genius competition of the Dark Stone Empire and the Genius competition of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and it would only decide on the strongest young geniuses, and there was no need to decide on their specific rankings. Now it would seem that he'd guessed wrongly. Chapter 685. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed something else. In the sky above the cage battle arena, besides him and the group of young geniuses from the various empires that were slightly surprised. The other members of the local powers of the Dark Han dynasty, like Feng Tianwu and Zhang Shouyong, weren't surprised instead, and they seemed to have known about this since long ago. Duan Lingtian, do you have the confidence to compete for the first in the dynasty martial competition this time? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was precisely Su Li's voice transmission. Duan Lingtian looked at Su Li and shrugged before replying via voice transmission. I don't know. I believe you. Su Li's words were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. Originally, Su Li, who'd broken through to the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage, thought that he'd already surpassed Duan Lingtian. Only when Duan Lingtian entered the arena and revealed a cultivation at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage did he know that he was still left behind by Duan Lingtian as before. This caused him to be unable to help but feel bitter in his heart, yet after the bitterness, he couldn't help but feel happy for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was his good friend, and he hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to walk even higher and further on the path of the martial Tao. When he heard Su Li's practically blind trust, Duan Lingtian only shook his head and smiled. His gaze quickly flashed past Zhang Shouyong, Zishang, and the other 9th-level Void Initiation stage young geniuses. He knew that these people would be his final opponents. If he wanted to obtain a good ranking in the Dark Han dynasty's martial competition, then he had to compete with these people. Now, he still didn't know the exact strength of these people, and he only knew that they were all 9th-level Void Initiation stage martial artists.
Bang!
Another enormous bang sounded out, and it was the third ripple formed from the origin energy of the two old men that continued to collide together. An even stronger pressure swept down. Instantly, another person was eliminated.
Bang! 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 Bang!
A series of loud noises rang out continuously. After every single loud bang, the pressure that enveloped the group of young geniuses in the sky above the cage battle arena would increase greatly, causing many young geniuses to utilize their origin energy, concept, and spirit weapons to resist in a sorry state. Every time, many young geniuses would be eliminated.
Boom!
Another loud sound rang out as 5 young geniuses were eliminated. 2 of them weren't unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian, and they were precisely the 2 6th-level Void Initiation stage young geniuses from the Windfall Empire. I hope you can all stand until the end. The 2 young geniuses of Xueqi Empire could be considered to be acquainted with Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Long Yun. Even though they weren't familiar with each other, they still gave them their blessings before leaving. Thank you. Duan Lingtian nodded and thanked him. After the two young geniuses of Xueqi Empire returned, the representative of Xueqi Empire, the old man with the surname Liu, sighed, and then he looked at the nearby King Yong. King Yong, based on the current situation, if nothing unexpected happens, at least 2 of the 3 people from your Darkstone Empire will be able to pass through the first round of the selections. The old man's tone was filled with slight envy.
Yes.
King Yong nodded. Unknowingly, his gaze had already descended onto Long Yun. He was able to discern that with Duan Lingtian and Su Li's strengths, it wasn't difficult for them to pass through the first round of the selections, whereas Long Yun was slightly strenuous. Long Yun was only a 7th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist after all. Originally, with Long Yun's age, his cultivation at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage could already be considered to be extremely outstanding. But all the young geniuses present were top young experts of the Dark Han dynasty, whereas Long Yun seemed to be slightly ordinary amongst these young experts. At this moment, practically all the remaining young geniuses in the sky above the cage battle arena were existences at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above. Whereas when all these young geniuses were added together, there were still 30-plus people. The experts in the Dark Han dynasty are really numerous, like the clouds. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this scene. After all, including him, Su Li, and Long Yun, there weren't more than 10 existences at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, or above in the various empires. In other words, amongst the 30-plus young geniuses at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, or above present, there were 20-plus young geniuses from the local powers of the Dark Han dynasty.
Bang.
The origin energy ripples that originated from the 2 old men were still colliding with each other. Every single time they collided, an extremely strong pressure would sweep down along with them, and it heavily pressed down onto the 30-plus young geniuses present, and it wanted to eliminate another 10-plus people. Yet this time, no one was eliminated. The 8th-level Void Initiation stage and 9th-level Void Initiation stage martial artists were still fine, but those 7th-level Void Initiation stage martial artists had practically exerted all their strength at this moment, and only then were they able to avoid being blasted down by the strength of the 2 old men. Amongst the 7th-level Void Initiation stage martial artists, only Feng Tianwu and Long Yun seemed to be in a comparatively relaxed state now. The spirit saber in Long Yun's hand is a grade 3 spirit saber. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. He was able to discern that the reason Long Yun was able to be as relaxed as Tianwu was because just like Tianwu, he possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon to rely on. Presently, the grade 3 spirit whip that Duan Lingtian had refined for her had appeared in Tianwu's hand as well, and she tried her best to resist the pressure that descended from the sky. Because there were comparatively more people present, all the ancient horned dragon silhouettes were practically squeezed together, and it was impossible to distinguish who they belonged to. So, not many people were able to discern that there was anything unusual about the spirit weapons in the hands of Feng Tianwu and Long Yun.
Bang. Bang. Bang.
Another 3 enormous bangs sounded out successively after a short period of time. At the same time, only 20 young geniuses remained in the sky above the cage battle arena. The final outcome was finally out. As soon as the outcome was out, Feng Tianwu put away the grade 3 spirit whip in her hand and heaved a sigh of relief, and her gaze unconsciously descended onto the nearby Duan Lingtian. Her pair of beautiful eyes were tender, like water. Compared to Long Yun, Feng Tianwu could be considered to be in a comparatively better state. After all, the fire concept she'd comprehended was stronger than Long Yun's saber concept. Long Yun's countenance was slightly pale, and his body was still trembling lightly. Of course, Long Yun wasn't in the most sorry state. The people in the most sorry state were the other 7 7th-level Void Initiation stage young geniuses. They were able to advance successfully because their foundations were slightly stronger than the other 7th-level Void Initiation stage young geniuses. At this moment, These 7 young geniuses were drenched in sweat and ceaselessly gasping for breath, and they seemed as if they'd just fought 3,000 rounds with others. All 20 of you advance. Rest for half an hour. The second round of the selections will continue after half an hour. The second round of the selections will directly select the candidates to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. One of the old men spoke out slowly. For a time, the group of young geniuses in the sky above the cage battle arena dispersed successively. Duan Lingtian, I'll surely trample you beneath my feet and wantonly trample on your dignity. Before Zishang left, he glanced viciously at Duan Lingtian, and he was ruthless in his heart.
Hmm.
Duan Lingtian frowned as he noticed a gaze that was like a venomous snake staring at him with ill intent, and when he turned around, he noticed the figure that was heading towards the first-class spectating area that belonged to the imperial family. Zishang. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian recognized this figure, and it was precisely the figure of one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Zither Young Master. This Zishang is much more mature than before. If it was the past him, he would surely be like Bai He from before and talk nonsense before me. Now, he didn't say anything, and instead buried his hatred deep in his heart. It can be said that during these past few years, he's already transformed from a wild beast that rampages about to become a venomous snake that's adept at lying dormant in the shadows. As he thought up to here, slight fear arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. If Zishang roared at him like a madman and said he wanted to kill him, he wouldn't feel anything. But now, Zishang was so calm, and it caused him to realize traces of danger. For some unknown reason, he had a strong intuition in his subconscious, and he felt that Zishang was even more terrifying than the second prince, Bai He. Let's go back. Su Li greeted Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he looked at Feng Tianwu and said via voice transmission, Tianwu, remember to help me place my bets when I enter the arena. Don't worry, elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu replied with a smile that was like a flower. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Su Li walked side by side towards the second-class spectating area where the group of people from the Darkstone Empire were. During this period of time, Duan Lingtian was able to notice 2 fierce gazes staring fixedly at him. Duan Lingtian slightly turned his head and noticed the owners of these 2 gazes.
Bai He, Yi Shao.
This Yi Shao probably wants to stand up for his younger brother as well. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised that he was targeted by Bai He, and his gaze descended onto Yi Shao as he guessed in his heart. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Long Yun. Congratulations. After Duan Lingtian's group of 3 returned, the group of young geniuses from the Darkstone Empire below King Yong congratulated Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Congratulations. On the other hand, the representative of the Windfall Empire, Old Man Liu, and the group of young geniuses from the Windfall Empire congratulated Duan Lingtian's group of 3 as well. Thank you. Duan Lingtian and Su Li lightly smiled as they replied. Only Su Li returned to his seat with a gloomy expression, and his eyes flickered with bright lights, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. Brother Lingtian, even though I know your strength isn't weak, yet I never imagined that you're actually a 9th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist. Xiangying, who sat by King Yong's side, looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. Xiangying's words resonated with the group of young geniuses from the Darkstone Empire. Yeah, Duan Lingtian, I truly never imagined that you're the strongest amongst us. Looks like you concealed your cultivation 1 year ago. Exactly. Didn't you conceal it too deeply? If you made a move 1 year ago, Emo Xian would probably not be a match for you. After the group of young geniuses from the Darkstone Empire witnessed Duan Lingtian's current strength, they naturally thought that Duan Lingtian had held back a year ago. It was precisely because of this that Emo Xian was able to obtain the honor of being the #1 young expert of the Darkstone Empire. Concealed his cultivation? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard everyone. 1 year ago, He'd used a grade 4 spirit sword as the price to exchange for the spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists from Mo Xian. Chapter 686. Even though a mere grade 4 spirit sword was nothing in his eyes, he wouldn't go so far as to casually give it to a stranger, right? Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't give any further explanation to this. When this scene entered into the eyes of the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, they instead thought that Duan Lingtian had tacitly agreed. Amongst the 20 young geniuses that advanced today, Duan Lingtian sat by Su Li's side and closed his eyes to rest as he thought in his heart. Including me, there's a total of 6 9th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists. Besides that, there's also Su Li, Feng Yunxiang, and the other 3 8th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists. The final 9 people are the 7th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists, including Tian Wu and Long Yun. I wonder exactly how many people are participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? At this moment, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly worried for Feng Tianwu. In the past, even though he'd heard about the amount of people participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties for the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty, all of that was basically hearsay and couldn't be taken seriously. Some said there were only 5 people, some said there were 15, some said there were 7, 8, all in all. Everything was possible before the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family made an official announcement. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties is a competition between the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties, including the Dark Han dynasty. Logically speaking, it's impossible for every dynasty to send many people, and it's impossible for very few people to go as well. According to my personal guess, there ought to not be more than 10 people. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, as he guessed in his heart. When Duan Lingtian was resting with his eyes closed, the entire cage battle arena was extraordinarily bustling. Besides discussing the 20 people that had advanced, most of them were discussing a certain person. The 6 9th-level Void Initiation Stage young experts, including Duan Lingtian, were the first to bear the brunt of the discussion. After that, the attention of everyone moved onto the amount of people participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. I wonder how many people are participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Many people were curious. On the first-class spectating area, Feng Tianwu sat silently on her seat with her eyes closed. If one looked carefully, one would notice that she was cultivating, and it seemed as if she was making a last-minute effort. Half an hour later, the 2 old men that presided over the first round of the selections earlier flashed out successively, and they once again arrived in the sky above the cage battle arena before standing in midair. One of the old men spoke slowly. Next, the second round of the selections of the Dynasty Martial Competition today will begin. The second round of the selections will decide on the 10 strongest young geniuses. These 10 young geniuses will obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties 1 year from now. 10 spots. When Duan Lingtian heard the sound, he opened his eyes and a light flashed through them. 10 spots. Sitting at the side, Su Li's eyes lit up. If there were 10 spots, he was confident. 10 spots. Long Yun, who was sitting not far away, frowned slightly, looking as if he had a guilty conscience. Unknowingly, Long Yun's gaze had descended onto Duan Lingtian, and the depths of his gaze seemed to contain slight unwillingness and helplessness. After a year, he was filled with confidence, and he originally thought that he would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian in the Dynasty Martial Competition. But unfortunately, ideals were beautiful, yet reality was cruel. At the same time that the 9th-level Void Initiation Stage cultivation that Duan Lingtian revealed caused Long Yun to be astounded, slight despair arose in the depths of his heart as well. It turned out that when he felt that he possessed a strength that was even stronger than Duan Lingtian with the assistance of his master, Duan Lingtian had once again left him far behind. At this moment, Long Yun even had a feeling of, since I was born, why should I be born? In next to no time, Long Yun took a deep breath and slowly recovered from his shock. 10 spots. Including Duan Lingtian, there are a total of 6 ninth-level Void Initiation stage martial artists. These 6 people are existences that are currently difficult for me to shake. In other words, I can only strive for one of the other 4 spots. Otherwise, I would have no fate with the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Long Yun, who was originally filled with confidence, felt pressure assault his body, and he was slightly unable to catch his breath. At this moment, when they heard there were 10 spots, some of the other young geniuses that passed through the first round of the selections were delighted, and some were worried. 20 people, 10 spots. A 50% chance. Besides Feng Tianwu and Long Yun, who were still cultivating, amongst the 9 7th-level Void Initiation stage young geniuses that had advanced, all of them revealed helpless, bitter smiles. Obviously, they didn't hold too much hope. For the sake of saving time, the 6 9th-level Void Initiation stage young experts in the second round of the selections will directly advance. In next to no time, the old man in the sky above the cage battle arena spoke out once more. Doing this is for the sake of allowing the second round of the selections to end as soon as possible. Later on, after the 10 spots to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties are decided, the 10 strongest young geniuses will be ranked. The person ranked high will obtain generous rewards from our Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. Do the other 14 people have any objections? As he finished speaking, the old man asked. Directly advance? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the old man. In this way, he didn't have to ascend the arena in the second round of the selections, and this was an extremely humane rule. On the other hand, Xueqi, who sat at the side, glanced at Duan Lingtian with envy instead. Objections? The 7th-level Void Initiation stage young geniuses that had advanced in the first round of the selections laughed bitterly in unison when they heard the old man. What objections could they have? A 9th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist was sufficient to crush them in all aspects. As for the 5 8th-level Void Initiation stage young geniuses, including Xueqi, besides Xueqi, the gazes of the other 4, including Feng Yunxiang, flickered at this moment. The gazes of the 4 of them had simultaneously descended onto the spectating area where the group of people from the Darkstone Empire sat. Precisely speaking, their gazes had descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Looks like someone isn't convinced of your superiority. Xueqi couldn't help but tease when he noticed the gazes of the 4 of them. If they aren't convinced, then let's fight. Duan Lingtian shrugged as his eyes revealed slight cold lights. But I'm afraid they're unable to endure the consequences of fighting me. At the same time, a strand of killing intent that shot into the sky flashed on Duan Lingtian's body. The others were fine and didn't feel anything. But Xueqi, who sat by Duan Lingtian's side, had instead clearly felt that terrifying killing intent, and for a time, frightening coldness arose from the bottom of his heart. What terrifying killing intent? Xueqi glanced at Duan Lingtian with fear. This good friend that he'd known since he was young seemed to have become more and more unfathomable. Looks like even if I have the assistance of my master, it isn't an easy thing to surpass Duan Lingtian. Xueqi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What? Yunxiang, you want to challenge Duan Lingtian? On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, the Feng clan's patriarch, Feng Tiannan, looked at Feng Yunxiang, who was by his side, and asked curiously. Feng Yunxiang nodded lightly. As far as he was concerned, even though Duan Lingtian was a 9th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist, he was too young after all, and his cultivation was probably obtained by relying on a pile of large amounts of spirit fruits. Presumably, Duan Lingtian's comprehension of concept wasn't strong. The 9th level of the Void Initiation stage sounded shocking, but if it was only in terms of origin energy, then it was only the strength of a single ancient horned dragon more than an 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist. In other words, so long as the concept comprehended by Duan Lingtian was inferior to the concept of an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist, then the 8th level void initiation stage martial artist might not have no chance of defeating Duan Lingtian. Now, based on his personal deduction, Duan Lingtian's comprehension of concept ought to be inferior to his. So, he wanted to challenge Duan Lingtian. But when he thought of how Duan Lingtian was the son-in-law of their Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, he was slightly hesitant, and his gaze inadvertently glanced at Feng Wudao. Big brother, Elder Kong, do both of you agree with Yun Xiang challenging brother Duan? Feng Tian discerned Feng Yun Xiang's misgivings, and his gaze moved to descend onto Feng Wudao and Elder Kong as he asked with a light smile. If you're confident, then go ahead. Feng Wudao's reply was extremely straightforward. I agree with the eldest young master. Elder Kong nodded as he spoke. Feng Yunxiang's eyes lit up when he heard Feng Wudao and Elder Kong, and he didn't have any more misgivings as he hurriedly left his seat and intended to challenge Duan Lingtian. But unfortunately, he was still too late. I have an objection. A slightly hoarse and ear-piercing voice suddenly sounded from one of the first-class spectator seats. Subsequently, everyone in the cage battle arena saw a figure flash out from the side of the Yi clan's patriarch, and in the blink of an eye, the figure had arrived in the sky above the cage battle arena. This was a young man around the age of 37 or 38. He wore green clothes, was almost middle-aged, and had an ordinary appearance. Yi Lu. Instantly, many people recognized this green-clothed young man. Yi Lu was a figure in the younger generation of the Yi clan that possessed a strength inferior to the eldest young master, Yi Shao. His cultivation was at the 8th level of the Void initiation stage, and at the same time, he was one of the people that had advanced in the first round of the selections. This Yi Lu, could it be that he wants to challenge Duan Lingtian as well? Feng Yunxiang frowned, yet he sat down in the end and silently watched the development of the situation. On the first-class spectating area, where the Yi clan sat, the corners of the Yi clan's second young master, Yi Xiang, curled into a cold smile, and his vicious gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, who sat on the second-class spectating area below. Duan Lingtian, so what if you're at the 9th level of the Void initiation stage? Can your concept keep up with your cultivation base? Even though Yi Lu's cultivation is inferior to you, his water concept has already been comprehended to the 8th level, and he's surely stronger than you. Just wait to be defeated by Yi Lu. Yi Xiang was extremely complacent in his heart. Obviously, he didn't think that Duan Lingtian had comprehended concept above the 8th level, and it was even to the extent that he felt that Duan Lingtian's concept might not have even attained the 7th level. As far as he was concerned, before the number 2 expert in the younger generation of their Yi clan, Yi Lu, Duan Lingtian was a fish on the chopping block that was at Yi Lu's mercy. Feel free to speak of any objections you have. If you're unconvinced of a 9th level Void initiation stage young expert, feel free to challenge him. So long as you're able to defeat him, he'll have to participate in the second round of the selections with the other 14 people, including you. Chapter 687. Along with Yi Lu making an appearance and the old man speaking, the surroundings of the cage battle arena went completely silent. The gazes of many people descended onto Yi Lu in unison. This Yi Lu probably wants to challenge that young man from the Darkstone Empire. I think so as well. That young man is too young after all. Even if his cultivation isn't bad, the concept he's comprehended ought to not be strong. Cultivation can be piled up with spirit fruits, but one can only rely on one's own concept. The surroundings of the cage battle arena discussed animatedly. When they heard the discussions of these people, besides Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Long Yun, most of the people had similar thoughts. Obviously, these people didn't know of the existence of concept fragments. If it was said that spirit fruits were able to pile up a person's cultivation, then concept fragments were similarly able to pile up a person's comprehension of concept. Forget about the other 9th level void initiation stage young geniuses. I'm unconvinced of this young man from the Darkstone Empire. I want to challenge him. Sure enough, Yilu's gaze passed through the sky and flashed past the group of young geniuses from the Darkstone Empire before finally locking onto Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with a strong will to fight. Yilu's decision was something that many people present had already guessed earlier, so now that this outcome had come out, no one was surprised. Right at this moment, the old man's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and he said slowly, "This young genius from the Darkstone Empire, please come out and compete with this young genius from the Yi clan. Life and death will be decided." Whoosh! Duan Lingtian didn't waste his breath and directly left his seat to soar into the sky, and he arrived in the sky above the cage battle arena in the blink of an eye to stand opposite Yilu. "Are you sure you want to challenge me?" Duan Lingtian looked silently at Yilu as he asked indifferently. "What? You're afraid?" Yilu started laughing. "Afraid?" Yilu's words caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be stunned, and then he shook his head and laughed. "Perhaps there are many people in this world that are capable of causing me to be afraid, but you aren't amongst them. You'll change your opinion in a moment." Yilu's tone was resolute, and his words were filled with confidence. "Really?" The smile on Duan Lingtian's face didn't change. Suddenly, his smile disappeared, and his face became incomparably cold. "I'll give you a chance. If you admit defeat now, it might not be too late."
What?
"Are you so arrogant that you think you can kill me?" Yilu laughed. His laughter grew louder and louder, as if he had heard a great joke. "Looks like you've already made your decision." The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. When the old man explained the rules of the second round of selection, he had already made up his mind. No matter who it was, as long as they dared to challenge him, he would definitely kill them. In this way, not only would he be able to free up a spot for Tianwu and allow Tianwu to have an even greater chance of obtaining the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he would also be able to make an example to others and make others not dare underestimate him. "Stop trying to be mysterious. Today, I won't kill you because you're Senior Wu Dao's son-in-law. However, I will still defeat you and break your spirit." Yilu shouted out with a grim voice as the clothes on his body fluttered without the wind. At the same time, vast origin energy suffused Yilu's body to envelop his entire body, and it seemed as if he was within a ball of white-colored flames. Whoosh! At the same time, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky above Yilu as 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form with a vast impetus. It wasn't just that. Along with strands of blue-colored energy leaping about within the origin energy on Yilu's body, another 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky. 8th level water concept. Instantly, many people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena couldn't help but exclaim in shock. 8th level of the void initiation stage and 8th level water concept didn't just test one's natural talent in the martial Dao. It tested one's comprehension ability in the martial Dao as well. As far as many people were concerned, it was extremely rare for Yilu to be able to achieve this. No wonder he dared challenge this young man from the Darkstone Empire. So it turns out that he came prepared. Even though this young man is a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist, the concept he's comprehended is probably not even at the 7th level. It's very likely that he'll lose. If this Yi clan's Yilu is able to defeat him, then it would really bring great honor to the Yi clan. Looks like the Yi clan is going to be in the limelight this time. Many people whispered in discussion in the surroundings of the cage battle arena. Most people were filled with confidence towards Yilu, and they didn't think that this young man, Duan Lingtian, would be able to compare to Yilu in terms of comprehension of concept. After all, Duan Lingtian was truly too young. According to the train of thought of an ordinary person, they wouldn't feel that the concept Duan Lingtian had comprehended was formidable. At the same time that Yilu utilized his origin energy and 8th level water concept, a spear appeared out of thin air in his hand. Whoosh! The spear shook as his origin energy swiftly fused into it, and it was like a rock that had sunk into the sea. Instantly, another 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 3,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above Yi Lu, grade 4 spirit weapon. Instantly, many spectators couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Of course, even more people weren't surprised. Perhaps, with Yi Lu's status in the Yi clan, it wasn't sufficient for him to possess a grade 4 spirit weapon. But today was the dynasty martial competition, and it was related to the Yi clan's face. So even if the Yi clan had to lend it, it would lend a grade 4 spirit weapon to Yi Lu. No matter if Yi Lu won or lost today, it was related to the Yi clan's face and honor. So the Yi clan couldn't be casual in this aspect no matter what. The strength of 25 ancient horned dragons and 3,800 ancient mammoths as he looked at the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth that was caused by Yi Lu's full strength. Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm as he stood on the spot without moving like a mountain, and his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Yi Lu used his full strength as soon as he attacked. Looks like he doesn't dare underestimate this young man from the Darkstone Empire. On a stage like the Dynasty Martial Competition, no one dares be careless. Once one is careless, it's very likely that it would mean defeat.
Indeed.
Under the gazes of the crowd of spectators in the cage battle arena, Yi Lu moved. Yi Lu held his spear and flashed out as if he'd transformed into a bolt of lightning, and his speed was so swift that some spectators with low cultivations weren't even able to see Yi Lu's shadow. On the other hand, in the eyes of the spectators with high cultivations, Yi Lu had flashed close to Duan Lingtian from the Darkstone Empire in the blink of an eye. Water Dragon Blast. Suddenly, an explosive shout sounded out in the silent cage battle arena. Under the gazes of everyone present, Yi Lu's figure stopped moving as the spear in his hand shook, and roiling origin energy roared out as 8th level water concept followed him like a shadow.
Swoosh.
Yi Lu's hand shook as the grade 4 spirit spear in his hand was coiled by origin energy that contained water concept, and it seemed to have transformed into a water dragon that pierced towards Duan Lingtian. Instantly, the extremely terrifying force on the tip of the spear pressed down to the point the airflow in the air moved rhythmically, and it emitted a wave of low and deep sounds of air exploding. It was like the waves of dragon roars emitted by a water dragon. Your martial skill isn't bad, but unfortunately, you're too weak. Right when many people broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian's indifferent voice slowly sounded out and spread throughout the entire cage battle arena. Right when most people couldn't help but be stunned. Everyone saw that Duan Lingtian had moved. He didn't dodge, but instead moved to intercept Yi Lu's grade 4 spirit spear that was like a water dragon leaving its lair. Is this Duan Lingtian courting death? Many people felt their scalps go numb when they saw the scene, and they felt that Duan Lingtian's actions were no different than committing suicide. His spear flashed over menacingly, yet you're using your body to intercept it? Isn't this courting death? Of course, the gazes of many people lit up, and they seemed to have discerned Duan Lingtian's intentions. Since you're courting death, then you can't blame me. When he saw Duan Lingtian not only didn't dodge, but had instead moved to intercept his spear, Yi Lu revealed a frenzied expression as the spirit spear in his hand trembled, and the condensed energy on the tip of the spear instantly exploded out. This was the trump card of the high-grade Earth rank martial skill, Water Dragon Blast, that he'd executed. It utilized condensed energy to transform into a water dragon, and at the instant it approached his opponent, it would explode with a bang. It utilized a formidable impact and even explosive force to heavily injure and even annihilate his opponent in one go.
Whoosh, 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 whoosh.
At practically the instant the energy on the tip of the grade 4 spirit spear in Yi Lu's hand exploded out, many people in the spectating area in the surroundings of the cage battle arena stood up instinctively. Duan Lingtian. Amongst them, there was no lack of people that Duan Lingtian knew. For example, King Yong, Xianging, and Su Li. Of course, there were also people that knew Duan Lingtian that still maintained their composure, as if they were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. For example, Feng Wudao, Elder Kong, and Zhang Shouyong. If he can't even defeat this Yilu, then this Duan Lingtian doesn't have the qualifications to be my opponent. The corners of Second Prince Baihe's mouth curled into a wisp of a cold smile. Duan Lingtian. Zishang stared fixedly at the scene before him, and he seemed as if he wasn't willing to miss a single detail. He wanted to see to what extent his enemy of the past had grown to now. Under the gazes of everyone present. At the instant the energy on the tip of the grade 4 spirit sphere in Yi Lu's hand exploded out with a bang, Duan Lingtian made a move. People with high cultivations were able to see a violet-colored sword light flash by with a raise of Duan Lingtian's hand. In the next moment,
clang!
An ear-piercing sound of metal colliding abruptly resounded out and spread throughout the cage battle arena, causing the faces of many spectators with low cultivations to flush red, and some even bled from their 7 apertures as they cried out loudly. Subsequently, many people saw Duan Lingtian seem to have appeared out of thin air behind Yilu, right when they were surprised and bewildered. Whoosh! The grade 4 spirit spear in Yi Lu's hand instantly left his hand and fell down to the ground. Chapter 688. Whoosh! At the instant the grade 4 spirit spear fell down, the origin energy and water concept on Yi Lu's body were obliterated along with it, and his entire body fell straight down.
Bang!
Under numerous astounded gazes, Yi Lu fiercely fell onto the iron cage in the cage battle arena, and he was hung at the top of the iron cage just like that, hanging in midair. For a time, the scene was deathly silent.
Drip! Drip!
The fresh blood on Yi Lu's body was still dripping down ceaselessly, and it dripped onto the cage battle arena and caused numerous gorgeous and resplendent roses to splash out. In next to no time, everyone noticed that Yi Lu had completely lost all signs of movement and aura at this moment. Because of the angle, the crowd of spectators on the eastern spectating area were able to clearly see that Yi Lu's blood had come from his throat, and there was even a narrow and long wound on it. It's a sword mark. A single strike to the throat. It's a single strike to the throat. This Yi Lu was killed by a single strike to the throat. Instantly, someone on the eastern spectating area couldn't help but exclaim in shock. In next to no time, feelings of shock started spreading from the eastern spectating area and swept through the entire cage battle arena. For a time, practically everyone knew that the number 2 expert in the Yi clan's younger generation, Yi Lu, had been killed by the Darkstone Empire's Duan Lingtian with a single strike to the throat. What a swift sword strike! I'm an 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist at any rate, yet I'm still unable to clearly see the mark left behind by the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand when he attacked earlier. If you were able to discern it, then Yi Lu would probably have discerned it as well. In that way, he wouldn't have died. His sword strike seemed to have blasted away the grade 4 spirit spear in Yi Lu's hand before he attacked Yi Lu. This is even more terrifying. His speed of attack was too swift. The ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth hadn't even had the time to completely condense into form. Sounds of discussion rose and fell in the entire cage battle arena, and even more people were shocked by Duan Lingtian's speed of attack. Even though Duan Lingtian had attacked, yet no one knew exactly how strong he was. It was because he had only used a single sword strike to kill his opponent. It was an extremely fast sword strike. Due to the fact that the ancient horned dragon silhouette in the heaven and earth phenomenon had yet to fully condense, even the group of void interpretation stage powerhouses present had no idea how strong Duan Lingtian was exactly. They could only guess on their own. The strength of this Duan Lingtian is much stronger than that Yi Lu. When he attacked, he seemed to not only possess a single type of concept, I faintly heard the sound of wind and thunder, and it ought to be the simultaneous appearance of wind concept and lightning concept. The expression of the black-clothed old man in the imperial family's exclusive first-class spectator seats turned slightly solemn. I heard it too. The nearby Darkhan dynasty's emperor nodded, and his gaze descended onto the violet-clothed young man that stood in the sky above the cage battle arena. As expected of Feng Wudao's son-in-law, he really is extraordinary. Now, the emperor could understand why this Duan Lingtian was so arrogant in front of him. Duan Lingtian himself was a peerless genius that was unyielding, and he didn't bend his back before others. Two types of concept? The old man's words caused the nearby his expression to go slightly grim. After all, even he had only comprehended one type of concept and one type of advanced force. The time and energy required to comprehend two types of concept was something he couldn't imagine. This Duan Lingtian's comprehension ability is actually so strong. He stared at Duan Lingtian, and at the same time that his eyes were filled with envy, cold lights flickered as he guessed in his heart. But since he utilized two types of concept, I presume he hasn't comprehended any concept to the 9th level. Otherwise, he utterly didn't need to utilize a second type of concept to kill Yi Lu. Duan Lingtian, I'll surely defeat you. Even if he knew that Duan Lingtian had comprehended two types of concept, Zishang wasn't afraid in the slightest, and there seemed to be flames leaping about in the depths of his burning eyes that were waiting to swallow Duan Lingtian. On the side of the imperial family, only Bai Hao was comparatively composed. After a trace of astonishment flashed past the depths of Bai Hao's eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian's display, there wasn't any further movement. On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan. The Feng clan's patriarch, Feng Tiannan, was completely stunned, and he looked at the distant violet-clothed young man with disbelief. Never had he imagined that the strength of this violet-clothed young man would actually be so terrifying. From the beginning until the end, killing an 8th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist that had comprehended 8th-level concept was as simple as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Eldest young master. Look, the face of the Yi clan's patriarch has darkened. Haha. But unfortunately, the young miss is at a critical juncture in her cultivation and wasn't able to see this battle. Otherwise, she would surely be happy for Brother Duan. The nearby Elder Kong looked at Feng Wudao as he laughed heartily. He probably had the intention of paving the way for by killing Yi Lu. Feng Wudao didn't look at the Yi clan's patriarch, and his calm gaze descended onto the violet-clothed figure in the distance as he muttered in a light voice. Looks like Brother Duan really cares about the young Mississippi, Elder Kong smiled. At this moment, the expression of Feng Yunxiang, who sat by the side of the Feng clan's patriarch, Feng Tiannan, was slightly stiff, and the depths of his eyes even revealed the sheen of surviving a calamity. He could imagine that if it wasn't for Yi Lu challenging Duan Lingtian a step before him, the person that died now wouldn't be Yi Lu, but him, Feng Yunxiang. At this instant, Feng Yunxiang felt that the clothes on his back were completely drenched in cold sweat. The feeling of being on the verge of death was something he'd felt for the first time. As expected of the eldest master's son-in-law, this cultivation is far from something I can go against. Feng Yunxiang took a deep breath, and the gaze he shot at Duan Lingtian once more seemed to contain slight terror. On the other side of the first-class spectating area, the Yi clan's patriarch had an extremely unsightly expression at this moment. Yi Lu was the number 2 expert in the younger generation of their Yi clan, and now that he was killed, it meant that their Yi clan had lost a future Void Interpretation Stage expert. A Void Interpretation Stage expert was of great importance to any power in the Darkhan dynasty. Duan Lingtian. The Yi clan's patriarch revealed hatred in his eyes as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and he wished for nothing more than to transform into a wild beast and swallow Duan Lingtian alive. Impossible. Impossible. How could this Duan Lingtian possibly be so strong? How could this be possible? The Yi clan's second young master, Yi Xiang, shook his head ceaselessly as he wasn't willing to believe that everything before his eyes was real. I'm surely dreaming. I'm surely dreaming. Enough. Yi Xiao, who sat at the side, seemed to feel that Yi Xiang was too noisy, and he frowned as he shouted in a low voice. Instantly, Yi Xiang was terrified and stopped muttering. Brother, Yi Lu is dead. After a short moment, Yi Xiang returned to his senses and looked at Yi Xiao with an extremely unsightly expression. I'll take revenge for Yi Lu. Yi Xiao's expression remained as usual as he spoke indifferently, and it was as if he was speaking of an unimportant matter. Since Yi Lu was killed until now, Yi Xiao hadn't revealed the slightest fluctuation in his emotions, and it was as if he was an outsider. A strand of light of hope appeared within Yi Xiang's sorrowful and indignant eyes when he heard this.
Duan Lingtian.
Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. In the inferior spectating area of the cage battle arena, the crowd of spectators were seething with excitement, and they shouted out Duan Lingtian's name loudly. Duan Lingtian stood in the sky above the cage battle arena as he listened to the shouts that sounded out by his ears, and then he lowered his head and looked down for a moment before lightly shaking his head. The current me seems to be no different than those great stars that were chased after on Earth in my previous life. If there's anyone that's unwilling to submit to me, then you're welcome to continue challenging me. Before Duan Lingtian left, he grinned as he looked at the surroundings for a moment before speaking with a loud voice. Arrogant. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian was extremely arrogant now. But the people present didn't think anything of Duan Lingtian because of this, and it was only because he'd used his strength to prove that he had the ability to be arrogant. For a time, besides Su Li and Foam Tianwu, who is still cultivating, the remaining 13 young geniuses couldn't help but reveal bitter expressions. Challenge Duan Lingtian? Wouldn't that be courting death? The lesson of the past was still hanging on the cage of the cage battle arena. Yi Lu's corpse seemed to be constantly warning them not to rashly challenge Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I truly never imagined that not only has your cultivation advanced, even your comprehension of concept has attained such an extent. You're worthy of the title of the #1 genius in the history of our Darkstone Empire. When Duan Lingtian returned to the spectating area where the members of the Darkstone Empire were seated, King Yong was excited to the point of losing his composure. When I saw Brother Lingtian that day, I discerned how extraordinary Brother Lingtian is. Today, Brother Lingtian's elegant demeanor has convinced me. Xianging by King Yong's side spoke out as well. Up until now, Duan Lingtian was the first young genius that was praised so highly by Xianging, the Vice Guild Master of the Darkhan Dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild. King Yong, Pavilion Master Xiang, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian was modest. Duan Lingtian, amazing. After Duan Lingtian returned to his seat and sat down, he saw Su Li give him a thumbs up. Only an 8th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and he didn't feel that killing an 8th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist was something to be complacent about. Only an 8th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist? The corners of Su Li's mouth twitched when he heard Duan Lingtian's casual words, and then he laughed bitterly. In terms of cultivation and concept, Yi Lu, who attacked Duan Lingtian earlier, was comparable to him. Perhaps, by relying on the formidable offensive strength of his sword concept, he was sufficient to suppress Yi Lu, but it was extremely difficult for him to truly defeat Yi Lu. Of course, this didn't mean that he was unable to defeat Yi Lu. So long as he utilized the grade 3 spirit sword his master gave him, it wasn't difficult to kill Yi Lu. Little brother Duan, amazing! The representative of Holdwind Empire, the old man surnamed Lu, looked at Duan Lingtian and wasn't stingy with his praise in the slightest. Yeah, amazing! Too amazing! Brother Lingtian, with your strength, you'll surely be able to shine brilliantly in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties in another year. The group of young geniuses of Holdwind Empire flattered Duan Lingtian successively, and they weren't stingy with their praise in the slightest. Chapter 689. At the same time, the representatives of numerous empires came over one by one to greet King Yong warmly. Of course, King Yong knew his own limitations and knew that they had ulterior motives, and their final objective was to get acquainted with Duan Lingtian. Presently, not only was Duan Lingtian the son-in-law of the Feng clan's eldest master, he was also a monstrous genius in the martial Tao that possessed a terrifying strength, and it was sufficient to make the representatives of the various empires look up to him and make them spare no effort to curry favor with him. Duan Lingtian originally didn't want to pay attention to the representatives of the various empires. But for the sake of not making it difficult for King Yong, Duan Lingtian smiled lightly one by one when facing these representatives of the various empires, and in the end, he felt that his face had stiffened from smiling. After the representatives of the various empires left, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. No matter if it was in his previous life or this life, he was most annoyed by this sort of social interaction. Men are afraid of being famous just like pigs are afraid of being fat. These words aren't wrong in the slightest. You're still taking pleasure in my misfortune? After he noticed Su Li, who sat at the side laughing secretly, Duan Lingtian glared angrily at him. Only now did Su Li stop laughing, and then he changed the topic. Duan Lingtian, do you think the other 3 8th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists will challenge the other 5 9th level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses? A total of 6 9th level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses had appeared in the Dynasty martial competition this time, and the reason Su Li said 5 was because Duan Lingtian had just revealed his strength and proved himself. So, as far as Su Li was concerned, it was impossible for the other 3 8th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists to challenge Duan Lingtian, unless they weren't afraid of death. So, they only had the other 5 people to choose from. How would I know? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Aren't you an 8th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist as well?
What?
You don't intend to challenge a 9th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist?
There's no need for that.
Su Li shrugged and grinned. There are 10 positions in any case. Now that the Yi clan's Yi Lu is dead, the competition has lessened, and I'm still confident in obtaining a position. Since it's like this, then why should I waste my strength? When did you become so lazy? Duan Lingtian felt speechless when he heard this. Of course, he believed that with Su Li's strength and the grade 3 spirit sword in Su Li's possession that came from Su Li's master, even if Yi Lu didn't die, it wouldn't be difficult for Su Li to obtain a position to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Looks like someone really wants to issue a challenge. I wonder who his target will be. Su Li's gaze suddenly lit up as he looked into the distance. Duan Lingtian followed Su Li's gaze when he heard this. In the distance, a thin figure instantly arrived in the sky above the cage battle arena, and it drew the attention of everyone in the surroundings of the cage battle arena. This was a young man about 35 years old. His face was gloomy, and he gave off a malnourished feeling. However, his eyes were as bright as a pair of bright stars. It's the #1 disciple of the mysterious Yin sect, Feng Yu. He's the head disciple of the mysterious Yin sect, Feng Yu. Feng Yu is a sword cultivator. Supposedly, his sword is even swifter than lightning, and it's swift to the point of killing without spilling blood. Many people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena had recognized the thin young man, Feng Yu, the #1 disciple in the Darkhan dynasty's mysterious Yin sect's inner court, and at the same time, the head disciple of the mysterious Yin sect. In the mysterious Yin sect, Feng Yu could be said to be an extraordinary genius in the martial Tao that gathered a myriad of glory. Coupled with him being the personal disciple of the mysterious Yin sect's master, he'd been internally decided to be the next sect master of the mysterious Yin sect since long ago. Killing without spilling blood? When they heard the discussions of some people, Duan Lingtian and Suli looked at each other and shook their heads with a smile. They were similarly capable of killing without spilling blood. Of course, if they wanted to accomplish this, the effort they needed to expend was much more complicated than making a move normally, and it could be said to be an arduous and thankless task. So, they couldn't be bothered to do it normally. As far as they were concerned, it was only a fancy method. Presently, so long as it was someone with a strength that wasn't weak, practically all of them weren't surprised by Fengyu's ability, because they were similarly capable of accomplishing it. So long as one's strength and speed were sufficient, killing without spilling blood wasn't a difficult thing. I wonder who Fengyu is going to challenge,
Suli said.
It ought to be Z Decease. Even though Fengyu didn't look towards any 9th-level Void Initiation stage young geniuses after he appeared in the sky above the cage battle arena, Duan Lingtian still made a guess. Z Decease? That person from the Darkhan Dynasty's imperial family? I saw Long Yun staring at him without letting go earlier, and he seems to know him. Suli's face was filled with bewilderment. Moreover, I keep having the feeling that this name is slightly familiar. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Do you know the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Of course. Suli nodded. Long Yun is the person ranked at the bottom amongst the 5 great young masters, but with his current strength, he ought to be the strongest existence amongst the 5 great young masters. Suli had met 4 of the 5 great young masters, including Long Yun. They were respectively the first-ranked Crazy Young Master, the second-ranked Flame Young Master, and the 4th-ranked Sword Young Master. Suddenly, seeming to have thought of something, Suli's gaze lit up. I remember now. Zither Young Master. The Zither Young Master that's ranked 3rd amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom seems to be called Z Decease. Exactly, it's him. Duan Lingtian nodded. I said earlier that Long Yun ought to be the strongest existence amongst the 5 great young masters now. I never imagined that in the blink of an eye. I slapped my own face. I truly never imagined that there's actually another person amongst the 5 great young masters whose fortuitous encounters are able to surpass Long Yun. As he finished speaking, Suli couldn't help but sigh. He'd heard of the Zither Young Master, Z Decease, and according to rumor, his natural talent wasn't much stronger than Long Yun. As far as Suli was concerned, Z Decease had surely obtained some fortuitous encounters since he was able to possess a cultivation at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage today. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to advance so quickly. As far as Suli was concerned, the fortuitous encounters of Long Yun and Z Decease could already be considered to be not bad. But compared to the fortuitous encounters of Duan Lingtian and Z Decease, it seemed to be much inferior.
Fengyu, who do you want to challenge?
In the sky above the cage battle arena, the old man asked Fengyu. At the same time, Fengyu slowly raised his head, and his gaze directly descended onto the spectating area that belonged to the imperial family, and it flashed past the 3 young figures. These 3 young men were all 9th-level Void Initiation stage young geniuses. These 3 young men of the imperial family occupied an entire half of the 9th-level Void Initiation stage young geniuses in the Dynasty Martial competition today, and they could be said to be in the limelight. Fengyu wants to challenge the young geniuses recommended by the imperial family? Instantly, many people exclaimed in low voices. Amongst the 3 young geniuses of the imperial family, so long as it's someone from the Darkhan Dynasty, practically everyone knows the strength of the second prince, so Fengyu ought to not challenge the second prince. Whereas the other 2 are unfamiliar faces. The other 2 are completely white-clothed. One of the white-clothed young men is the person that presided over the first phase of the Dynasty Martial competition yesterday. This person's cultivation is surely not weak. Of course. Otherwise, the imperial family wouldn't allow him to preside over the Dynasty Martial competition yesterday. The surroundings of the cage battle arena discussed endlessly, and all of them guessed who Fengyu's target was. In the end, The gazes of most people descended onto the white-clothed figure that was the most unfamiliar to them. This person and the second prince, Bai He, sat at the two sides of the drop-dead gorgeous young woman. Humph! Zishang's face sank slightly when he noticed the numerous gazes from the surroundings, as this feeling of being looked down upon caused him to be extremely displeased. I challenge him. In the end, Fengyu chose his target. Just as most of the people present had guessed, the target Fengyu chose was Zishang. Zishang, you have to work hard. If you're defeated by an 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist, then you won't only lose face for yourself. You'll lose face for Imperial Grand Uncle and our Darkhan Dynasty's Imperial family as well. Bai He looked at Zishang and ridiculed via voice transmission. Because Ziyan, who he'd always admired, was sitting by his side, so he didn't dare speak these words directly, and he could only mock Zishang via voice transmission. He liked Ziyan, yet didn't like this older brother of hers.
No.
More precisely speaking, he looked down upon Zishang from the bottom of his heart. Don't worry, second prince. I'll absolutely not lose face for my master and the imperial family. Zishang took a deep breath when he heard Bai He's voice transmission, and after suppressing the rage in his heart, he replied via voice transmission without showing weakness. Then I'll wait and see. Bai He nodded, as a wisp of a ridiculing smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Brother, do your best. Ziyan's beautiful face went slightly red as she cheered Zishang on. Zishang nodded to Ziyan with tender affection, and then he greeted his master and the Darkhan Dynasty's emperor before flying out to arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena to stand in confrontation with Fengyu. Dark Moon Sect, Fengyu. Fengyu's eyes that were bright like stars stared fixedly at Zishang, who stood in confrontation with him as he spoke slowly. Zishang. Zishang spoke indifferently. You seem to be a member of the imperial family? Perhaps I'm ignorant, but I've never seen or heard of you in the past. Fengyu said, in the past, I only knew that the imperial family had a second prince, and he was one of the 3 great young experts of our Darkhan dynasty. Even you've said it, that was in the past. Zishang's tone was still flat, but so long as it was an attentive person, they would be able to discern traces of wild and unruly arrogance from his flat tone. Looks like you're extremely confident of your strength. But I'm not a weak 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist like the Yi Lu from before. As Fengyu spoke, the origin energy on his body pulsated, and at the same time, a peerlessly sharp aura instantly stretched out from his origin energy. Sword concept. Instantly, the origin energy on Fengyu's body fused perfectly with his sword concept, and it transformed into a sword-shaped flame that enveloped his entire body, causing him to seem as if he'd transformed into a sword.
Whoosh!
In the sky above Fengyu, 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared first, and then another 9 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared subsequently. 9th level sword concept. Chapter 690. Fengyu has actually comprehended 9th level sword concept. As expected of the publicly acknowledged number 1 sword cultivator in the younger generation of our Darkhan dynasty, he's extraordinary as expected. He's only at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage, yet he's already comprehended 9th level sword concept. Fengyu's strength is even stronger than the Yi clan's Yi Lu that was killed earlier. While Duan Lingtian was shocked, the entire cage battle arena was in an uproar, as they were shocked by the 9th level sword concept Fengyu executed. 9th level sword concept. It wasn't rare, but an 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist comprehending such a concept was sufficient to cause others to be shocked. Such comprehension ability was truly monstrous. 9th level sword concept. Duan Lingtian noticed that Xueqi, who sat by his side, was staring fixedly at Fengyu, and his eyes were filled with burning battle intent. Obviously, as a sword cultivator as well, Xueqi had aroused battle intent towards Fengyu. This Fengyu's strength isn't bad, but he's 7 or 8 years older than Xueqi. So, In terms of natural talent and comprehension ability, he's currently inferior to Su Li, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew as well that Su Li being able to obtain such a great improvement in such a short period of time was without the help of the mysterious master behind Su Li. Perhaps, during Su Li's cultivation process, he utterly didn't lack spirit fruits. Even if it was sword concept fragments, he didn't lack any. Su Li, do you have confidence in going against him? Duan Lingtian asked via voice transmission. If I don't use a grade 3 spirit sword, I'm not a match for him. If I use a grade 3 spirit sword, then he'll lose for sure. Su Li replied via voice transmission. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was able to see that. When Fengyu utilized his origin energy and 9th level sword concept, a spirit sword that was coiled with origin energy appeared in his hand along with this. At the same time, another 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 3,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above Fengyu, grade 4 spirit sword. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he faintly guessed where Su Li's confidence came from. In terms of cultivation, Su Li was on par with Fengyu. In terms of sword conception, Su Li was 1 level lower than him, and he lacked the strength of an entire ancient horned dragon. Spirit sword debate. The spirit sword in Su Li's hand was a level higher than the spirit sword in Fengyu's hand, and it had the strength of more than 1 ancient horned dragon. In terms of overall strength, Su Li was slightly better. Of course, he didn't win by much. Generally speaking, if the two of them were to really engage in a bloody battle, they would definitely be evenly matched and it would be difficult to determine the victor. However, considering the powerful self-confidence that Su Li had just displayed, Duan Lingtian believed that Su Li definitely had the confidence to win, or rather, he had the means to win. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. Su Li's master was a sword cultivator from the foreign lands, and he'd studied the Tao of sword cultivators for many years. Perhaps he'd already taught Su Li some formidable methods that belonged to sword cultivators. These techniques were basically derived from the sword skills, but they were superior to the sword skills themselves. For example, if a set of high-grade Earth-class sword skills were to be further studied by an expert who is proficient in sword cultivation, many things could be derived from it. It was even to the extent that the expert was capable of perfecting that set of sword skills to the point of directly approaching a heaven-rank sword skill. Duan Lingtian, do you think Fengyu is able to defeat Zishang? Su Li asked abruptly. Duan Lingtian's gaze locked onto the two people in the sky above the cage battle arena. At this moment, Fengyu held a sword in one hand, and in the sky above him, 26 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were surrounded by 3,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes, like a host of stars surrounding the moon. It wasn't just that. The raging origin energy on Fengyu's body converged into a vast sword-shaped flame that enveloped his entire body, causing him to seem as if he'd transformed into a sharp sword. Compared to Fengyu now, Zishang stood there like an ordinary person. There wasn't the slightest trace of origin energy on his body. Zishang stared at Fengyu with a calm gaze, and he finally spoke slowly to answer Fengyu's question. So, what if you're stronger than Yi Lu? In my eyes, no matter if it's him or you're both ants. I don't care about the strength of an ant. Zishang's tone was extremely calm, yet the contempt contained within it caused many people to be stunned. Now, what do you think? Duan Lingtian looked at Su Li and didn't directly answer Su Li's question from before, and he instead replied with a question. Looks like he's another monstrous genius like you. Su Li shook his head with a bitter smile when he sensed the confidence in Zishang's words. This Zishang is really confident. He actually took Fengyu to be an ant. I wonder if he really possesses strength, or if he's deliberately mystifying things. His age is obviously slightly younger than Fengyu. Could it be that he's comprehended 9th level concept as well? So long as he isn't deliberately mystifying things, then he's most likely comprehended 9th level concept. The atmosphere in the cage battle arena that had calmed down was once again in an uproar because of Zishang's words. Some people felt that Zishang was deliberately mystifying things. Some people felt that Zishang really possessed strength. And Fengyu's face went grim as the sword-shaped flames on his body skyrocketed slightly, and his eyes squinted with a fierce gaze as he stared at Zishang like a sword. "You take me to be an ant?" As the head disciple of the #1 sect in the Dark Han dynasty, the Dark Moon sect, Fengyu had his own pride and dignity. Today, he was looked down upon like this by a person that was unknown in the Dark Han dynasty, and killing intent ceaselessly brewed in the depths of his heart. In the end, he was unable to restrain it and completely let it out. Shocking killing intent flashed ceaselessly within Fengyu's eyes. "I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and I'll spare your life." Zishang didn't pay attention to Fengyu, and he stood in the sky as his white clothes fluttered without the wind, and he looked at Fengyu with a calm gaze as he spoke slowly. "Kneel down and kowtow 3 times?" Zishang's words caused the crowd of spectators in the cage battle arena to be unable to refrain from going into an uproar. Isn't this Zishang too arrogant? He actually wants to make the head disciple of the Dark Moon sect, Fengyu, beg for mercy before him? He's thinking too much. I'm more and more unable to see through him now. Does this Zishang really possess strength, or is he deliberately mystifying things? The bewilderment in the eyes of the crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena grew deeper and deeper. On the other hand, even more people were anticipating the development of the situation. "Imperial Uncle, looks like this disciple of yours is extremely confident of his strength." On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Imperial family, the Dark Han dynasty's emperor glanced at the black-clothed old man by his side and smiled. "Confidence is a good thing." As the black-clothed old man spoke, he had a calm expression that was tranquil like an ancient well. "Humph. Zishang, I hope you don't slap your own face." A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Baihe's mouth. On the other hand, the expressions of the few higher-ups of the Dark Moon sect that had come this time were extremely unsightly at this moment. Zishang looking down on and humiliating the head disciple of their Dark Moon sect was no different than humiliating the Dark Moon sect. "Wanna take my life? That'll depend on if you have the ability." In the sky above the cage battle arena, Fengyu was completely infuriated, and he couldn't restrain himself any longer. His figure flashed out as his entire body seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that gave rise to a wave of terrifying waves of air that pierced towards Zishang. At the same time that Fengyu's figure flashed out, the Grade 4 spirit sword before him moved rhythmically, and in the end, it transformed into 9 gray and hazy sword lights that flashed out like a shadow along with him as they shot straight towards Zishang's vital points. Under his extreme rage, he attacked with a killing blow. It's the Dark Moon sect's high-grade Earth-rank sword skill, 9 Suns Devil Sword. Instantly, someone recognized the sword skill Fengyu executed. The 9 Suns Devil Sword was a sword skill that possessed an extremely shocking offensive strength. Once it was executed, not only would the user seem to have transformed into a sword, even the spirit sword in the user's hand would transform into 9 fierce and swift sword lights that utilized the user's speed as the impetus to move out. Both its offensive strength and speed weren't weak. Amongst the numerous high-grade Earth-rank sword skills, the 9 Suns Devil Sword could be considered to be a high-grade sword skill.
Swish, 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 swish.
9 gray and hazy sword lights arrived like shadows, and they gave rise to waves of ear-piercing sword howls as they swept towards Zishang. At this instant, the hearts of the spectators couldn't help but rise to their throats, and everyone stared fixedly at the development of the situation. They anticipated the following scene very much. This zither young master looks like he's really become much stronger. Duan Lingtian's attention had always been on Zishang. He noticed that from the beginning until the end, Zishang had a carefree expression, and his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. It was as if he utterly didn't take Feng Yu seriously. Now, he should make a move as well, right? When he saw those 9 sword lights about to penetrate Zishang's body, Duan Lingtian's heart shook. At practically the instant Duan Lingtian finished thinking, Zishang moved.
Whoosh!
Duan Lingtian only saw a white bolt of lightning flash past, and in the next moment, Zishang's entire body had already soared into the sky and arrived at an even higher place. At the same time, a seemingly simple zither had appeared in Zishang's hand. It's not that zither from all those years ago. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian recognized that this zither wasn't the zither Zishang possessed in the past. This zither is a grade 4 spirit artifact.
Swish, 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 swish.
At practically the exact same instant that Zishang soared into the sky, Feng Yu controlled the 9 sword lights to soar into the sky as well, and they flashed towards Zishang once more. Those 9 sword lights seemed as if they had eyes as they continued to flash towards the vital points on Zishang's body. It seemed as if they wouldn't stop until they killed Zishang. It's over. Amidst the ear-piercing sword howls, Zishang's calm voice sounded out along with it. In the next moment, the people with profound cultivations present were able to clearly see Zishang pluck a string on the zither in his hand, and then it suddenly trembled. Instantly, a strand of material origin energy shot out from the tip of Zishang's finger that plucked the string, and it was accompanied by a strand of azure-colored energy and a strand of fiery red energy.
Clang!
Suddenly, an ear-piercing zither sound instantly resounded out, and it suppressed the waves of sword howls that were ceaselessly resounding out. How swift! Duan Lingtian was greatly shocked in his heart when he saw the material origin energy flash that instantly flashed out swiftly after the zither string was plucked by Zishang.
It was too swift.
OM. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian felt something flash before his eyes. Chapter 691. At this moment, Feng Yu's eyes were opened wide as he was brought flying up into the sky by inertia. The origin energy on his body was instantly obliterated, and his 9th-level sword concept vanished without a trace. Moreover, the 9 sword lights executed by the sword skill, 9 Sun Devil Sword, vanished along with this. Feng Yu was completely and utterly without any signs of life. Whoosh! After Zishang put away the zither in his hand when facing Feng Yu, who was brought flying up by inertia, his figure flashed out to move to the side in a neither fast nor slow manner. Feng Yu charged up for a while before his speed gradually slowed down before finally stopping. After stopping, Feng Yu's body fell down and heavily smashed onto the cage of the cage battle arena with a bang, and then he followed in the footsteps of the Yi clan's Yi Lu and was hung there. Unlike Yi Lu, even though Feng Yu had died, there wasn't even a trace of blood on his body, and it seemed as if he died instantly. What's going on? For a time, the entire cage battle arena was in an uproar. Of course, the people that were in an uproar now were some people with comparatively weaker cultivations. Can someone tell me if this is a King act? Zishang only played the zither once and Feng Yu died? Moreover, there isn't even any blood? Killing without spilling blood. Isn't this Feng Yu's method? He's been killed now, yet there's actually no blood. Could it be that this is his retribution? Feng Yu is really dead? Why do I feel it's so fake? Have all of you seen someone kill someone just by playing the zither? Many spectators couldn't help but look at Feng Yu's corpse that hung on the cage of the cage battle arena with questioning gazes. Feng Yu is indeed dead. Meanwhile, one of the old men that was in charge of presiding over the second round of the selections in the sky above the cage battle arena announced. The crowd of spectators naturally wouldn't doubt the old man's words. He's really dead? Isn't this Zishang too terrifying? He killed Feng Yu just by playing the zither? Not only does this Zishang kill without spilling blood, he kills without leaving a trace. Exactly. Even if it's Feng Yu, he has to use a sword to kill. But this Zishang seems as if he utterly doesn't need to use any weapon and is able to kill without leaving a trace. Many spectators whispered in discussion, and when they looked once again at Zishang, who stood in the sky above the cage battle arena, their eyes revealed slight terror. Of course, not everyone had the same thoughts as the audience. At the end of the day, the reason these spectators felt that Zishang had killed people without leaving a trace was because their cultivation bases were low. This caused their eyesight to be poor, and they were completely unable to capture any traces of Zishang's attack. Earlier, so long as it was a martial artist at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage or above, practically all of them were able to clearly see it. At the instant Zishang plucked the zither strings, the origin energy that flashed out from the tip of his finger combined with the two concepts to fuse into it, and it transformed into an extremely swift origin energy flash that killed Feng Yu. Because the elemental energy inch light was very small and thin, and its speed was very fast, it did not leave any obvious marks on Feng Yu's body after passing through it. As for blood, there was no way for it to flow out. This was similar to how Feng Yu had killed people in the past. They were both killing without spilling blood. The Grade 4 spiritual sword in Feng Yu's hand was an astonishingly thin sword. Killing without leaving a trace? Only they could think of something like that. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard the discussions of the crowd of spectators in the cage battle arena, and he felt that these spectators were truly too naive. Duan Lingtian. Earlier, this Zishang killed Feng Yu by releasing his origin energy? Xueqi took a deep breath and asked. Even though he was an 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist, he only saw the scene of origin energy appearing from the tip of Zishang's finger and the origin energy fusing into the zither strings. After the zither strings were plucked by Zishang, that strand of fine origin energy had completely vanished from his field of vision. He guessed that it ought to have flashed out to attack Feng Yu. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Earlier, he was precisely combining his origin energy with his wind concept and fire concept to rely on the amplification of the Grade 4 spirit zither to condense a small and thin origin energy inch light, and it was flicked out from the strings of the spirit zither to shoot towards Feng Yu. This was similar to a bow and arrow. An origin energy flash was an arrow. A spirit zither was a bow, and as for a zither string, it was a bowstring. I truly never imagined that Zishang's strength would be so terrifying. Moreover, he's comprehended two types of concept just like you. Duan Lingtian, are you able to discern what level his wind concept and fire concept have respectively attained? Xueqi gasped when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he couldn't help but ask curiously in the end. I'm unable to discern it. Duan Lingtian shook his head lightly. He attacked in an instant, and the ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth didn't have the time to completely condense into form before dispersing. Zishang's attack earlier was so swift that it wasn't inferior to the speed he attacked with when he killed Yi Lu earlier. I truly never imagined that Zishang's strength would actually improve to such an extent now. Duan Lingtian's gaze was extremely complicated as he looked at Zishang. Even though Zishang's cultivation far surpassed his when he carried out the battle of the 2-year agreement with Zishang that day, because his spiritual force was stronger than Zishang, and he possessed the soul skill, 1,000 illusions, he was still able to play around with Zishang. Later on, he encountered numerous fortuitous encounters all along the way, and he originally thought that he would be able to leave Zishang far behind him. Yet who would have imagined that Zishang's fortuitous encounters in these past few years seemed to not be inferior to his. The scene in front of him was beyond his expectations.
Feng Yu.
On the spectating area at the west, the expressions of the higher-ups of the Dark Moon sect went grim. Never had they imagined that the head disciple of their Dark Moon sect would fall here, and he was killed without the slightest strength to fight back. They could imagine. After today, their Dark Moon sect would become the laughingstock of the Dark Han dynasty. The higher-ups of the Dark Moon sect glanced at each other before making a decision in the end. They took Fengyu's corpse and left the cage battle arena, and before they left, they looked at Zishang with gazes that were filled with extreme killing intent. The Dark Moon sect wasn't a righteous sect, and it had always stopped at nothing for the sake of attaining its objectives. Today, Zishang had killed the head disciple of the Dark Moon sect and caused the Dark Moon sect to lose face. He'd undoubtedly offended the Dark Moon sect, and it was impossible for the Dark Moon sect to let this matter go. Even though Zishang was a member of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, it was impossible for him to be protected by the experts of the imperial family forever. So long as they found an opportunity, they would surely kill Zishang. Dark Moon sect. Zishang's eyes narrowed as he looked at the disappearing figures of the Dark Moon sect's higher-ups, and cold lights flashed within them. Obviously, Zishang had heard of the reputation of the Dark Moon sect since long ago. Duan Lingtian, I really look forward to the battle with you. Before Zishang left the sky above the cage battle arena, his gaze locked onto Duan Lingtian as he spoke via voice transmission. This was also the first time Zishang had communicated with Duan Lingtian after a few years.
I look forward to it as well.
I hope you won't flee like a stray dog like the last time. Duan Lingtian grinned and bluntly replied via voice transmission. You? Humph. I won't waste my breath with you. Duan Lingtian's words caused Zishang to be unable to help but recall that unbearable past, and his expression couldn't help but go grim. But in next to no time, his expression returned to normal as if he'd instantly recovered his calm. When he saw the change in Zishang's expression, slight fear appeared in the depths of Duan Lingtian's gaze. If Zishang continued to be enraged, he wouldn't feel anything. But the fact that Zishang calmed down so quickly caused Duan Lingtian to realize that Zishang wasn't the Zishang of the past anymore. The current Zishang was even more terrifying. After a short moment, Zishang withdrew his gaze from Duan Lingtian, and his figure flashed to return to the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. Zishang, I truly never imagined that your strength is already formidable to such an extent. Even he might not be a match for you now. The Dark Han dynasty's emperor smiled as he spoke to Zishang, and he wasn't stingy with his praise. Your Majesty, you're too kind. Zishang spoke in a neither haughty nor humble manner. On the other hand, the expression of Bai He who sat at the side was as unsightly as it could be. His imperial father's words seemed to have transformed into numerous sharp needles that fiercely pierced into his heart, causing him to be both furious and furious. I'm inferior to Zishang? Zishang, I'll prove to imperial father very soon. You're unable to withstand a single blow before me. Bai He looked at Zishang and spoke via voice transmission with a low voice. Zishang glanced indifferently at Bai He, and he changed his humble attitude from before as he replied via voice transmission.
You're as evil as Z.
Even though I don't know why you've always been targeting me like this, but I still want you to know that if we fight, then I won't hold back.
What?
Do you think you'll be able to defeat me if you don't hold back? Bai He laughed with ridicule via voice transmission. But this time, Zishang didn't pay any further attention to Bai He, and he looked at the black-clothed old man instead. Master, Zishang didn't lose face for you. Good.
Good.
The old man was extremely satisfied with Zishang's display, and he took the initiative to invite Zishang to sit. Brother, congratulations. Ziyan congratulated Zishang excitedly, and her peerlessly beautiful and beautiful face was in high spirits, causing it to draw even more attention. Zishang nodded with a light smile, and the gaze he looked at Ziyan was filled with tender affection. Now, is there anyone else that's unconvinced and wants to challenge a 9th-level Void Initiation Stage young genius? In the sky above the cage battle arena, one of the 2 old men that was in charge of presiding over the Dynasty Martial Competition spoke out once more, and his voice spread throughout the entire cage battle arena. For a time, besides Feng Tianwu, who still had her eyes closed to cultivate, the remaining 11 7th level and 8th level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses all shut their mouths tightly. What a joke. At this moment, who would dare be unconvinced? Yi Lu and Feng Yu could be said to be top figures amongst them, yet they were killed because they refused to accept the results, and they died at the hands of the two ninth-level Void Initiation stage young geniuses that seemed to be the weakest amongst them. They didn't doubt in the slightest that if there was anyone amongst them that dared provoke a ninth-level Void Initiation stage young genius, then they would surely follow in the footsteps of Yi Lu and Feng Yu. What a pity! With Feng Yu's strength, he would have been able to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties with absolute certainty. Not only Feng Yu, even if Yi Lu didn't die, he would similarly be able to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. They destroyed themselves. Chapter 692. In the end, not a single one of the remaining 12 young geniuses was unconvinced. Since no one has any objections, then I announce that the second round of the selections will begin now. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the old man announced once more. Instantly, beside Su Li, the gazes of the other two 8th-level Void Initiation stage young geniuses lit up. As far as they were concerned, two 8th-level Void Initiation stage young geniuses with strengths that were stronger than them had died, and only 3 8th-level Void Initiation stage young geniuses remained now. Besides the 6 9th-level Void Initiation stage young geniuses that occupied one of the positions to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, there were still 4 positions remaining. It wasn't difficult for them to obtain one of the positions. Tianwu is still cultivating. When he saw the second round of the selections was about to begin, Duan Lingtian's gaze passed through the sky to descend onto the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan in the end. Actually, he'd intentionally glanced at Feng Tianwu a few times when he killed Yi Lu. Of course, his objective was mainly to find out if Feng Tianwu had placed a pile of low-grade origin stones as a bet on him. When he saw Feng Tianwu cultivating with her eyes closed, he knew that this little girl had surely not placed a bet. At this moment, after Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Feng Tianwu for a short moment, Feng Tianwu abruptly opened her eyes, and a bright light flashed within. Tianwu. She seems to have changed. Duan Lingtian, who originally wanted to withdraw his gaze, took a few more glances at Feng Tianwu after he noticed that she'd woken up, and this glance allowed him to discern some clues. Tianwu, you've broken through? Considering that there were many experts in the first-class spectating area and that inscription masters that were skilled in spiritual force might exist, Duan Lingtian didn't use his spiritual force to detect Feng Tianwu's cultivation, and he asked via voice transmission instead. Feng Tianwu, who'd just woken up, hadn't even had the time to suppress her feelings of pleasant surprise when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, and she couldn't help but reply, "Yes." As expected, Duan Lingtian gasped. He was once again shocked by the innate talent of the possessor of the fire spirit body. Tianwu was different from him. He had the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu, as well as a series of fortuitous encounters, which allowed him to achieve what he had today. On the other hand, Tianwu only had the fire spirit body to rely on. Most importantly, Tianwu was younger than him. In next to no time, Feng Tianwu completely sobered up, and after she found out about what happened earlier from Elder Kong, her peerlessly beautiful face went slightly pale as she hurriedly looked at Duan Lingtian and said via voice transmission, "Elder brother Duan, I'm sorry. I was cultivating earlier and didn't help you place your bet." "There's no rush." Duan Lingtian gently shook his head and said indifferently, "There will be plenty of opportunities later." Feng Tianwu didn't have the time to reply when the old man in the sky above the cage battle arena had already spoken out once more. The objective of the second round of the selections is to decide on the final 4 amongst the remaining 12 people, and they will obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties along with 6 9th-level Void Initiation stage young geniuses. When the old man spoke up to hear, he started to speak about the qualifications for the second round of the selections. The second round of the selections was a free challenge. The 12 young geniuses, including Su Li and Feng Tianwu, soared into the sky, yet they didn't converge together, and instead stood in the sky before their own spectating area. For a time, the 12 young geniuses had become the center of attention. A free challenge. Any one of you can be the first to ascend the arena and issue a challenge to the other person. No matter the outcome, both of you can rest for a round. The second person to issue a challenge isn't allowed to issue a challenge to the two people that have just fought. If the challenges continue like this, the strongest 4 people will be decided on. The old man spoke slowly. This free challenge isn't bad. It's impossible for people without sufficient strength to deceive their way through. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Practically at the instant the old man finished speaking, an 8th-level void initiation stage young genius flew out and was the first to arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena. It was precisely Feng Yunxiang. Before Feng Tianwu's identity was exposed, Feng Yunxiang was the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Feng clan, and he was an extraordinary genius in the martial Dao. But compared to Feng Tianwu's natural talent and comprehension ability, he was slightly inferior. Now, please choose one of the other 11 people to issue a challenge to. The old man spoke to Feng Yunxiang. I challenge him. Feng Yunxiang pointed at a 7th-level void initiation stage young genius. Subsequently, the two of them entered into a battle. No matter if it was cultivation or concept comprehended, Feng Yunxiang was superior, and the outcome was obvious. Feng Yunxiang was victorious. After the battle, Feng Yunxiang left the arena. Subsequently, numerous figures flew out to challenge the opponents they had the confidence to defeat, and it caused the atmosphere in the cage battle arena to be completely filled with excitement.
Swoosh.
In next to no time, Feng Yunxiang entered the arena once more. This time, his gaze descended onto the fiery red beautiful figure that hadn't entered the arena until now. Young Miss Tianwu, sorry for the offense. The person he challenged was precisely Feng Tianwu. It's young Miss Tianwu. Isn't he too shameless? He actually challenged young Miss Tianwu. Young Miss Tianwu is over 10 years older than him. He's really ruthless to destroy a beauty. Perhaps he feels that young Miss Tianwu's natural talent is stronger than him and has seized his limelight in the Feng clan, causing him to be slightly enraged from embarrassment. For a time, the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena were filled with curses. So long as it was a normal person, they would unconsciously sympathize with the weak. Especially a peerless beauty like Feng Tianwu, it even caused others to feel pity from the bottom of their hearts. At the same time, Feng Yunxiang's identity was slightly sensitive. Make a move. Feng Tianwu had a cold and indifferent expression and tone when facing Feng Yunxiang, and she was like a completely different person when facing Duan Lingtian.
Excuse me.
Feng Yunxiang took a deep breath as he flashed out, and a great four-spirit saber appeared in his hand as his origin energy skyrocketed, and saber concept followed him like a shadow as it flashed directly towards Feng Tianwu. In the sky, 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared first, and then another 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 8th level of the Void Initiation Stage. 7th level Saber Concept. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth continued to change until Feng Yunxiang's saber flashed out like a bolt of lightning, causing another 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and over 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes to appear. The saber in Feng Yunxiang's hand instantly transformed into saber images that covered the sky, and they were like a dense mass of falling meteors that shot straight towards Feng Tianwu. He attacked with his full strength, and the strength contained within his saber was comparable to the strength of 24 ancient horned dragons and over 3,000 ancient mammoths. When faced with Feng Yunxiang's saber images that covered the sky that sprayed down like an inescapable net, Feng Tianwu raised her hand unhurriedly, and a crimson-red whip appeared out of thin air in her hand. This whip was precisely the Grade 3 spirit weapon that Duan Lingtian had refined for her. Suddenly, wind blew. The red clothes on Feng Tianwu's body fluttered lightly, and it was like a ball of flames that was burning. Suddenly, origin energy started to blossom in Feng Tianwu's hand that held the Grade 3 Spirit Whip, and fire concept appeared along with it before fusing into the Grade 3 Spirit Whip. In the sky, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled as first 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were condensed into form, and then another 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared subsequently. At the end, another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. 8th level of the Void Initiation Stage. 8th level Fire Concept. A Grade 3 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 70%. This was Feng Tianwu's true strength at this moment.
Swish.
The Grade 3 spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand suddenly swung out like a venomous serpent, and the strength contained within it was an entire strength of 26 ancient horned dragons and 7,000 ancient mammoths. Compared to Feng Yunxiang, it wasn't just slightly superior. For a time, most of the people in the cage battle arena, including Feng Yunxiang, went pale when they saw the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth caused by Feng Tianwu exerting her full strength. They hadn't even had the time to react when Feng Tianwu had already made a move.
Whoosh.
Feng Tianwu's figure flashed out like a ball of flames, and everywhere she passed, a wave of explosive sounds arose, causing the waves of air in the air to sweep towards the surrounding cage battle arena. For a time, violent winds blew in the cage battle arena.
Swish.
Subsequently, the spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand moved, and it left her hand to transform into a crimson-red bolt of lightning that coiled around her body as it flashed out. Because of its speed being swift, it seemed to have formed a layer of crimson-red light barrier around Feng Tianwu's body, and it was like a large fireball that protected Feng Tianwu within it. Right at this moment, the saber lights that covered the sky arrived like shadows.
OM. 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 OM.
OM. The saber lights descended like rain and blasted onto the crimson-red light barrier around Feng Tianwu's body, and it emitted a wave of muffled bangs, yet it was unable to break through the light barrier in the end. What Tianwu executed now is a defensive martial skill executed with origin energy combined with a spirit whip and fire concept. This defensive martial skill is an Earth rank martial skill? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw this scene. At this moment, Feng Yunxiang's attacks were unable to even break through the crimson red light barrier around Feng Tianwu's body, let alone injure Feng Tianwu. In next to no time, the saber images that covered the sky that approached menacingly gradually dispersed.
Swish.
At the instant the crimson red light barrier around Feng Tianwu's body vanished, the Grade 3 spirit whip returned to her hand, and with a raise of her hand, she easily dispersed the remaining saber images. I admit defeat. Right when Feng Tianwu intended to attack once more, Feng Yunxiang recovered from his shock and hurriedly admitted defeat. He wholeheartedly accepted his loss in this battle. As expected of the eldest lord's daughter, Feng Yunxiang sighed in his heart. For a time, the people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena that were stunned by Feng Tianwu's strength successively recovered from their shock. Young Miss Tianwu is so strong. Yes, she's too strong. Not only is her cultivation at the 8th level of the Void Initiation Stage, even her fire concept has been comprehended to the 8th level. What's even more shocking is that the long whip in her hand seems to be a Grade 3 spirit weapon. Young Miss Tianwu is an 8th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist, and regardless of concept, she's able to exert the strength of 11 ancient horned dragons. The amplification of a spirit weapon is improved on this foundation. Yet earlier, the amplification of young Miss Tianwu's spirit weapon had instead attained the strength of 7 ancient horned dragons and 7,000 ancient mammoths. In other words, the Grade 3 spirit weapon in young Miss Tianwu's possession is able to provide an amplification of 70%. The entire cage battle arena was in a complete uproar. Numerous burning gazes converged onto the crimson-red whip in Feng Tianwu's hand, and it seemed as if this whip was even more attractive than Feng Tianwu herself. A Grade 3 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 70%? Even if it's amongst Grade 3 spirit weapons, it can be considered to be the best amongst the best. Chapter 693. As one of the few Grade 4 weapons craftsmen in the Dark Han Dynasty, Xueqi had studied the Tao of weapons refinement extremely deeply. It was precisely because of this that he knew what a Grade 3 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 70% meant. As the Vice Guild Master of the Dark Han Dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild, Xueqi's knowledge of the group of weapons craftsmen wasn't limited to the Dark Han Dynasty and the various neighboring dynasties. After all, the Weapons Craftsman Guild existed in the distant foreign lands as well. It was even to the extent that every few tens of years, the Weapons Craftsman Guild in the foreign lands would send envoys to the Dark Han Dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild to provide guidance in the Tao of weapons refinement. Those envoys were at least Grade 3 weapons craftsmen. Moreover, every time those envoys left the Dark Han Dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild, they would leave behind a piece of work, either a Grade 3 spirit weapon or a Grade 2 spirit weapon. The Dark Han Dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild was the only place in the Dark Han Dynasty that possessed Grade 2 spirit weapons. But the spirit weapons left behind by these envoys couldn't be used for personal use. No matter if it was the Grade 2 spirit weapons or Grade 3 spirit weapons of the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild, not to mention top grade amongst top grade spirit weapons, they didn't even have top grade spirit weapons. The Grade 3 spirit weapons collected by the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild mostly provided an amplification of 67%, and a small number were capable of providing an amplification of 68%. Yet now, he'd instead seen a Grade 3 spirit weapon here that was capable of providing an amplification of 70%. How could this not cause him to be shocked? The last time an envoy came seemed to be 30 years ago. At that time, Xueqi was only a junior disciple of an ordinary clan in the Dark Han Dynasty. Supposedly, that envoy could be considered to be a top figure amongst Grade 3 weapons craftsmen. But the Grade 3 spirit weapon he refined was only capable of providing an amplification of 68%. Besides that, the Grade 3 spirit weapon in young Miss Tianwu's possession. When did the Feng clan possess a Grade 3 spirit weapon? When his feelings gradually calmed down, Xueqi frowned and was slightly unable to wrap his head around it. According to his knowledge, even the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, only possessed a Grade 4 spirit weapon that could be considered to be top grade that was capable of providing an amplification of 59%. Now, a Grade 3 spirit weapon had appeared in the hands of Feng Wudao's daughter, and it caused him to be truly unable to wrap his head around it. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He turned his head slightly and glanced at the purple-clothed youth sitting quietly in the back seat. Could it be because of brother Duan Lingtian? He knew that there was a Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind Duan Lingtian. Therefore, considering the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, he guessed that the Grade 3 spirit weapon in Feng Tianwu's hands was most likely refined by the Grade 3 weapon forger behind Duan Lingtian. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. However, he did not point it out for now because he wanted to confirm it further. If the Grade 3 spirit weapon in Miss Tianwu's possession really came from Brother Lingtian, then Brother Lingtian must have a Grade 3 spirit weapon in his possession as well. Besides Xueqi, there were many weapons craftsmen present. Presently, their gazes stared fixedly at the Grade 3 spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand, and they seemed as if they wished for nothing more than to directly charge over and seize it for themselves. But when they thought of Feng Wudao who stood behind Feng Tianwu, all of them seemed as if they'd been splashed with cold water, and they completely lost their temper. No one in the Dark Han Dynasty dared question Feng Wudao's strength. The Grade 3 spirit weapon in Feng Tianwu's possession caused a wave of excitement in the cage battle arena, and including the two old men that presided over the selection, most people were extremely shocked. If it was said that there was someone amongst the people present that was comparatively composed, that person was none other than Feng Tianwu herself, Duan Lingtian, Feng Wudao, and Elder Kong. Because they knew beforehand, so they weren't surprised. Big brother. The Feng clan's patriarch, Feng Tiannan, slightly lost his composure as he looked at Feng Wudao, and his voice contained slight trembling. The Grade 3 spirit weapon in Tianwu's possession at this moment, he'd even tossed Feng Yinxiang that Feng Tianwu had just defeated to the back of his mind. That's a gift given to Tianwu by a Grade 3 weapons craftsman out of respect for my son-in-law. Feng Wudao spoke unhurriedly. Son-in-law? As soon as Feng Wudao said this, it wasn't just the Feng clan's patriarch. Even the other higher-ups of the Feng clan were stunned. Subsequently, their gazes simultaneously descended onto the second-class spectating area where the members of the Darkstone Empire were seated. More precisely speaking, their gazes descended onto the violet-clothed young man. This Duan Lingtian has a Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind him? For a time, the hearts of the Feng clan members shook greatly. They originally thought that the reason Duan Lingtian was able to become Duan Lingtian's son-in-law was because Duan Lingtian's luck was good, and they all felt that Duan Lingtian had climbed up the social ladder of their Feng clan. But now they didn't think like this. What a joke. Even the emperor of the Dark Han dynasty would probably wish for nothing more than to betroth the princess to a figure that had a Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind him, right? Duan Lingtian noticed the burning gazes of the Feng clan members at the first possible moment. In next to no time, he guessed what was going on, and he hurriedly sent a voice transmission into the ears of Elder Kong and Feng Wudao. Uncle Feng, Elder Kong, both of you sold me out just like this? Ha! Brother Duan, the eldest young master didn't sell you out. He only said that you have a Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind you. Elder Kong's voice transmission was filled with a smiling expression. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. This was fine. If the matter of him being a Grade 3 weapons craftsman were to be spread out, he could imagine that he would surely become the target of everyone. He didn't like the feeling of being looked at like a monkey. A Grade 3 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 70%. Where did this Feng clan's eldest young master obtain this spirit weapon? The Dark Han dynasty's emperor had a slightly serious expression. Even their Dark Han dynasty's imperial family only possessed a single Grade 3 spirit weapon, and it was only capable of providing an amplification of 67%. Compared to the spirit weapon in Feng Tianwu's possession, it was simply trash. In the Dark Han dynasty, only our imperial family possesses a single Grade 3 spirit weapon that's openly displayed. Of course, most people that know clearly in their hearts that our Dark Han dynasty's weapons craftsman guild's main guild possesses many Grade 3 spirit weapons, and there are even Grade 2 spirit weapons. The black-clothed old man muttered. Could it be that the Grade 3 spirit weapon in the possession of this Feng clan's young master came from the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild? It won't. The emperor shook his head and said with certainty, amongst the Grade 3 spirit weapons in the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild, there isn't a spirit weapon that can be called a top-grade spirit weapon with an amplification of 69%, let alone a top-grade spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 70%. Moreover, not to mention a member of the Feng clan, even the guild master is unable to privately use a spirit weapon from the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild. In this way, the Grade 3 spirit weapon in the possession of the Feng clan's young master was obtained from somewhere else. The black-clothed old man couldn't help but gasp. Looks like it's extremely likely that Feng Wudao has gone to the foreign lands and got acquainted with a Grade 3 weapons craftsman. It's possible. The emperor nodded, and then he sighed. A spirit weapon like this in the hands of an 8th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist is truly a reckless waste of God's given gifts. by Hao, Zishang, and Ziyan, who sat nearby, deeply agreed. Humph. As for the second prince, by he instead had an unhappy expression. Thinking about how he, the dignified second prince of the Dark Han dynasty, didn't possess a grade 3 spirit weapon, yet now a little girl possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon, and it caused him to be extremely furious.
Whoosh.
In the sky above the cage battle arena, Feng Tianwu put away the grade 3 spirit whip that was the focus of everyone's attention, and she returned to the first-class spectating area where the Feng clan members were and stood in the sky. Now the other 10 people can issue a challenge. Once more. The old man that presided over the second round of the selections reacted to this, and reminded with a loud voice. Perhaps they hadn't recovered from the shock from before, and the other 10 young geniuses didn't react for a long time.
Swoosh.
In the end, it was Xueqi who recovered from his shock first, and he flew out to arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena. His gaze flashed past the 9 young geniuses that he could choose one by one. In the end, his gaze locked onto the only 8th level void initiation stage young genius amongst the 9 young geniuses.
You.
At this moment, Xueqi still felt shocked in his heart. The daughter of the Feng clan's eldest master actually possesses a grade 3 spirit weapon as well, and it's even a grade 3 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 70%. In terms of amplification, it far surpassed the grade 3 spirit sword in his possession. Besides that, the defensive martial skill executed by the Feng clan's daughter had similarly caused him to be extremely shocked. It was a defensive martial skill that could be executed by relying on a spirit weapon combined with origin energy and concept. I heard from Master that only a heaven-rank defensive martial skill is able to be executed perfectly when combined with a spirit weapon. But aren't martial skills at the heaven rank and above only capable of being executed with intermediate level concept and above? This caused Xueqi to be unable to wrap his head around it no matter how he thought about it. Actually, it wasn't just Xueqi, even Duan Lingtian was similarly puzzled. Because Xueqi's master had told Xueqi before, Duan Lingtian knew it clearly through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask via voice transmission. The defensive martial skill you executed earlier. Elder brother Duan, the defensive martial skill I executed earlier was formidable, right? Before Duan Lingtian could finish speaking, Feng Tianwu had already interrupted him via voice transmission, and her tone was filled with complacency. Formidable. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he said, Tianwu, according to my knowledge, only a defensive martial skill at the heaven rank and above is able to be executed perfectly when combined with a spirit weapon. Whereas the concept you've comprehended now ought to be insufficient to execute a heaven rank martial skill, right? Elder brother Duan, what I executed wasn't a heaven rank martial skill. This defensive martial skill was obtained by my father by chance all those years ago, and it's a high-grade Earth rank defensive martial skill that's close to a heaven rank martial skill. Its greatest characteristic is that it can be executed by relying on a spirit weapon. Feng Tianwu slowly explained. So that's how it is. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, yet he couldn't help but be slightly shocked in his heart. Even if an ordinary Earth rank defensive martial skill is executed when combined with a spirit weapon, it's unable to perfectly merge its amplification into it. Only a heaven-rank defensive martial skill is capable of accomplishing this. Chapter 694. Elder Brother Duan, if you're interested in this defensive martial skill, I can pass it down to you. This defensive martial skill can be executed by relying on any spirit weapon or concept. Feng Tianwu spoke to Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. At the same time that warmth arose in Duan Lingtian's heart when he heard this, his gaze was extremely complicated. Perhaps the defensive martial skill Feng Tianwu executed earlier couldn't compare to a heaven-rank defensive martial skill, but to someone that hadn't comprehended intermediate concept, it was an extremely heaven-defying martial skill. Once this defensive martial skill was executed, so long as it wasn't executed by someone whose strength greatly surpassed the defensive martial skill, the defensive martial skill was practically capable of defeating the defensive martial skill. Moreover, this martial skill wasn't present even in the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, and it was sufficient to show how precious it was. Now, Feng Tianwu wanted to pass down this martial skill to him with just a few words, and it was sufficient to show how important he was in Feng Tianwu's heart. There's no need. But Duan Lingtian still refused Feng Tianwu's good intentions. It wasn't that he was so great, but he felt there was no need. No matter how good his comprehension ability was, if he wanted to cultivate this defensive martial skill to the level Feng Tianwu executed, then no matter how good his comprehension ability was, it would at least require him to spend 2 or 3 years of time. Not to mention Duan Lingtian didn't have much time to cultivate this defensive martial skill. Even if he had the time, he wouldn't cultivate it, because his greatest goal now was to successfully comprehend intermediate wind concept before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began 1 year from now. At that time, he would be able to directly cultivate the numerous heaven rank martial skills in the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, and there was no lack of heaven rank defensive martial skills that could rely on the amplification of spirit weapons. So there was utterly no need for him to waste time on this defensive martial skill now. Su Li, in next to no time, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, and his gaze converged onto the sky above the cage battle arena. At this moment, Su Li was in confrontation with another 8th level Void Initiation Stage Young Genius. This 8th level Void Initiation Stage Young Genius had already made a move once earlier, and he'd only comprehended 7th level concept, causing him to be unable to pose the slightest threat to Su Li. But because Su Li hadn't revealed his true strength until now, this 8th level Void Initiation Stage Young Genius, Su Li's opponent, didn't know Su Li's true ability. Suddenly, Su Li's opponent moved. Whoosh! His entire body flew out as if he had turned into a sharp arrow that had been released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Su Li. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, an azure-colored sword light condensed from his origin energy and 7th level sword concept appeared swiftly, and it seemed to have transformed into a venomous azure snake that fiercely bit towards Su Li. Die! Su Li's opponent shouted angrily. The sword in his hand was pointed at Su Li's throat. It was obvious that he wanted to kill this person who challenged him. Humph! Sensing the killing intent on his opponent's sword, Su Li coldly snorted and attacked as well. Whoosh! A similar sword light was casually released from Su Li's hand, yet it contained an even stronger sword concept, and it was like a gangrene attached to the bone as it moved like a shadow to intercept his opponent's sword light. At this instant, it seemed as if 2 venomous snakes were about to bite each other. Some spectators with low cultivations hurriedly covered their ears when they saw this scene, as they were deeply afraid their eardrums would be shattered by the sound of the collision between the 2 spirit swords. In next to no time, they realized that their worries were truly unnecessary. Whoosh! Another ear-piercing sword howl sounded out. Subsequently, everyone present was able to clearly see Su Li's entire body flash out, and he seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that pierced through the sky. Moreover, he and his sword instantly moved to the side when they were about to collide with his opponent's spirit sword. At the instant his opponent reacted, Su Li attacked once more. Whoosh! The spirit sword in Su Li's hand seemed as if it had eyes as it flashed directly towards his opponent. Swish! In the next moment, a hideous bloody hole appeared on the throat of Su Li's opponent, and dazzling and resplendent fresh blood sprayed out from it. After struggling for a moment, his opponent's body finally stiffened. After being carried by inertia for a distance, the figure of Su Li's opponent stopped and fell down. A corpse was hung on the cage of the cage battle arena once more. What a swift sword! Early on when Su Li killed his opponent, Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict, and his face was filled with slight astonishment. At that instant, he clearly saw Xueqi execute an extremely pure sword skill. Sword skills weren't flashy, and they emphasized straightforwardness. Once the sword was drawn, blood would be drawn. This was similar to his sword-drawing technique, but Xueqi's sword skill was obviously much stronger than the sword-drawing technique. Perhaps I can only utilize the Tempest Point to be able to follow the speed of the sword skill Xueqi executed earlier. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If Xueqi had used a grade 3 spirit sword to kill his opponent, Duan Lingtian wouldn't be so shocked. But the problem was that Xueqi only used a grade 4 spirit sword. In terms of strength, he only surpassed his opponent in terms of sword concept and possessed the strength of an extra ancient horned dragon. Killing his opponent with a difference of an ancient horned dragon in a single move was unbelievable in the eyes of any Void Initiation stage martial artist. Yet Xueqi had done it, and he'd used his pure and direct formidable sword skill. Another 8th level Void Initiation stage young genius has died. After everyone in the cage battle arena recovered from their shock, they sighed successively. This young sword cultivator seems to be a member of the Darkstone Empire as well. The members of the Darkstone Empire are in the limelight this time.
Yeah.
Up until now, it wasn't only Duan Lingtian from the Darkstone Empire that had entered the second round of the selections. The other two people had similarly entered the second round of the selections. Duan Lingtian and this young sword cultivator would surely advance in the second round of the selections. I just don't know if the remaining person will be able to advance successfully. That person seems to be a 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artist. I think it's unlikely. After all, after eliminating the 6 9th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses and the other 3 8th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses, only a single position remains in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. A single position, 9 7th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses fighting for it. It's indeed unlikely. The surroundings of the cage battle arena discussed animatedly, and the gazes of many people descended onto Long Yun as they shook their heads. When he heard these discussions, Long Yun's gaze was like a blade that flickered with ghastly cold lights. He was determined to obtain the final position. No, what he wanted to do today wasn't limited to this.
Whoosh.
Under the gazes of everyone present, Xueqi returned to the sky before the spectating area where the members of the Darkstone Empire were and stood by Long Yun's side. Xueqi, congratulations. Meanwhile, everyone from the Darkstone Empire, including King Yong, congratulated Xueqi successively. Who's next to issue a challenge? In next to no time, the old man's voice sounded out once more, and it struck the strained nerves of the other 9 young geniuses besides Xueqi and Feng Tianwu.
Swoosh.
A wave of wind howls abruptly sounded out as a young man appeared in the sky above the cage battle arena. Long Yun. Duan Lingtian looked at Long Yun, who was in the sky above the cage battle arena. He originally didn't think much of it, but when he noticed Long Yun's gaze had actually locked onto Feng Yunxiang, who'd admitted defeat before Feng Tianwu earlier, he couldn't help but be shocked. Long Yun wants to surmount a realm to challenge Feng Yunxiang with a cultivation at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage? At this instant, not to mention anything else, slight admiration faintly arose in Duan Lingtian's heart, and he admired Long Yun's courage. As one of the top figures in the younger generation of the Feng clan, Feng Yunxiang possesses a saber concept that's similar to Long Yun, but his cultivation is a level higher and possesses the strength of an ancient horned dragon. Even if Long Yun utilizes a grade 3 spirit saber, his strength would at most be equal to Feng Yunxiang. This battle is extremely dangerous to any one of them. Since Long Yun dared to make such a choice, he's either determined to save face, or he's really confident in defeating Long Yun. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I challenge you. Finally, Long Yun spoke out in a clear voice as he looked at Feng Yunxiang, who'd admitted defeat before Feng Tianwu. For a time, the originally clamorous death arena was deathly silent. You want to challenge me? Feng Yunxiang was first stunned when challenged by Long Yun, and then he asked with slight uncertainty. At this moment, he even thought that Long Yun had mistaken him for someone else. Not only do I want to challenge you, I want to kill you as well. Long Yun slowly grinned as a wisp of an evil smile appeared on his face, and his eyes were filled with killing intent.
Whoosh.
Long Yun's reply was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused the silent cage battle arena to instantly become bustling. Numerous gazes shot over from all directions, and they passed through the sky to descend onto Long Yun as expected. At this moment, Long Yun had become the center of attention of everyone present. A 7th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist dares challenge an 8th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist, and even threatens to kill the 8th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. No matter what, this courage is rare. Exactly. With the example of the Yi clan's Yi Lu and the Dark Moon sect's Feng Yu, this young saber cultivator from the Darkstone Empire actually dares to surmount a realm to challenge someone of a higher realm. He truly deserves praise for his courage. No matter what the outcome is, I support him. I support him as well. The atmosphere of the entire cage battle arena was completely lit up along with Long Yun threatening to challenge the 8th-level Void Initiation Stage young expert, Feng Yunxiang. A 7th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist like he wants to kill me? Feng Yunxiang started laughing, and as he finished laughing, his face seemed to be covered in a layer of ice. If you're unable to kill me in this battle, then you'll surely die. That will depend on if you have the ability. Long Yun spoke indifferently. Humph. Feng Yunxiang grunted coldly and was unable to restrain himself any longer, and he took the initiative to attack first.
OM.
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 OM. OM. Just like when he fought Feng Tianwu earlier, saber images that covered the heavens and the earth swept out, and they seemed to have transformed into a heaven-encompassing net that enveloped Long Yun. In the sky above Feng Yunxiang, 24 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and over 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out along with him. 8th level of the Void Initiation Stage. 7th level Saber Concept. Grade 4 Spirit Saber. This was Feng Yunxiang's strength. Duan Lingtian, how long do you think Long Yun will take to kill Feng Yunxiang? Duan Lingtian was originally concentrating on watching the battle when suddenly, a clear voice transmission sounded out by his ears. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was Su Li's voice transmission. Chapter 695. I'm guessing that since Long Yun makes a move, he'll be able to kill him within 10 breaths of time. Do you want to make a bet with me? Su Li's voice transmission continued to sound out. 10 breaths of time. Su Li's words caused Duan Lingtian to realize Su Li's confidence towards Long Yun. He felt that Su Li ought to not be speaking without thinking. After all, Su Li's master and Long Yun's master were senior brothers, so perhaps Su Li knew some important things. For example, what shocking martial skill Long Yun had grasped now. Moreover, that martial skill came from Long Yun's master. You obviously have full confidence in Long Yun when you speak like this. If I still bet with you at this time, then wouldn't I be a fool? Duan Lingtian scolded via voice transmission. Su Li was first stunned when he heard this, and then he revealed a bitter smile. He seemed to be too anxious, to the extent that Duan Lingtian didn't fall into his trap. When he heard what Su Li said earlier, Duan Lingtian was filled with interest towards the battle before him, and he started to concentrate and watch the battle. Presently, Feng Yunxiang had executed the martial skill he'd executed before Feng Tianwu earlier, and it formed saber images that covered the sky and swept menacingly towards Long Yun. Every single saber image was filled with peerlessly fierce killing intent. On the other hand, Long Yun's eyes squinted abruptly when faced with the saber images that covered the sky and swept down, and with a raise of his hand, the spirit saber that Duan Lingtian had seen before appeared once more in his hand. During the first round of the selections, Duan Lingtian had once seen Long Yun use the spirit saber to resist the pressure that came from the two old men. At that time, Duan Lingtian had discerned that this was a grade 3 spirit saber.
Whoosh.
Along with the origin energy in Long Yun's hand pouring into the spirit saber in his hand, a phenomenon abruptly appeared above him. Numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes swiftly condensed into form. In next to no time, the spectators noticed a shocking thing. The number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes that swiftly condensed into form above Long Yun wasn't much different than the number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Feng Yunxiang. There were 23 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and over 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Long Yun, and it was only a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes, less than Feng Yunxiang. Grade 3 Spirit Saber. This young saber cultivator from the Darkstone Empire has a grade 3 spirit saber as well. Instantly, the entire cage battle arena was in an uproar. Grade 3 spirit saber. A grade 3 spirit saber. The previous grade 3 spirit weapon belonged to the Feng clan's Feng Tianwu, whereas this grade 3 spirit weapon belonged to this young man that was a blade cultivator from the Darkstone Empire. Up to this point, two of them, to Ling Tian to the point, to the end to Yin to the end. To spirit saber, to long to the Yun long, to long Yuns to the long to be to long to the long to Yin to long. He clearly knew what a martial artist that possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon, and was even a young man that was a little over 30 years of age meant. Exactly what's his background? For a time, he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart, and even his attack had stopped slightly. At this moment, he felt deep fear towards Long Yun's mysterious background.
OM.
Long Yun struck out with his saber, and he swung out strike after strike like a bolt of lightning. For a time, origin energy saber lights that contained the amplification of a spirit weapon and saber concept tore through the sky as they swept out. Instantly, numerous condensed origin energy saber lights moved to intercept the saber images that covered the sky that had slowed down because Feng Yunxiang was distracted. Originally, no matter how swift Long Yun's attacks were, he'd made a move at the last moment after all, and it was equivalent to making a last-minute effort. In the end, he was unable to condense sufficient origin energy saber lights to resist the saber images that covered the sky. Right when most of the spectators thought that Long Yun was about to lose. OM. After the origin energy saber lights that flashed out from the spirit saber in Long Yun's hand flew into midair, they actually split into 3 without exception. It caused these saber lights that had dispersed to still move without losing momentum to intercept the saber images that covered the sky. For a time, the two of them were on par in terms of quantity.
Bang, 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 bang.
The saber lights and saber images collided and emitted a wave of oppressive sounds of air exploding. At the same time, numerous roiling waves of air swept out along with the collision and transformed into waves of violent winds that blew out in all directions. For a time, the clothes of most of the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena couldn't help but be blown up and flutter. Under the gazes of everyone present, Long Yun easily dealt with the saber images that covered the sky and perfectly resisted Feng Yunxiang's attack. In the next moment, Long Yun's actions caused many people to reveal bewildered expressions. Logically speaking, Long Yun ought to have seized the opportunity to pursue Feng Yunxiang in one go. Yeah, he didn't do this, and instead held the grade 3 spirit saber in his hand tightly before placing it horizontally above his head.
Whoosh.
Origin energy skyrocketed on Long Yun's body, and it contained the peerlessly fierce 7th-level saber concept. At this moment, the people present even had the misconception that Long Yun seemed to have fused into one with the grade 3 spirit saber in his hand and transformed into an enormous saber. The reason they had this misconception was because the skyrocketing origin energy on Long Yun's body had formed into the shape of an enormous saber that enveloped Long Yun within it. Unity of man and saber. Suddenly, Long Yun spoke word by word with a low voice that didn't contain the slightest emotion. Unity of man and saber? Feng Yunxiang had already recovered from his shock, and at this moment, when he heard Long Yun's words, his face couldn't help but go grim as his heart shook greatly. As a saber cultivator as well, he naturally knew what these words represented. The unity of man and saber represented the supreme realm of saber cultivators. Man and saber were inseparable. The man was the saber, and the saber was the man. If the man lived, the saber would exist, and if the man died, the saber would break. In the next moment, the origin energy in the shape of an enormous saber that enveloped Long Yun suddenly trembled before pushing Long Yun to flash out, and it was like an enormous saber that flashed through the sky and split the airflow in the air into two. After it arrived nearby Feng Yunxiang, the enormous saber suddenly stood upright, and in the next moment, it aimed at Feng Yunxiang before whistling down abruptly, while carrying the might to slash everything apart. As the enormous saber descended, an enormous saber light whistled out from the tip of the saber. If one looked carefully, one would be able to see that it was the saber light that whistled out from the Grade 3 spirit saber that Long Yun held with both hands, and it contained his origin energy, saber concept, and the amplification of his spirit weapon. When the enormous saber formed from origin energy that enveloped Long Yun descended, Long Yun's entire body tilted down along with it, and the Grade 3 spirit saber in his hand slashed down towards Feng Yunxiang. This scene only occurred in the blink of an eye, and it was swift to the point others were slightly unable to react to it. No. Feng Yunxiang seemed to have realized how terrifying this saber strike of Long Yun's was, and he shouted out with a grim voice as his figure flashed out with the intention of dodging. But would he be able to dodge it? The enormous saber that slashed down seemed to have firmly locked onto Feng Yunxiang, and no matter where he went, it still slashed down towards him. Gotcha! Feng Yunxiang didn't have the time to flee far when he was forcefully slashed into two by the saber light that whistled out from the tip of the enormous saber. The top figure in the Feng clan's younger generation had died halfway just like this. When Feng Yunxiang's corpse was about to be split into two and reveal a bloody scene, the enormous saber suddenly changed direction.
Whoosh!
The body of the saber tore through the sky and gave rise to an ear-piercing howl of the wind as it slapped towards Feng Yunxiang's corpse that hadn't been split into two yet.
Slap!
An enormous bang sounded out as Feng Yunxiang's corpse transformed into a rain of blood that covered the sky and sprayed down into the sky, and not a single complete piece could be seen. Silence. The cage battle arena was deathly silent. Up until now, even though it wasn't the first time someone had died in the Dynasty Martial competition today, it was still the first time such a method of death that was even crueler than being torn into pieces had appeared. At the same time, in the sky above the cage battle arena, the enormous saber formed from origin energy gradually vanished, and only a young man remained standing there with his saber held horizontally.
Drip! Drip!
The tip of the spirit saber in his hand was still ceaselessly dripping with dazzling and resplendent fresh blood, and the fresh blood sprayed down into the sky as if transforming into numerous little roses that were speckled with stars. Numerous little roses ceaselessly descended onto the cage battle arena. Yun Xiang. On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, the Feng clan's patriarch, Feng Tiannan, and a few higher-ups were the first to react, and their expressions went grim. Feng Yunxiang, the former number one genius in their Feng clan's younger generation, had been killed just like this? At this moment, they wished for nothing more than to make a move and kill Long Yun. But when they thought of the Grade 3 spirit saber in Long Yun's possession and the expert that might exist behind Long Yun, they completely lost their temper. Su Li, you knew since long ago that Long Yun had this ability? Duan Lingtian withdrew his shocked gaze and looked at Su Li as he asked curiously via voice transmission. Needless to say, Long Yun's ability from before had caused him to be surprised. Even though it was still a long distance away from the true unity of man and saber, it was truly rare for a 7th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist to be able to accomplish this. To a certain extent, that saber strike even possessed the embryonic form of a heaven-rank martial skill. What do you think? Su Li didn't answer directly, yet it wasn't difficult for others to guess the answer in his heart. At the same time, the deathly silent cage battle arena gradually became bustling. As expected, numerous gazes converged onto Long Yun once more. It's difficult to imagine that the saber strike from before was executed by a 7th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist. At the instant he transformed into an enormous saber and attacked with the Grade 3 Spirit Saber, I even felt as if his entire body had really transformed into a saber. I have this feeling as well. He said unity of man and saber earlier. Perhaps that's the unity of man and saber of legend. It might not be the unity of man and saber, but the saber skill he executed has already surpassed the scope of most high-grade Earth rank martial skills. Earlier, when he said he wanted to kill Feng Yunxiang, I thought he was boasting. Now, it would seem that he wasn't speaking without thinking, and he really possesses the strength. The crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena discussed animatedly, and the gazes they shot at Long Yun had completely changed. Duan Lingtian, that sword cultivator young man, and this saber cultivator young man are all from the Darkstone Empire. Is the environment of the Darkstone Empire really so good to be able to produce so many monstrous geniuses? Suddenly, a spectator couldn't help but speak out like this. Whereas these words caused a wave of uproar in the cage battle arena. My wife is going to give birth next month. I've decided. Once my child is born, I'll bring my family along to settle down in the Darkstone Empire. My wife has already been pregnant for a few months. I intend to bring her to the Darkstone Empire to give birth to my child and benefit from the luck of the Darkstone Empire. Perhaps my child will be able to be as outstanding as the three of them in the future. Chapter 696. No matter what, the Darkstone Empire had become completely and utterly famous this time. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Long Yun. Any one of the three of them was an outstanding figure in the younger generation of the Dark Han dynasty. Yet these three people had appeared at the same time in a tiny empire under the Dark Han dynasty. So long as it was an ordinary person, they would be shocked by this. There were even some people that felt, could it be that this Darkstone Empire has received the care of the gods? Besides Duan Lingtian, the faces of the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire that sat in the spectating area flushed red and were extremely excited. At this moment, they felt proud for being a member of the Darkstone Empire. They'd never imagined that their hometown, the Darkstone Empire, would actually be able to obtain such honor on the vast stage that was the Dark Han dynasty. This was something they didn't dare imagine in the past. For a time, they couldn't help but look at Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Long Yun, and their eyes were filled with admiration. It was precisely because of these three people that the Darkstone Empire was able to obtain such honor. King Yong, your Darkstone Empire's name is going to shake the entire Dark Han dynasty this time. At that time, the Darkstone Empire might become the strongest empire under the Dark Han dynasty. Xiang smiled as he spoke to King Yong. Vice President Xiang, you're too kind. King Yong spoke modestly, but the depths of King Yong's gaze seemed to be filled with excitement. As the Darkstone Empire's King Yong, even though he wasn't the emperor, yet his status surpassed the emperor. In a certain sense, he could be considered to be the guardian of the Darkstone Empire. Another Grade 3 spirit weapon. How could someone from the Darkstone Empire possibly possess a Grade 3 spirit weapon? On the spectating area that belonged to the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, the emperor frowned, and his eyes were filled with bewilderment. After all, even he himself didn't possess a grade 3 spirit weapon. Even though their Darkhan dynasty's imperial family possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon, that grade 3 spirit weapon was in the possession of his eldest imperial uncle. A member of a tiny empire, a mere 7th level void initiation stage martial artist, is worthy of possessing a grade 3 spirit weapon? The second prince, Bai He, revealed greed in his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that there were so many people watching, he might have already impatiently rushed up and snatched the grade 3 spirit saber from Long Yun's hands and taken it for himself. Saber young master. Grade 3 spirit saber? It seems that he also had some fortuitous encounters. Zishang's eyes revealed a trace of surprise as he muttered to himself. That's true. If he didn't have a fortuitous encounter, it would be impossible for him to appear here today, let alone compete with the numerous young experts of the Darkhan dynasty. Zishang was extremely certain of this. As one of the 5 great young masters, Zishang was extremely clear about the background of the Saber young master, who was also one of the 5 great young masters. Zishang, do you know him? Not a single word of Zishang's muttering fell into the black-clothed old man's ears. Yes, master. Zishang nodded respectfully, and then he spoke of Long Yun's background in detail. Hearing this, the black-clothed old man came to a sudden understanding, and his eyes flickered with a bright light. In this way, the grade 3 spirit saber in his hand was either picked up from some ruins or given to him by someone else. The possibility of the latter is greater. That's right. Zishang deeply agreed with his master's guesses. If the grade 3 spirit saber was picked up by Long Yun from some ruins, then it could only mean that Long Yun's luck wasn't bad, yet it was impossible for Long Yun to possess such a formidable cultivation and ability. After he confirmed this, even though the black-clothed old man coveted the grade 3 spirit saber in Long Yun's possession, he didn't dare arouse the intention to seize it. What a joke. It was extremely likely that an expert that was capable of casually giving away a grade 3 spirit weapon existed behind Long Yun. There was no need to doubt the strength of that expert. Should he take the risk of offending such an expert to seize the grade 3 spirit saber by force? He knew that he didn't have the courage. At this moment, just like Feng Tianwu from before, the grade 3 spirit saber in Long Yun's possession had become the center of attention as expected. Only when Long Yun put away the spirit saber did the numerous burning gazes in the surroundings move to another place. Whoosh! As he enjoyed the numerous gazes that were filled with respect from the surroundings, Long Yun flew back to the spectating area where the members of the Darkstone Empire were, and he stood in the sky by Su Li's side. Subsequently, the second round of the selections continued. At this moment, because another 2 8th level void initiation stage young geniuses had died, only Feng Tianwu and Su Li remained amongst the young geniuses at the 8th level of the void initiation stage. The remaining 9 people, including Long Yun, were all 7th level void initiation stage martial artists. But now, no one dared look down on Long Yun because he was a 7th level void initiation stage martial artist. At least, after the other 8 7th level void initiation stage young geniuses entered the arena successively, besides not daring to challenge Feng Tianwu and Su Li, they similarly didn't dare challenge Long Yun. Even though Long Yun was only a 7th level void initiation stage martial artist, his combat strength was even capable of killing an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist, and it caused the remaining 8 7th level void initiation stage young geniuses to feel both reverence and fear. Besides the 6 9th level void initiation stage young experts that occupy one of the 10 positions to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Amongst the remaining 4 positions, 3 of them belong to Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Long Yun. Do the others have any objections? After the group of 7th level void initiation stage martial artists challenged each other for a while, the old man that presided over the dynasty martial competition today asked. Of course, he was asking the other 8 7th level void initiation stage young geniuses besides Long Yun. No objections. No objections. Instantly, the 8 young geniuses indicated that they had no objections. They knew their limitations. Perhaps the 8 of them could compete with each other. But if they were to drag Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Long Yin into this, then they would absolutely be looking for a beating, so it was better to admit defeat now and save a great deal of time. Otherwise, once Feng Tianwu's group of 3 entered the arena and issued a challenge to them, they would similarly have to admit defeat. Obviously, the old man that presided over the dynasty martial competition today had the same thoughts as well. In this way, the 8 of you will decide on the final position. The old man continued. Your luck isn't bad. If it wasn't for 4 8th level void initiation stage young geniuses dying today, all of you might not have this opportunity. The 8 of them deeply agreed with the old man's words. Indeed, if it wasn't for those 4 8th level void initiation stage young geniuses being killed, it would be utterly impossible for them to have the chance to encroach on the positions to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Sometimes luck was really important. Besides that, subsequently, the old man continued. Not only will the person amongst the 8 of you be able to obtain the position to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, besides that, even if he's ranked last in the final ranking battle of the dynasty martial competition today, he'll still be able to obtain the reward of our Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. The reward of the imperial family? For a time, the breathing of the 8th 7th level void initiation stage young geniuses became hurried. Subsequently, the 8 young geniuses started competing. Time silently flowed by. In the end, the outcome was a blue-clothed young man that had comprehended 7th level spear concept, and he'd successfully obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. This blue-clothed young man wasn't a member of any power of the Darkhan dynasty, but was instead from an empire, and he was called Xingjun. If you have no intention of competing for the rankings at the top, you can forfeit now. You'll obtain the reward of our Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, 100 low-grade origin stones. One of the 2 old men took the initiative to speak to Xingjun, 100 low-grade origin stones. Xingjun's breathing started to become hurried when he heard this. As a young genius that came from an empire under the Darkhan dynasty, origin stones were an existence of legend that was unreachable to him. Yet he was able to obtain origin stones now. 100 low-grade origin stones. Instantly, the eyes of many people in the cage battle arena went red with envy. Especially those young geniuses of the various empires, especially the 7th level void initiation stage young geniuses that had just been eliminated. All of their eyes went red with envy. Only a little bit more, and the person that remained behind might be one of them. Perhaps the few powers that stood at the top of the Darkhan dynasty wouldn't care about 100 low-grade origin stones, but to the people of the various empires, it was an extraordinary treasure that was impossible to measure with gold and silver. I'll give up the chance to compete for the ranking battle. Xingjun didn't hesitate in the slightest and spoke directly to the old man. He knew his limitations. Now, no matter if he gave up or not, he was bound to be the last person to be ranked today. Not to mention those 6 9th level void initiation stage young experts. Even if it was the other 3 people, he was far from being a match for them. Yes. The other old man nodded, and with a raise of his hand, a spatial ring shot out and flashed directly towards Xingjun. This is your reward.
Thank you, senior.
After receiving the spatial ring, Xingjun thanked the old man before returning to the second-class spectating area where the group of people from his empire were. For a time, the spectating area was bustling with noise and excitement. Today, perhaps the results of the young geniuses of their empire in the dynasty martial competition were inferior to the Darkstone Empire, but they'd still stood out amongst the 36 empires present, and it was sufficient to be proud of. Do the 3 of you want to challenge the 6th 9th level void initiation stage young geniuses? If you don't, then the 3 of you will directly enter into the ranking battle to determine the 7th, 8th and 9th place, and you'll respectively obtain different rewards from our Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family. In the sky above the cage battle arena, after the old man's gaze left Feng Tianwu, it descended onto Su Li and Long Yun, who stood together. I won't challenge. Feng Tianwu was the first to shake her head. I won't challenge as well. Su Li shook his head as well. Same. Long Yun said. Very good. The old man nodded, and then he said, then now, we'll decide on the 7th to 9th place amongst the three of you. Young Miss Tianwu, we'll start with you first. As he finished speaking, the old man looked at Feng Tianwu. May I know who you want to challenge? Feng Tianwu flew out like a ball of flames, and she arrived in the sky above the cage battle arena in a short moment. Her gaze descended onto Long Yun at the first possible moment. I challenge him, the Darkstone Empire's Long Yun. Instantly, the two old men looked at Long Yun in unison. Chapter 697. When facing Feng Tianwu's challenge, Long Yun's gaze flickered a few times before directly admitting defeat. He'd already witnessed Feng Tianwu's strength. Even though he was extremely confident towards his ability, the gap in strength caused him to feel a wave of powerlessness. Not only was this red-clothed young woman that looked to be shockingly young, her cultivation was higher than his, the concept she'd comprehended was stronger than his, and even the Grade 3 spirit weapon in her possession was stronger than his. He'd seen the Grade 3 spirit weapon in the young woman's possession, and it was a Grade 3 spirit weapon that was capable of providing an amplification of 70%. It was much more formidable than the Grade 3 spirit saber in his possession. Overall, his strength was far inferior to the young woman, and there was utterly no need to battle her. The young woman's strength was sufficient to crush him. Su Li. After Long Yun admitted defeat, Feng Tianwu's gaze moved on to Su Li, and she nodded lightly to Su Li compared to Long Yun. She was rather polite when looking at Su Li. All of this was naturally because she knew that Su Li was Duan Lingtian's friend. Unlike Long Yun, who'd admitted defeat, Su Li wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing Feng Tianwu's challenge, and he flew out to stand in confrontation with Feng Tianwu. Young Miss Tianwu. Su Li nodded to Feng Tianwu. I know you're a friend of elder brother Duan, but I'm determined to obtain the 7th position in the Dynasty Martial Competition today. Feng Tianwu spoke to Su Li with a tone that was filled with confidence. Me too. When facing a young woman like Feng Tianwu that was like a celestial maiden that had descended to the mortal world, Su Li didn't have the slightest intention of being courteous, and it was as if he wasn't facing a peerless beauty, but an ordinary person that couldn't be any more ordinary. The two of them stood in confrontation and successfully drew the gazes of everyone present. Feng Tianwu, the daughter of the Feng clan's eldest master, revealed her shocking strength for the first time today. Her cultivation was at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage. She'd comprehended 8th level fire concept, and she held a Grade 3 spirit whip that provided an amplification of 70%. Su Li, a young genius of the Darkstone Empire, and his cultivation and comprehension were both on par with Feng Tianwu. But up until now, in the eyes of the crowd of spectators in the cage battle arena, the spirit weapon in Su Li's hand was only a Grade 4 spirit sword. The cultivation and concept of this Darkstone Empire's Su Li isn't bad, and it isn't inferior to young Miss Tianwu, but the spirit weapon in his hand is only a Grade 4 spirit sword, and he'll surely suffer a loss. A Grade 4 spirit sword is far inferior to the Grade 3 spirit whip in young Miss Tianwu's hand. Most importantly, the Grade 3 spirit whip in young Miss Tianwu's hand is a Grade 3 spirit weapon that can amplify strength by 70%. The difference in spirit artifacts is too great. Su Li has no chance of winning this battle. The crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena practically didn't look favorably upon Su Li. However, Su Li's expression did not change in the face of the crowd's questioning. Su Li, I won't use a grade 3 spirit weapon to fight you, Feng Tianwu said to Xueqi. Her words were magnanimous, and she was not inferior to a man. For a time, the entire caged battle arena was in an uproar. Young Miss Tianwu is worthy of being the daughter of Lord Wu Dao. She's magnanimous and isn't willing to take advantage of Xueqi in terms of spirit weapons. I'm more and more envious of that Duan Lingtian from the Darkstone Empire now. What ability does he possess to actually be able to marry such an outstanding woman like young Miss Tianwu? What ability do you think Duan Lingtian possesses to be able to marry her? Compared to him, what are you? The discussions in the surroundings of the cage battle arena had unknowingly moved onto Duan Lingtian. Many people were targeting Duan Lingtian, and there were also many people that felt injustice for Duan Lingtian. The latter mostly admired Duan Lingtian from the bottom of their hearts. Tianwu and this fellow Xueqi are having a ranking battle, yet they're actually able to drag me into it. Duan Lingtian had a strange gaze, and he felt that he'd really been attacked while lying down. Who did I offend? There's no need. Xueqi shook his head instead when he heard Feng Tianwu's frank words. Right when Feng Tianwu revealed a bewildered expression, a 3-foot-long blade that had flowing lights revolving around it had already appeared out of thin air in Xueqi's hand. This isn't the spirit sword Xueqi used earlier. In next to no time, someone noticed an inkling. Right at this moment, origin energy appeared on Xueqi's hand before fusing into the 3-foot-long blade in his hand. Instantly, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared in the sky. First, 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, followed by 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes and another 4,000+ ancient mammoth silhouettes. An amplification of 68%. Grade 3 Spirit Sword. Xueqi possesses a Grade 3 spirit weapon as well?
My God.
Is the gathering of Grade 3 spirit weapons today? Doesn't our Darkhan dynasty only possess a single Grade 3 spirit weapon? Moreover, that Grade 3 spirit weapon seems to be in the possession of the Imperial family, right? Along with the appearance of a Grade 3 spirit sword in Xueqi's hand, the entire cage battle arena was in an uproar. If it was said that there was someone that didn't feel surprised, then it would be Duan Lingtian alone. He'd heard of the matter of Xueqi and Longyun possessing Grade 3 spirit weapons since long ago, so even when he saw Xueqi withdraw a Grade 3 spirit sword with his own 2 eyes, he didn't feel anything. Brother Lingtian, the Grade 3 spirit weapons in the possession of the 3 of them were refined by the Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind you? Duan Lingtian's composed expression entered into Xiangying's eyes in full detail, and Xiangying couldn't help but ask via voice transmission. His tone contained slight anxiousness mixed within. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he received Xiangying's voice transmission, and he only recovered from his shock after a short moment. He knew that Xiangying was thinking too much. Pavilion Master Xiang, you're thinking too much. Duan Lingtian replied truthfully. I'm thinking too much? Xiangying was first stunned, and then he asked a step further. Am I really thinking too much? No matter if it's the Feng clan's young Miss Tianwu or Xueqi and Longyun, these 2 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, all of them seem to be related to you, right? It's like this. Duan Lingtian didn't deny this. The 3 of them are more or less related to me. But amongst the Grade 3 spirit weapons in the possession of the 3 of them, only the one in Tianwu's possession was refined by the Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind me. Xueqi and Longyun's aren't related to the Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind me. Moreover, amongst these 2 people, I'm only friends with Xueqi. Perhaps I can ask the Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind me to refine a Grade 3 spirit weapon for Xueqi, yet it's impossible for him to help Longyun. Duan Lingtian's words were spoken in a forthright manner. Xiangying didn't doubt this, but he still couldn't help but be shocked. Brother Lingtian, that Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind you is truly an extraordinary figure. He's actually able to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon that's capable of providing an amplification of 70% like the one in young Miss Tianwu's possession. It's all right. Duan Lingtian nodded. It was because he was thick-skinned, otherwise, he would have probably been unable to refrain from blushing from the praise since long ago. Another grade 3 spirit weapon. On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, the corners of the emperor's mouth twitched, and his dignity vanished. Even if his status in the Darkhan dynasty was lofty, he couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. It's another member of the Darkstone Empire. The black-clothed old man couldn't help but gasp. The fortune of the members of the Darkstone Empire is indeed extraordinary. On the other hand, Bai Hao, who hadn't spoken since the beginning, spoke out, and his tone contained slight surprise mixed within. As for Zi Shang and Zi Yan, they didn't say anything. But the greed in the eyes of Bai He, who sat by Zi Yan's side, was even greater than when Long Yun withdrew the grade 3 spirit saber. Another grade 3 spirit weapon. Moreover, it's a grade 3 spirit sword. He himself used a sword, and he'd comprehended sword concept as well. Compared to a grade 3 spirit saber, he wanted a grade 3 spirit sword even more.
Xueqi, right?
Bai He's eyes were filled with yearning. But in next to no time, a sentence entered into Bai He's ears, and it was like a bucket of cold water had been poured onto Bai He. You better not even think about the grade 3 spirit weapons in Long Yun and Su Li's possession. Bai He was able to discern that this was the voice transmission of his imperial father, the current emperor of the Darkhan dynasty. The emperor obviously noticed the greed that Bai He's eyes revealed.
Why?
Bai He frowned when he heard this, and he replied with an unwilling expression. Humph. The emperor grunted via voice transmission, and he spoke with slight disappointment. Why don't you think about it properly? Why would they possess grade 3 spirit weapons? Do you think it's like a pie that fell from the sky? Moreover, they're only members of a mere empire, yet they possess such strength. Do you think there wouldn't be an expert behind them? The emperor's words that were extremely reasonable caused Bai He to hesitate slightly. At this moment, besides utilizing the grade 3 spirit sword, Su Li had also directly revealed the 8th level sword concept he'd comprehended. After a short moment, Su Li chose to gain the initiative by making a move against Feng Tianwu first.
Swish, 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 swish.
Sword images swept out horizontally and vertically, and they were like shadows that followed the body as they swept towards Feng Tianwu. On the other hand, the grade 3 spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand shook, and it moved rhythmically around her graceful figure before once again forming a crimson-red barrier of light. This crimson-red barrier of light was like an enormous fireball that protected Feng Tianwu's entire body within it.
Clang, 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 clang.
The grade 3 spirit sword in Su Li's hand struck out over and over again, and specks of it descended onto the enormous fireball on the surface of Feng Tianwu's body. Every time the spirit sword descended, the enormous fireball would shrink slightly. Of course, if one looked at it with the naked eye, it would be extremely difficult to notice the changes in the fireball. Finally, under the gazes of everyone present, the fireball moved and moved to the distance. It was Feng Tianwu that realized she couldn't continue being passive, otherwise it would practically be a situation where she would lose for sure. Even though a defensive martial skill was able to resolve an urgent situation, yet it was impossible to use it from the beginning until the end. What she wanted to do in this ranking battle wasn't to fight Su Li to a draw, but to defeat Su Li. Only in this way would she be able to occupy the 7th position in the dynasty martial competition this time. The 7th position was just as she'd said earlier. She was determined to obtain it.
Swish, 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 swish.
Finally, Feng Tianwu made a move. The grade 3 spirit whip in her hand flashed out, transforming into a dense expanse of whip images that tore through the sky and swept out directly towards Su Li. These whip images covered the heavens and the earth as they descended, and it was as if a rainstorm had descended, a rain of flowers that filled the sky. Chapter 698. Duan Ling Tian still remembered. All those years ago, when he met Tian Wu for the first time, it was on the combat arena before the Phoenix Nest City's city governor's estate. He'd fought Feng Tianwu the first time they met. During that battle, Feng Tianwu had executed a similar martial skill, and later on, he found out from Feng Tianwu that the martial skill was called Flower Rain. The martial skill Tianwu executed now doesn't seem to be the Flower Rain. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that even though the martial skill Tianwu executed now was similar to the Flower Rain from all those years ago, it was obviously much stronger than the Flower Rain. Coupled with her 8th level fire concept, when Tianwu attacked, the whip images that whistled out seemed to have transformed into numerous flaming meteors that covered the heavens and the earth as they enveloped down towards Su Li. Swish.
Swish. Swish. Swish. Swish.
Needless to say, Su Li's strength was extremely strong. He'd relied on his cultivation and concept that was similar to Feng Tianwu and the Grade 3 Spirit Sword in Feng Tianwu's hand to forcefully block the attacks of Feng Tianwu that covered the heavens and the earth. Every single time Su Li's figure flashed out, he seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that flashed out swiftly and gave rise to a wave of sword howls. The 3-foot-long blade in his hand was even swift like a bolt of lightning, and it formed an all-pervasive sword net that blocked the spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand time and time again. The situation of the battle became even more intense. On the other hand, the atmosphere in the cage battle arena had become silent and heavy. This fellow Su Li has actually become so strong? Looks like the master behind him isn't simple. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be surprised in his heart when he saw Su Li relying on a strength that was weaker to Feng Tianwu and was still able to use simple sword skills to deal with Feng Tianwu without falling into the slightest disadvantage. For a time, he was filled with curiosity towards the master behind Su Li. Su Li's master should be a void transformation stage powerhouse without a doubt. To be able to teach Su Li to such an extent, his comprehension of the sword has already reached a certain level. At the very least, he should have comprehended the advanced sword concept. The advanced concept was also known as the void transformation concept. Generally speaking, only experts at the void transformation stage were capable of grasping such a concept. Of course, nothing is absolute. If it was a void interpretation stage martial artist whose comprehension ability far surpassed his innate talent, he would also have a chance to comprehend the void transformation concept. This kind of martial artist was much rarer than void transformation martial artists. Furthermore, any one of them was an extremely terrifying existence. A quarter of an hour passed quickly. Feng Tianwu and Su Li were evenly matched. Half an hour passed. The battle situation remained the same. At this time, some of the audience could not help but urge, if this continues, when will it end? The ranking battle for 9th level Void Initiation Stage young experts will be carried out later. Exactly. If Su Li and young Miss Tianwu fight for an entire day and night, then wouldn't we have to wait for an entire day and night? In my opinion, there's no meaning in continuing to fight. Let's consider this battle as a tie. Many of the audience were slightly impatient, and some of them gave suggestions. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the 2 old men that were in charge of presiding over the dynasty martial competition glanced at each other before looking at the Darkhan dynasty's emperor in unison. The emperor nodded to them. Instantly, the 2 old men looked at Feng Tianwu and Su Li, who were still fighting, and they intended to announce the result of a tie. Little Tianwu, one of the old men, hadn't finished speaking when he stopped abruptly. It wasn't that someone had interrupted him, but it was he himself who opened his mouth, yet didn't make a sound as he stared blankly at the scene before him, under the gazes of everyone present. Without the slightest sign, another ancient horned dragon silhouette had appeared in the sky above Feng Tianwu, who was originally tied with Su Li so long as it was a discerning person. they would be able to discern the reason with a single glance. At this moment, the strands of crimson-red energy within the origin energy on the Grade 3 Spirit Whip in Feng Tianwu's hand had obviously become even more material. 9th level fire concept. Duan Lingtian, who'd always been staring fixedly at the battle between Feng Tianwu and Xueqi, couldn't help but be moved. Never had he imagined that Tianwu would comprehend 9th level fire concept in one go at such a critical moment. As expected of the possessor of the fire spirit body, Tianwu is simply the darling of fire concept. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel shocked. On the other hand, the others were shocked as well. Even this is possible? Oh my god! How old is young Miss Tianwu this year? Her cultivation is at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage and has comprehended 9th level fire concept. I really feel that I've lived most of my life in vain. It isn't just you? Isn't it the same for me? The surroundings of the cage battle arena discussed animatedly, and most people were dejected. After Feng Tianwu comprehended 9th level fire concept on the spot, her strength increased greatly, and as expected, she forced Xueqi, who was originally equally matched with her, to retreat, right when she intended to seize the opportunity to pursue and attack. I admit defeat. Xueqi spoke out, and his tone had no lack of size. At this moment, Xueqi felt it was slightly regretful. Originally, the difference in Grade 3 spirit weapons caused his strength to be imperceptibly weaker to Feng Tianwu, but the sword skill he executed was undoubtedly slightly stronger than Feng Tianwu's martial skill. So, in terms of true strength, he wasn't inferior to Feng Tianwu. But never had he imagined that right when he thought the battle with Feng Tianwu would end in a tie, Feng Tianwu would actually comprehend 9th level fire concept on the spot. Feng Tianwu, who had comprehended 9th level fire concept, was equivalent to possessing the strength of an ancient horned dragon, and it broke the balance between him and Feng Tianwu. Continuing the battle was completely meaningless, because he didn't have the slightest chance of victory, and it was even to the extent that it wasn't possible for them to tie. Xueqi, you're worthy of being elder brother Duan's friend. Your sword skill is extremely strong, and if it wasn't for my strength surpassing you, I wouldn't be a match for you. Feng Tianwu spoke sincerely when facing Xueqi, who admitted defeat. Young Miss Tianwu, you're too kind. Your natural talent and comprehension ability are what truly surprised me. Xueqi was slightly embarrassed as he spoke. Natural talent? Comprehension ability? When she heard Xueqi, Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes that originally flickered with a bright light instantly dimmed down, and she sighed in her heart. If it's possible, I'd rather not have this natural talent and comprehension ability. I only hope to be an ordinary person. Her natural talent and comprehension ability relied on the fire spirit body to be so monstrous, whereas as a possessor of the fire spirit body, the pressure she endured wasn't something an ordinary martial artist was capable of imagining. When a person knew since long ago that they would face a calamity of death at the age of 30, only someone that had truly experienced it would know what sort of feeling one would have. Young Miss Tianwu successively defeated Long Yun and Xueqi. She was ranked at the 7th position in the Dynasty Martial Competition's ranking battle, and she obtained the reward of 1,000 low-grade origin stones from the Darkhan Dynasty's imperial family. One of the old men passed a spatial ring to Feng Tianwu with a raise of his hand. 1,000 low-grade origin stones. Instantly, the entire cage battle arena was in an uproar once more. 1,000 low-grade origin stones is an entire 10 times the reward of the 10th position in the ranking battle. If I'm able to obtain so many origin stones, I'll be able to wake up from my dreams with a smile. Stop dreaming. Ordinary martial artists like you and I might not even be able to gather 100 low-grade origin stones in our entire lifetimes, let alone 1,000 low-grade origin stones. Yeah, ordinary martial artists like us can only accept our fate in this aspect. Many spectators with ordinary cultivations couldn't help but sigh sorrowfully. On the other hand, the person involved Feng Tianwu, didn't reveal the slightest happiness when faced with 1,000 low-grade origin stones, and she received the spatial ring with a calm expression before returning to the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan and sitting by Feng Wudao's side. Big brother Wudao, congratulations. The emperor of the Dark Han dynasty looked over at Feng Wudao and congratulated repeatedly. Feng Wudao raised his head to glance at the emperor before nodding indifferently. The emperor wasn't displeased in the slightest when facing Feng Wudao's casual attitude, because he knew that this man nodding to him was already considered to be giving him a lot of face. If it was another person, then perhaps he wouldn't pay attention to it at all. Lord Wudao, congratulations. Patriarch Feng, congratulations. Meanwhile, there were many people from other powers that congratulated Feng Wudao and Feng Tiannan. Feng Wudao had a calm expression as if he didn't hear it and paid no attention to it. On the other hand, Feng Tiannan instead squeezed out a trace of a stiff smile as he nodded in reply. Obviously, he still hadn't been able to accept Feng Yunxiang's death. Feng Yunxiang was first defeated by Feng Tianwu, and it was nothing. But in the end, he actually died at the hands of the Darkstone Empire's Long Yun, and it caused his Feng clan to lose face greatly. But his Feng clan just happened to be unable to do anything to Long Yun. At least, before they confirmed the background of the expert behind Long Yun that gave him the Grade 3 Spirit Saber, the Feng clan didn't dare act rashly. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the other old man looked at Su Li and Long Yun. Su Li, Long Yun. Now, the two of you will decide on the 8th and 9th position in the ranking battles. I admit defeat. Long Yun glanced at Su Li before admitting defeat once more. Even though there was unwillingness in the depths of his gaze, he knew that he wasn't a match for Su Li now. Master, don't worry. I'll defeat Su Li sooner or later and bring honor to you. Long Yun silently guaranteed in his heart. In this way, the 8th position in the ranking battles of the Dynasty Martial Competition today is Su Li. Su Li, you'll obtain the reward bestowed to you by our Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family, 500 low-grade origin stones. With a raise of his hand, 2 spatial rings appeared in the old man's hand, and he passed one of them to Su Li. The 500 low-grade origin stones were precisely within the spatial ring. Long Yun, you're the 9th position in the ranking battles of the Dynasty Martial Competition today, so you can obtain the reward of 200 low-grade origin stones. Subsequently, the old man passed the other spatial ring to Long Yun. After Su Li and Long Yun received the spatial rings, they flew towards the second-class spectating area where the members of the Darkstone Empire were seated under numerous envious and jealous gazes. Su Li and Long Yun actually don't seem to be happy in the slightest after obtaining so many origin stones. Truly strange. Chapter 699. It's normal that young Miss Tianwu didn't have any reaction when she obtained 1,000 low-grade origin stones. After all, her identity is noble, and she doesn't lack origin stones. But Su Li and Long Yun are only from a tiny empire, yet they're actually so composed when facing low-grade origin stones. It's truly shocking. Many people sighed with emotion. Of course, there were also people that refuted these words, and they had evidence. Humph. Don't all of you forget that no matter if it's Su Li or Long Yun, both of them possess a Grade 3 spirit weapon. Exactly. That's a Grade 3 spirit weapon. Even if it's the most outstanding group of young geniuses in our Dark Han dynasty, besides young Miss Tianwu, there might not be a second person that possesses one. Compared to a Grade 3 spirit weapon, low-grade origin stones aren't worth mentioning. In the Dark Han dynasty, there was an origin stone vein that was abundant in low-grade origin stones. On the other hand, before today, only the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family possessed a Grade 3 spirit weapon that was openly displayed. Between the two, it was obvious which one was more precious. In next to no time, this topic came to an end. The other 6 ninth level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses are about to undergo the final ranking battle. It truly causes anticipation. Yeah, the main event of today is about to begin. 6 ninth level Void Initiation Stage young experts are about to carry out an intense battle. Unfortunately, young Miss Tianwu said since the beginning that she wouldn't compete with the 6 ninth level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses. Now, she's comprehended 9th level fire concept and originally had the chance to compete with a 7th level Void Initiation Stage young expert, yet she's missed it now. Young Miss Tianwu can't be blamed for this. Even if it's her, it's impossible for her to know beforehand that she would be able to smoothly comprehend 9th level fire concept during the battle with Xueqi. The atmosphere in the cage battle arena became bustling once more. The attention of everyone moved onto the 6 ninth level Void Initiation Stage young experts including Duan Lingtian. Of course, many people mentioned Feng Tianwu, and they felt pity for Feng Tianwu. Young miss, do you regret it? On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, Elder Kong looked at Feng Tianwu and asked with a light smile. Feng Tianwu gently shook her head. There's nothing to regret. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties was the final stage. The ranking battle today was nothing before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The ranking is not important. A rare wisp of a gratified smile appeared on Feng Wudao's face when he heard Feng Tianwu. His daughter had grown up. Now may the last 6 young geniuses enter the arena. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the voice of one of the old men was transmitted out, and it clearly entered the ears of everyone present. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the old man spoke, 3 figures took the lead and flew out. It was obvious that they were prepared. These 3 people were respectively the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family's second prince, Bai He, the young prince, Bai Hao, and the Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Shao. Duan Lingtian, come back with first place. Xueqi looked at Duan Lingtian and grinned as he encouraged him. Xueqi's words resonated with most of the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, and their gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison. Yeah, Duan Lingtian, come back with first place. At that time, our Darkstone Empire will really be in the limelight. If Duan Lingtian really seizes the first place in the ranking battle of the Dynasty Martial Competition today, I feel excited just thinking about the scene at that time. Duan Lingtian, do your best. We think highly of you. Duan Lingtian shrugged and shook his head with a smile when facing the fervent and high spirits of the crowd of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. I don't dare guarantee that I'll be able to be ranked first, but I'll surely try my best. Just as he'd said, he didn't dare guarantee it. After all, he didn't dare rashly utilize his spiritual energy when being stared at by so many pairs of eyes that belonged to Void Interpretation Stage experts on the stage of the Dynasty Martial Competition. Otherwise, if he utilized his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, with his spiritual energy, the other 5 young geniuses wouldn't even be able to touch the corners of his clothes. Now, he wanted to use his actual strength to compete with the other 5 young geniuses. Duan Lingtian, they're joking, don't feel pressured. King Yong spoke to Duan Lingtian. Yeah, we're joking. Seeming to have realized that their actions would bring pressure to Duan Lingtian, the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire hurriedly tried to remedy the situation. But they were thinking too much. Duan Lingtian wouldn't feel any pressure because of this. After all, he'd never thought of fighting for the honor of the Darkstone Empire when participating in the Dynasty Martial Competition. He, Duan Lingtian, only lived for himself and the people close to him. Brother Lingtian. Xiangning turned around to look at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes were filled with encouragement. After Duan Lingtian replied with a light smile, he flew out of the spectating area and arrived in the sky above the cage battle arena. Meanwhile, the Zhang clan's Zhang Shouyong and the Dark Han dynasty's imperial families Zishang had entered the arena successively. including Duan Lingtian. The 6th 9th level void initiation stage young geniuses stood at different places, and their gazes descended onto the two old men as they waited for them to explain the rules. In next to no time, the old man said, "The 6 of you will determine the top 6 rankings in the ranking battles of the Dynasty Martial competition today. The higher you're ranked, the greater the rewards you'll obtain. There are no specific rules for the battle between the 6 of you. Just like the few people from before, you can freely choose your opponents. The person you choose your opponent to enter the arena isn't allowed to challenge any one of the 2 people that fought earlier. Besides that, killing isn't allowed in the battle between the 6 of you. Of course, this isn't to say that all of you aren't allowed to exert your full strength, and it's only to remind all of you that once the opponent of any one of you is in danger of death, the 2 of us will directly interfere. Of course, after the person that is in danger of death is rescued by us, it means that the person has lost the battle." The 2 old men supplemented each other. Duan Lingtian's group of 6 nodded successively when they heard this. Killing wasn't allowed in the battle for the top 6, and Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised. After all, the 10 young geniuses that were determined to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties today would have to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties 1 year from now. Moreover, the performance of these 10 young geniuses in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was linked to the benefits of the Darkhan dynasty. Supposedly, the dynasties that some young geniuses that performed well in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties belonged to would be able to obtain grade 3 spirit weapons and precious grade 3 medicinal pills bestowed by the powers of the foreign lands after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties came to an end. All of this was the reason why the various dynasties flocked to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. If there weren't any benefits, there would utterly be no dynasty that would be willing to exhaust their efforts for a baffling martial competition of the 10 dynasties. It was precisely because of this that it was impossible for the Darkhan dynasty to allow anything to happen to Duan Lingtian's group of 6 during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Because every single one of them would be able to fight for glory and a certain amount of benefits for the Darkhan dynasty in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties a year from now. As for the few 8th level void initiation stage young geniuses that were killed earlier, perhaps they could be considered to be outstanding in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, but if it really came to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, then they were practically useless. Their deaths were of no importance to the grand scheme of the Darkhan dynasty. Now, the battle for the top 6 begins. Who amongst all of you will be the first to issue a challenge? One of the old men spoke out and asked Duan Lingtian's group of 6. Practically at the instant the old man finished speaking, a figure had already flashed out to arrive at the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena. It was precisely the Yi clan's Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao was the son of the Yi clan's patriarch and the eldest young master of the Yi clan. Moreover, he was the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Yi clan. It wasn't just that. Yi Xiao was even publicly acknowledged as the #1 genius in the Yi clan in the last 100 years. Yi Xiao's strength was extraordinary from this. Besides that, Yi Xiao was publicly acknowledged as one of the 3 strongest people in the younger generation of the Darkhan dynasty by the members of the Darkhan dynasty, and he was equally famous with the Zhang clan's Zhang Shouyong and the imperial family's second prince, by Yi Xiao. When they saw Yi Xiao being the first to ascend the arena, besides Duan Lingtian and Bai Hao who had calm expressions, the eyes of the other 5 young geniuses flashed. At this moment, they were curious who Yi Xiao would choose as his opponent. Yi Xiao's gaze flashed past Duan Lingtian's group of 5, and he seemed to be considering who he should choose as his opponent for this battle. Who do all of you think Yi Xiao will choose? Meanwhile, the surroundings of the cage battle arena were bustling with noise and excitement. Based on his current appearance, he seems to be slightly hesitant, but I think the possibility of him choosing the Darkstone Empire's Duan Lingtian is higher. I think so too. After all, Duan Lingtian killed the #2 expert in the younger generation of their Yi clan, Yi Lu. Yi Xiao will probably take revenge for Yi Lu. Many people discussed animatedly and guessed. Most people felt that Yi Xiao would challenge Duan Lingtian. Even if it was Duan Lingtian himself, when he heard the waves of discussion in the surroundings, he felt that it was very likely that Yi Xiao would really challenge him. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that Yi Xiao's gaze was fixed on him. "It's not me." When he noticed that Yi Xiao's gaze wasn't on him, he couldn't help but be stunned, and it was slightly unexpected. At this moment, Yi Xiao's gaze was fixed on a young man not too far away. "Zhang Xiuyong. All those years ago, I fought you twice in succession and lost both times. Later on, when I wanted to defeat you and wash away my humiliation, you left the capital instead, and there was no news of you since then." Yi Xiao's gaze instantly locked onto Zhang Xiuyong as he spoke slowly. "Today is the third time I'm fighting you. I want to defeat you and wash away my humiliation." Battle intent shot into the sky from Yi Xiao's body.
Whoosh.
Zhang Xiuyong's expression remained unchanged when he was challenged by Yi Xiao, and his figure flashed out to instantly arrive at the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena to stand opposite Yi Xiao. "Yi Xiao." Finally, Zhang Xiuyong spoke. "Do you know why you lost to me the last 2 times? During those 2 times, your strength was just like today, and it wasn't inferior to me." "Humph. It's not your turn to lecture me." Chapter 700. The spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand flickered with a faint white light, and it was like a real bright moon. When they saw Yi Xiao and Zhang Xiuyong standing in confrontation, Duan Lingtian and the others retreated successively to stand in the sky and watch the battle from afar. "Duan Lingtian, I'll take back the debt you owe me after I defeat them one by one." Suddenly, a voice transmission that was filled with confidence sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian didn't even have to turn around to be able to discern that this voice transmission belonged to Zishang. "I'll wait and see," Duan Lingtian replied unhurriedly. "This Zishang wants to defeat everyone based on his words? Looks like the fortuitous encounter he obtained isn't simple, otherwise it would be impossible for him to possess such strong confidence." Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. At the same time, Yi Xiao made a move. With a raise of his hand, the spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand emitted a dazzling milky white sheen, and it was the origin energy that surged out from his body and ceaselessly gushed into the spirit saber in his hand that was bright like a moon. Not only that, there were strands of azure-colored energy flashing about within Yi Xiao's origin energy, and it was obviously wind concept.
Whoosh.
Along with Yi Xiao taking a step forward, the energy of the heavens and the earth surged in the sky above him, and a phenomenon appeared abruptly. 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared first. This was the phenomenon formed from drawing upon the energy of the heavens and the earth from all the energy contained within the origin energy of a 9th-level void initiation stage martial artist. Subsequently, another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. This was the amplification of the grade 4 spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand. In the end, another 9 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 9th-level wind concept. Yet all this didn't stop here. Along with the spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand emitting a strand of fierce aura, another ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared in the sky above him. 1st-level saber concept. 2 concepts. When they saw the strength Yi Xiao revealed, the 4 young geniuses, including Duan Lingtian, revealed surprised expressions. Especially Bai He, his pupils constricted abruptly. Never had he imagined that, unknowingly, Yi Xiao had actually left him behind in terms of strength. This caused him to feel disgruntled in his heart. Another 2 concepts. Moreover, one of them is even 9th-level concept. This Yi Xiao is worthy of being the number 1 genius of the Yi clan in the last 100 years. Yi Xiao and Zishang are the same. They've both comprehended 2 types of concepts. Looks like today's ranking battle will be very exciting. If Zhang Xiaoyong hasn't comprehended two types of concepts, then this battle would be slightly difficult. Even though he's comprehended Earth concept is utterly unable to draw support from the energy of the Earth in midair. I see that Zhang Xiaoyong's expression is very calm. Perhaps he has also comprehended two types of concepts. The surroundings of the cage battle arena were completely bustling. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyong and Yi Xiao had become the center of attention. Most people were shocked by the two types of concepts Yi Xiao had comprehended. More people were curious about how Zhang Xiaoyong would deal with it. No one hoped for this to be a battle without suspense. After all, only when the two opponents were evenly matched would they be able to watch to their heart's content. Yi Xiao, looks like you haven't slacked off in these past few years. As he looked at the 29 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above Yi Xiao, Zhang Xiaoyong spoke slowly with a calm tone, and his face maintained a carefree expression from the beginning until the end. For the sake of defeating you, I naturally have to spare no effort to improve myself. As Yi Xiao spoke, his entire body flashed out as if he was taking a stroll. He seemed to be moving slowly, yet he was actually swift, and in the blink of an eye, he'd already arrived nearby Zhang Xiaoyong. At the instant Yi Xiao moved, Zhang Xiaoyong made a move as well.
Whoosh!
With a raise of his hand, an exquisite wine gourd appeared in Zhang Xiaoyong's hand, and after he took out the wine gourd, Zhang Xiaoyong put his mouth towards the mouth of the gourd and started drinking. This scene caused many people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena to be speechless. Even if Zhang Xiaoyong's addiction to wine has risen, he should at least consider the occasion, right? Didn't he see that his opponent had already made a move? Of course, practically all the people that were speechless were the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties. The members of the Dark Han dynasty weren't surprised. After all, when Zhang Xiaoyong made a name for himself in the Dark Han dynasty all those years ago, he had a nickname, and people called him Zhang Xiaoyong. The extent of Zhang Xiaoyong's addiction to wine was obvious from this. So long as it was a member of the Dark Han dynasty, they wouldn't be surprised that Zhang Xiaoyong was drinking under such an occasion. Big brother Zhang is really unrestrained. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled when he saw the scene. Moon Chaser. Zhang Xiaoyong hadn't finished drinking when Yi Xiao had already shouted out lightly, and his entire body flashed out instantly. Everywhere he passed, he pulled out numerous afterimages before vanishing after a short moment. OM. The Grade 4 Spirit Saber in Yi Xiao's hand flashed out instantly, and it was like a bright moon that was moving swiftly. Behind the bright moon, amongst the origin energy that acted as the driving force, there were some parts that flickered with specks of starlight, and they were like numerous stars that hung in the night sky. Meteor Moon Pursuit was the martial skill that Yi Xiao was executing at this moment. When the bright moon flew out, the numerous stars that were originally quiet like virgins instantly moved like mad rabbits, and they seemed to have transformed into numerous shooting stars that followed behind the bright moon as they flashed towards Zhang Xiaoyong.
Whoosh!
When the bright moon was about to flash past Zhang Xiaoyong's throat, Zhang Xiaoyong, who was still drinking, moved, and he raised his leg and stomped towards the sky. At practically the instant his foot stomped down, an enormous brick condensed from milky white origin energy appeared beneath his feet, and earthen yellow-colored energy suffused the enormous brick. Obviously, it was Earth concept.
Bang!
Zhang Xiaoyong's foot stomped down and just happened to step onto the enormous brick. Instantly, the enormous brick shattered into pieces, and the dense cracks seemed to have transformed into a spiderweb. When Zhang Xiaoyong borrowed the force of the collision to rise up into the sky, the enormous brick shook and instantly exploded, transforming into nothingness as it completed its mission. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaoyong, who'd borrowed the force of the collision, seemed to have transformed into a cannonball that shot into the sky, and he easily dodged Yi Xiao's bright moon that was pursued by the group of stars. But the bright moon didn't let it go, and it seemed as if it had eyes as it continued to chase after Zhang Xiaoyong with a menacing aura that didn't reduce in the slightest. It actually didn't consume any energy. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be surprised as he looked at the bright moon that still pulsated with boundless origin energy on its body. Normally speaking, if it was an attack that was released from origin energy, then no matter if it was a spirit weapon that left the hand or pure condensed origin energy, it would more or less be consumed after flying for a certain distance. But Yi Zhao's grade 4 spirit saber didn't consume any energy. What's going on? The scene before him had completely aroused Duan Lingtian's curiosity. For a time, Duan Lingtian sized it up seriously.
Swoosh, 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 swoosh.
When faced with the bright moon that flashed over swiftly, Zhang Xiaoyong, who was still ceaselessly pouring wine into his mouth, continued to stomp on the enormous brick that appeared out of thin air beneath his feet as he flew out, and he dodged with difficulty over and over again. OM, OM, OM,
OM, OM.
On the other hand, the bright moon seemed as if it never knew exhaustion as it fought Zhang Xiaoyong to the death, and it grew closer and closer to Zhang Xiaoyong. Compared to Zhang Xiaoyong's speed of dodging after borrowing strength, its speed was obviously swifter. So that's how it is. When Zhang Xiaoyong and the bright moon were playing hide and seek, Duan Lingtian was instead observing from the side, and after observing for a while, he finally obtained the answer. It turned out that the reason the bright moon possessed endless origin energy was because it was borrowing strength from the group of stars that followed behind it like a shadow, whereas the origin energy within the group of stars was ceaselessly provided by Yi Zhao. It could be said that so long as Yi Zhao didn't take the initiative to stop providing origin energy, and so long as the origin energy within Yi Zhao's body was endless, the strength and speed contained within the bright moon formed from the spirit saber wouldn't change in the slightest. What a strange martial skill! Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion as he looked at Yi Zhao, who was strolling leisurely in midair and freely controlling the spirit saber with a raise of his hand. Big brother Zhang hasn't finished drinking? When Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Xiaoyong, who was still pouring wine into his stomach, he was slightly speechless for a time. On the other hand, the spectating area in the surroundings of the cage battle arena was completely silent. Some people had even started to doze off. He's finished drinking. He's finally finished drinking. Suddenly, someone cried out excitedly. Instantly, the crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena that were on the verge of dozing off seemed as if they'd taken stimulants, and all of them became spirited as they looked towards the sky above the cage battle arena. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyong had finally finished drinking, and he raised his hand to remove the wine gourd from the side of his mouth. OM. The bright moon barely flashed past Zhang Xiaoyong's side and sliced off a corner of Zhang Xiaoyong's clothes.
Slap.
Under the gazes of everyone present, the origin energy in Zhang Xiaoyong's hand skyrocketed with a raise of his hand, and it was suffused with deep earthen yellow-colored energy as he directly slapped it towards the wine gourd. Instantly, raging origin energy and 9th level earth concept instantly gushed into the wine gourd. The wine gourd shook as a white light flashed, and then it was directly tossed out by Zhang Xiaoyong. More precisely speaking, it was tossed out.
Swoosh.
The wine gourd was tossed out by Zhang Xiaoyong, and it flashed through the sky and contained an extremely formidable force as it moved to intercept the bright moon that Yi Zhao's grade 4 spirit saber had transformed into, and it seemed as if it wanted to go head-on against it. At the same time, 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above Zhang Xiaoyong first, and then another 9 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared subsequently. In the end, another 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and another 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. It increased his strength by so much. For a time, many people with discerning gazes reacted to this and exclaimed in shock. At this instant, the strength Zhang Xiaoyong revealed completely surpassed Yi Zhao, and it was an entire 4,000 ancient mammoths, more than Yi Zhao.
Bang.
The wine gourd that tore through the sky collided with the bright moon that flashed towards Zhang Shouyong once more, and it emitted an enormous bang. Subsequently, strong waves of air swept out and transformed into waves of strong winds that swept out in all directions.
Bang.
After the wine gourd and bright moon collided, they suddenly split apart before colliding once more and emitting an enormous bang. Grade 3 Spirit Weapon. It's a Grade 3 Spirit Weapon. Not only is it a Grade 3 Spirit Weapon, it's a Grade 3 Spirit Weapon that's similar to the Grade 3 Spirit Weapon in young Miss Tianwu's possession that's capable of providing an amplification of 70%. Chapter 701. A Grade 3 Spirit Weapon that provides an amplification of 70%. The spectating area, where all the Zhang clan higher-ups were seated, was deathly silent. After a short moment, the group of Zhang clan higher-ups looked at the Patriarch. Patriarch, the Grade 3 Spirit Weapon in the eldest young master's possession is, I don't know as well. The Patriarch shook his head slightly stiffly, and his gaze never left Zhang Shouyong's spirit weapon bottle gourd, and his heart was filled with shock. Where did this son of his obtain this spirit weapon? Even the Grade 3 spirit weapon in the possession of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family was probably far inferior to this spirit weapon in terms of amplification. Another Grade 3 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 70%. The pupils of Xianging who sat by King Yong's side constricted, and for a moment, he couldn't refrain from sending a voice transmission to ask the violet-clothed young man that stood in the distant sky. Brother Ling Tian, this spirit weapon of Zhang Shouyong's, Pavilion Master Xiang, you're right. This Grade 3 spirit weapon in Big Brother Zhang's possession was personally refined by the Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind me. Duan Ling Tian didn't even turn around to look at Xianging when he heard Xiangying's voice transmission, and he guessed Xiangying's thoughts. As expected, even though Xianging had indeed guessed earlier, but when he heard Duan Ling Tian personally confirm it now, he couldn't help but be greatly shocked in his heart. Because of this, Xianging realized a problem. That was the Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind Duan Ling Tian. So long as he refined a spirit weapon, it would practically be a top-grade weapon amongst top-grade weapons, the Grade 3 Spirit Whip in Feng Tianwu's possession that could provide an amplification of 70%. The Grade 3 Spirit Weapon Bottle Gourd in Zhang Shouyong's possession that could provide an amplification of 70%. Besides that, he'd gotten acquainted with Duan Ling Tian all those years ago because of the Grade 4 Spirit Sword that Duan Ling Tian had left in their treasure-gathering pavilion, a Grade 4 Spirit Sword that could provide an amplification of 60%. Exactly what sort of existence is that weapons craftsman? At this moment, Xianging was even more curious about the weapons craftsman behind Duan Ling Tian. As for the other people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena, they were all surprised. This is the 4th Grade 3 spirit weapon that has appeared today. I originally thought that Zhang Shouyong would lose to Yi Xiao, but I never expected that he would take out a Grade 3 spirit weapon. Yeah, Zhang Shouyong, who possesses a Grade 3 spirit artifact, completely surpasses Yi Xiao in strength. The scene in front of them made the spectators feel like the situation had taken a turn for the better.
Boom.
Another enormous bang resounded out. After Zhang Shouyong's spirit energy gourd returned to his hand, it was smashed out by him once more, and it collided with the bright moon that Yi Xiao controlled. After a few head-on collisions, Zhang Shouyong's expression remained unchanged, whereas Yi Xiao's expression was slightly pale instead. Zhang Shouyong. Yi Xiao raised his hand, and the bright moon flew back into his hand. I really didn't expect that after not seeing you for so many years, you would have such luck to obtain such a Grade 3 spiritual weapon. Originally, as far as he was concerned, the two concepts he'd comprehended were sufficient to completely crush Zhang Shouyong. But what he didn't expect was Zhang Shouyong actually possessed a Grade 3 spirit weapon, and it was even a Grade 3 spirit weapon that could provide a 70% boost. After numerous head-on collisions, he felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart. You're able to comprehend two concepts, so why can't I possess a grade 3 spirit weapon? Zhang Xiaoyong spoke with a composed expression. Zhang Xiaoyong, I know that I'm not a match for you when you possess this grade 3 spirit weapon, but if you don't have this grade 3 spirit weapon, or if your strength is equal to mine, then it's impossible for you to defeat me. Yi Xiao spoke with slight unwillingness. Is that so? Zhang Xiaoyong started laughing. At the same time, the origin energy on the spirit energy gourd in his hand faintly weakened slightly. At the same time, the 1,000-plus ancient mammoth silhouettes above Zhang Xiaoyong that were more than Yi Xiao's gradually dispersed. 29 horned dragon silhouettes circled in the sky and stood opposite the 29 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Yi Xiao.
What do you mean by this?
Even though he asked like this, Yi Xiao's eyes revealed a strand of imperceptible delight. Nothing. Didn't you say that I relied on the might of my spirit weapon and my strength to defeat you? Now, I'll suppress my strength to the same level as you and battle you. Are you satisfied? Zhang Xiaoyong spoke slowly, with a calm expression, and it was as if he was speaking of an unimportant matter. For a time, the crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena were in an uproar, and all of them felt that Zhang Xiaoyong was too arrogant. Zhang Xiaoyong, you'll regret it. The corners of Yi Xiao's mouth curled into an evil smile, and his legs lightly shook as he flashed towards Zhang Xiaoyong once more. Moonchaser. With a raise of his hand, the grade 4 spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand flashed out once more to transform into a bright moon that flashed through the sky and coiled around Zhang Xiaoyong.
Bang!
At practically the instant that Yi Xiao attacked, Zhang Xiaoyong raised his leg and shook it in the sky, causing the enormous brick that appeared out of thin air beneath his feet to shatter and transform into nothingness, completing his mission. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaoyong himself was like a cannonball that shot into the sky, and he soared up at the first possible moment. Zhang Xiaoyong had a solemn expression when facing the bright moon that flashed up towards him, and he muttered with a voice that only he could hear. Mount High Crush. At practically the instant that Zhang Xiaoyong finished speaking, with a raise of his hand, the wine gourd flew up into the sky by itself before expanding. Of course, it didn't really expand, but the origin energy in the surroundings of the wine gourd skyrocketed to transform into a wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain. On the other hand, the material earthen yellow energy swiftly coiled around the wine gourd that was condensed from origin energy, and it instantly set off the wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain to the point it seemed real. When facing Yi Xiao's attack, the wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain suddenly descended, and its speed grew faster and faster. Rumble. Everywhere the wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain passed, it gave rise to waves of explosions that were like thunderclaps. At the same time, the others in the sky above the cage battle arena, including Duan Lingtian, felt that the scorching sun in the horizon was blocked out by the wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain. Before this wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain, the bright moon that Yi Xiao's spirit saber had transformed into was like an ant. What ability is this? Yi Xiao's expression went slightly grim as a bad premonition arose in his heart. Right at this instant, the wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain fiercely collided with the bright moon that pursued Zhang Xiaoyong like a shadow.
Bang!
An enormous bang resounded out as the wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain trembled in midair, whereas the bright moon flew out instead, and the origin energy and concept within it were instantly obliterated.
Pooh!
From the beginning until the end, Yi Xiao's origin energy had been connected with the grade 4 spirit saber through the martial skill, Moonchaser. Now that everything on the spirit saber had been obliterated, it caused him to suffer a wave of backlash, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Right when Yi Xiao held the grade 4 spirit saber in his hand, once more. Rumble. The enormous wine gourd descended towards Yi Xiao, and it was like an enormous mountain that enveloped Yi Xiao. For a time, With Yi Xiao at the center, the surrounding area was enveloped by a shadow.
Humph.
Yi Xiao's gaze went slightly cold as origin energy coiled around the spirit saber in his hand, and two types of concept were on the verge of erupting. Swoosh! In the next moment, Yi Xiao's entire body soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning as he moved to intercept the wine gourd that was enormous, like a mountain. Let me see how many strikes of mine a wine gourd condensed from mere origin energy and 9th level earth concept can withstand. Yi Xiao shouted coldly, and in a short moment, the grade 4 spirit saber in his hand had already swung out no less than a few tens of strikes.
OM.
OM. OM.
OM.
OM. Numerous narrow and long saber lights flashed out to descend onto the wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain, and they seemed as if they'd smashed onto firm ground as they easily entered into the wine gourd. It wasn't long before a few hundred hideous saber marks appeared at the bottom of the wine gourd, yet the speed at which the wine gourd descended didn't slow down in the slightest. How could this be possible? In the end, Yi Xiao was slightly numb.
Bang.
On the other hand, the wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain finally smashed onto Yi Xiao, and along with an enormous bang, Yi Xiao's entire body swiftly descended to smash onto the cage in the cage battle arena with a bang. Huff, huff, huff. Yi Xiao lay on the cage as he gasped heavily for breath, and his eyes revealed slight terror as he looked at the wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain that had stopped in midair. He was unable to wrap his head around how exactly Zhang Xiaoyong had accomplished this. The strength Zhang Xiaoyong utilized was obviously equal to him, but when Zhang Xiaoyong combined his origin energy with 9th level earth concept to condense this wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain into the surroundings of the wine gourd, Zhang Xiaoyong possessed the strength to easily crush him. Up until now, he was still unable to wrap his head around what ability Zhang Xiaoyong had utilized. He dared confirm that this was absolutely not the might of a martial skill. Even if it was a high-grade Earth-rank martial skill that was infinitely close to a Heaven-rank martial skill, it was impossible for it to be so abnormal. Zhang Xiaoyong is victorious. When the old man in the sky above the cage battle arena returned to his senses and announced, the group of people including Duan Lingtian finally returned to their senses. Even though the martial skill Big Brother Zhang executed earlier wasn't simple, yet it wasn't sufficient to allow him to instantly crush Yi Xiao. His earth concept was actually capable of forcefully condensing the origin energy that was coiled around the wine gourd into a material expanse of earth. When the numerous saber lights of Yi Xiao's hundreds of attacks from before blasted onto the wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain, more than half of their strength was neutralized by the earth in the surroundings of the wine gourd. In the end, when they collided with the wine gourd, they didn't have much strength left and were utterly incapable of affecting Big Brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp. According to the memories of the Emperor Wu of Samsara, there was only a single possibility. That was, Zhang Xiaoyong had already touched the threshold of intermediate earth concept. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to rely on his 9th level elementary earth concept to condense the origin energy into a true expanse of earth. The materialization of concept was something that only intermediate concept was capable of accomplishing. For example, once water concept was comprehended to the level of intermediate concept, then when combined with origin energy, it was even capable of condensing true water. Fire concept was the same as well, and it was capable of condensing true flames when combined with origin energy. But for any concept of nature, so long as it came into contact with intermediate concept, then so long as the person that comprehended concept of nature was willing, the person would be able to materialize their concept. Just like when Xueqi made a move that day. Her intermediate concept of ice combined with origin energy was capable of forming a true strong wind of ice that swept out and directly froze the target into a popsicle. Chapter 702. Looks like this Zhang clan's Zhang Xiaoyong has already come into contact with intermediate earth concept. Based on the ability he executed earlier, it wouldn't be long before he'll be able to officially comprehend intermediate Earth concept and even break through to the void interpretation stage. There was no lack of void interpretation stage experts on the first-class spectating area in the surroundings of the cage battle arena, and they'd seen through the ability Zhang Xiaoyong executed earlier. Exactly. Once a martial artist that had similarly comprehended 9th-level elementary concept came into contact with intermediate concept, their strength would obtain an extremely great improvement. At the very least, they'll practically be in an invincible position before someone with a similar strength. When facing an opponent like this, unless one's movement technique is able to far surpass him and avoid the material concept he executed with origin energy when attacking, otherwise, it's extremely difficult to defeat him. Indeed, many of the profound void martial stage experts watching from the sidelines voiced their opinions. Even though their voices weren't loud, yet it clearly spread out in the silent cage battle arena, causing everyone to hear it clearly. So that's how it is. This Zhang Xiaoyong has actually already come into contact with intermediate Earth concept. Yi Xiao, who'd consumed a healing medicinal pill and recovered slightly, soared into the sky, and he looked at Zhang Xiaoyong with a complicated gaze. He originally thought that he would be able to defeat Zhang Xiaoyong today and wash away his humiliation. Unexpectedly, the outcome was still the same as the last 2 times. He'd still lost to Zhang Xiaoyong. Intermediate Earth concept. He looked at Zhang Xiaoyong with a slightly grim expression. When he heard the discussions of those void interpretation stage experts, he understood that he wasn't a match for Zhang Xiaoyong. At least, he wasn't now. Because if he exerted his full strength, then his strength was even inferior to Yi Xiao, and it was utterly impossible for his movement technique to be swifter than Zhang Xiaoyong. He suddenly noticed that since an unknown time, he'd actually become the lowest amongst the 3 publicly acknowledged most outstanding young experts of the Dark Han dynasty. This was something he was slightly unable to accept. In next to no time, Baihe's gaze moved onto Duan Lingtian, and after flashing past Duan Lingtian, it descended onto Zishang. Fortunately, there's still these 2 fellows at the bottom. In this way, even if I'm inferior to Baihao, Zhang Xiaoyong, and Yi Xiao, it wouldn't be too embarrassing. At this moment, Baihe didn't realize it in the slightest. Currently, he did not know much about the true strength of Duan Lingtian and Zishang. Although the 2 of them had fought before, they had killed their opponents in an instant. They hadn't even had time to form the heaven and earth phenomenon before everything was over. In the battle between Zhang Xiaoyong and Yi Xiao, Zhang Xiaoyong won. Amidst the waves of praises from the surroundings of the cage battle arena, Zhang Xiaoyong's expression remained unchanged as he retreated to the side, and his gaze flashed past Duan Lingtian, Zishang, Baihao, and Baihe. He was very curious about who would appear next. Next, who is going to issue a challenge. At this time, one of the old men also looked at Duan Lingtian's group of 4. Let me do it. With a light shout, the black-clothed youth had already arrived at the center of the cage battle arena. The person that entered the arena now was none other than the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family's 2nd prince, Baihe. It's the 2nd prince. I never imagined that the 3 young experts that were publicly acknowledged in our Dark Han dynasty in the past would enter the arena so quickly. I wonder who the 2nd prince will choose as his opponent. No matter who it is, the 2nd prince's chances of winning are extremely great. His strength isn't inferior to Zhang Xiaoyong and Yi Xiao. The crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena discussed animatedly. Many people praised Baihe to the heavens, and it caused Baihe's face to be slightly hot. Perhaps his strength in the past wasn't inferior to Zhang Xiaoyong and Yi Xiao. But now, he knew that he wasn't a match for Zhang Xiaoyong and Yi Xiao. Of course, if he was challenged by Zhang Xiaoyong and Yi Xiao, he would still make a move and would absolutely not admit defeat directly. As the 2nd prince of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, he had his own pride and dignity. Even if he wasn't a match for his opponent, he would fight until the end and reveal his natural talent and strength that far exceeded ordinary young geniuses. Along with Bai He's gaze flashing past Duan Lingtian, Zishang, and Bai Hao, the cage battle arena was deathly silent, and everyone held their breaths. In the end, Bai He's gaze locked onto a person. A white-clothed young man.
Zishang.
The person Bai He challenged was precisely Zishang, one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Zither Young Master. This caused many people to be surprised. After all, amongst the 3 people Bai He could choose to challenge now, 2 of them were members of the Darkhan Dynasty's imperial family, and they were on the same side as Bai He. Originally, even more people thought that he would choose to challenge Duan Lingtian, but the outcome was always unexpected. I've never heard of this Zishang in the past, but his strength is extremely strong, and he killed the Dark Moon sect's head disciple, Fengyu, with a flick of his finger. The gazes of many spectators descended onto Zishang. The Dark Moon sect's head disciple, Fengyu, possessed a cultivation at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage and had comprehended 9th level sword concept, and he could be considered to be a top 8th level Void Initiation stage young genius in the Dynasty Martial competition today. But it was precisely an existence like this that was annihilated by Zishang with a flick of his finger. From the moment Zishang made a move to Fengyu's death, it had only occurred in an instant, and even the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth didn't have the time to condense into form. It was sufficient to show how swift Zishang's attack was and how formidable his strength was. Whoosh! When faced with Bai He's challenge, Zishang flew out with a calm expression. Brother. On the spectating area that belonged to the Darkhan Dynasty's imperial family, Ziyan clenched her fists tightly, and her peerlessly beautiful face contained slight worry mixed within. Even though she knew that her older brother was a 9th level Void Initiation stage expert now. But the second prince, Bai He, had stepped into the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage since long ago. Don't worry, even if Zishang is inferior to He, his life won't be in danger. After the black-clothed old man noticed Ziyan's nervousness, he couldn't help but smile as he consoled her. Exactly. The Darkhan Dynasty's emperor nodded as well. Obviously, no matter if it was the black-clothed old man or the emperor, they didn't feel that Zishang was able to defeat Bai He. After all, Bai He had always been an outstanding figure in the younger generation of the Darkhan Dynasty. On the other hand, Zishang had just risen swiftly. As far as they were concerned, Bai He's foundation was much more solid than Zishang, and if nothing unexpected happened, Zishang would lose for sure. Zishang. On the spectating area of the Darkstone Empire, Long Yun's gaze descended onto Zishang, and his eyes flickered with bright lights. As a figure that was once amongst the 5 great young masters like Zishang, Long Yun paid no less attention to Zishang than Duan Lingtian. He felt that his fortuitous encounters could already be considered to be shocking. But Zishang's fortuitous encounters seemed to be even more shocking. Exactly how strong is Zishang's current strength? He was extremely curious about this. In the sky above the cage battle arena, Duan Lingtian and the others stood far away, and their gazes descended onto the 2 young men at the center area of the sky above the cage battle arena. A black-clothed young man and a white-clothed young man stood in confrontation with each other. Zishang, truthfully speaking, I'm truly extremely surprised when I saw you possess a cultivation at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. But I still want to tell you that even if your cultivation is similar to mine now, you're still bound to be my Bai He's stepping stone in this lifetime. Bai He looked at Zishang and provoked via voice transmission, and he obviously wanted to infuriate Zishang. But unfortunately, Zishang had a calm expression when facing his provocation, and he replied indifferently via voice transmission. Second Prince, it's still unknown who's the stepping stone of who, but you'll know very soon. Zishang, you're courting death. Bai He, who originally wanted to provoke and infuriate Zishang, was instantly enraged when he heard Zishang's voice transmission that carried meaning, and his figure flashed out to directly charge towards Zishang. In the sky above him, 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes instantly condensed into form. Along with a 3-foot-long blade that flowed with flowing lights appearing in by his hand, another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him. Grade 4 Spirit Sword.
Whoosh.
In the end, along with a 3-foot-long blade emitting a strand of a peerlessly sharp aura, another 9 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form in the sky and coiled down. It wasn't just that. There was another aura mixed within the origin energy within the sword in by his hand, and it was the aura of advanced force. 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form along with him. The strength of 28 ancient horned dragons and 2,000 ancient mammoths was by his entire strength after exerting his full strength.
Swoosh.
By his speed was extremely swift like an arrow that left the bow, and he arrived before Zishang in a short moment.
Die.
Suddenly, Bai He's gaze went slightly cold as the grade 4 spirit sword in his hand drew a sword and flashed out swiftly. At the instant Bai He struck out with his sword.
Swish. 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 Swish.
Wave after wave of sword howls sounded out, rising and falling in succession without end. It was the grade 4 spirit sword in Bai He's hand that had condensed into form 10 sword lights that appeared out of thin air from all directions, and they pierced towards Zishang. Everywhere the sword lights passed, the airflow in the air flashed, and the light howls of the wind were slightly ear-piercing.
Whoosh.
Zishang didn't have the intention of dodging when facing Bai He's preemptive strike, and with a raise of his left hand, an ordinary zither appeared once more in his hand. Under the gazes of everyone present, Zishang suddenly raised his right hand as origin energy raged and coiled around his palm. It wasn't just that. Strands of deep azure-colored energy and red-colored energy converged together at the center of his palm, and the red-colored energy showed signs of gradually increasing. The strength of the wind. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. At practically the exact same moment, Zishang moved. He slapped out with his palm, and the origin energy of wind concept and fire concept condensed at the center of his palm instantly warped and revolved to form a deep vortex. He wants to. Zishang's actions caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly puzzled. Because at this moment, the target of Zishang's palm strike wasn't Bai He, but the zither in Zishang's hand. Precisely speaking, it was slapping towards a row of strings on the front of the zither.
Swish. 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 Swish.
Right at this moment, the 10 sword lights Bai He condensed were only a foot away from Zishang, and they were about to pierce through Zishang's body. Finally, Zishang's right palm that twisted the vortex descended with a bang and slapped onto a row of strings on the front of the zither. Clang! Chapter 703. AH. At practically the instant the enormous bang sounded out, many people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena were shaken to the point their eardrums ruptured, and some spectators with low cultivations and weren't prepared even bled from all 7 apertures and were in an extremely sorry state. Fortunately, I was prepared this time. On the other hand, many spectators that had hurriedly covered their ears when they saw Zishang withdraw the zither were filled with luck in their hearts when they saw many people in the surroundings bleeding from all 7 apertures. Along with Zishang's palm slapping onto a row of strings on the front of the zither, an enormous clang resounded out. Whoosh! With a point his palm descended as the center, an extremely terrifying energy instantly swept out towards the surroundings, and it was his origin energy and concept combined with a zither in his hand to execute a formidable group attack. Besides carrying along the raging milky white origin energy, the extremely terrifying energy was mixed with strands of azure and red-colored energy. The red-colored energy raged and rose explosively, and it actually rose by itself under the urging of the azure-colored energy. Borrowing strength from wind, the sudden scene before him caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be shocked. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian noticed. Along with Zishang's palm descending onto the zither, before the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth had the time to completely condense into form, Zishang actually directly put away the zither in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the origin energy vortexes that contained wind concept and fire concept that revolved ceaselessly at the center of his palm were annihilated along with this. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth that hadn't condensed into form in the sky above him had instantly dispersed. At this instant, Duan Lingtian only had a single thought remaining. He wouldn't think that this strike of his is sufficient to defeat Bai He, right? Duan Lingtian's heart jerked as a crazy thought arose within his mind. Whoosh! In next to no time, Duan Lingtian realized that he'd guessed correctly. Along with Zishang's palm descending onto the zither, the energy that swept out towards the surroundings had formed into an origin energy vortex that revolved without end, and when combined with the azure and red-colored energy, it was like a swiftly revolving wheel of wind and fire. Under the urging of the azure-colored energy, the red-colored energy within the vortex swiftly rose. Along with the rise of the red-colored energy, the energy contained within the vortex grew stronger and stronger. It wasn't affected in the slightest because Zishang had stopped.
Boom, 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 boom.
The origin energy vortex ceaselessly spread out, and it carried along the might of wind and fire. It was as if the wind flame wheels had suddenly exploded, and it gave rise to waves of deafening sounds of air exploding. Not only that, apart from the one that was closest to Bai He, the 10 sword lights that were condensed from the 1-meter-long blade in his hand were all shattered into pieces by the origin energy vortex.
Whoosh!
After the essence energy vortex shattered the 9 sword lights, its momentum did not diminish, continuing to sweep out in all directions, enveloping Bai He in the blink of an eye.
Boom!
Another loud bang rang out. It was Bai He who was swept in by the essence energy vortex along with his sword. At this moment, even if Bai He mobilized the origin energy in his body in time, it was still difficult for him to resist the origin energy vortex. Under the gazes of everyone present, the spirit sword in Bai He's hand was quickly swept away by the origin energy vortex, and it fell onto the cage battle arena. On the other hand, Bai He himself was carried along by the origin energy vortex to spin a few tens of rounds, and it shook him to the point his countenance turned ghastly pale, while blood sprayed out violently from his mouth. If this continued, he would obviously not be able to survive.
Whoosh!
Right at this moment, the 2 old men in the sky above the cage battle arena that were in charge of presiding over the dynasty martial competition made a move at the same time. One of them saved Bai He. The other person annihilated the origin energy vortex with a raise of his hand. Even then, the origin energy vortex still brought along a wave of violent winds that swept out in all directions of the cage battle arena, and it blew on the clothes of most people present to the point it fluttered with the wind. At this moment, only the sound of Bai He gasping for breath and the howling of the violent winds remained in the scene. Numerous gazes descended onto the white-clothed young man in the center area of the sky above the cage battle arena in unison. From the beginning until the end, the white-clothed young man didn't move in the slightest, and he stood there without moving like a mountain, and his expression remained unchanged even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Second Prince, lost just like this? The spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena recovered from their shock successively, and all of them revealed astonished expressions as they found it difficult to believe that everything they saw earlier was real. Some people even felt that they were dreaming. But when they stretched out their hands to fiercely pinch their thighs, the pain that came from their thighs seemed to be telling them they weren't dreaming. Zishang is victorious. Along with the old man in the sky above the cage battle arena speaking, the outcome was out. Meanwhile, everyone was jolted awake from their shock. Too terrifying. This Zishang is too terrifying. He isn't just terrifying. He's simply abnormal. When he killed the Dark Moon sect's head disciple, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth didn't have the time to condense into form, and it was fine. After all, the Dark Moon sect's head disciple was only an 8th-level void initiation stage martial artist. But earlier, when facing the second prince, one of the publicly acknowledged 3 great young experts of our Dark Han dynasty, he actually defeated the second prince in a single move. Moreover, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth didn't have the time to condense into form as well. It's said that a silent dog will bite. Looks like these words aren't wrong in the slightest. The entire cage battle arena was in an uproar because Zishang defeated Bai He with a single strike. The faces of many people even flushed red and were extremely excited. It was as if the person that defeated the second prince wasn't Zishang but them. This, on the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, the black-clothed old man was completely stunned. Zishang was his personal disciple, so logically speaking, no one understood Zishang better than him. But now, the ability Zishang revealed caused him to feel unfamiliar. Especially the origin energy vortex that appeared in Zishang's hand with a raise of his hand. It was obviously an extremely formidable martial skill, and he felt that he'd never seen or heard of such a martial skill. Hiss! The Dark Han dynasty's emperor that sat by the side of the black-clothed old man couldn't help but gasp. Zishang is actually so strong? Perhaps Zishang's strength isn't even inferior to Hao. The emperor couldn't help but be shocked in his heart when he recalled the scene from before. At this moment, the emperor didn't arouse any displeasure towards Zishang when his son was defeated by Zishang. As far as he was concerned, it was a good thing for him and the entire imperial family that a young genius that was even stronger than his son had appeared in the imperial family. This meant that the members of the imperial family had an even greater chance to go even further on the stage of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. At the beginning, the emperor had an expression of disappointment when he saw Bai He, who had a ghastly pale countenance. Subsequently, he seemed to have thought of something and roared with laughter. Haha, Zishang, you're really not bad. Your strength has truly given me a pleasant surprise. Let's not talk about the rewards of your ranking battle for now. I'll make the decision now. No matter what your ranking is, I'll bestow an additional 10,000 low-grade origin stones to you after the dynasty martial competition ends. The emperor's words suppressed the clamorous noise in the cage battle arena and clearly spread throughout the entire cage battle arena. For a time, the cage battle arena was deathly silent once more, and only the emperor's laughter remained. 10,000 low-grade origin stones? In the surroundings of the cage battle arena, numerous burning gazes locked firmly onto Zishang, who was in the sky above the cage battle arena, and they wished for nothing more than to replace Zishang. As expected of our Dark Han dynasty's emperor, not only is he not enraged by the second prince's defeat, he even wants to reward the person that defeated the second prince. Your Majesty is wise. Long live your Majesty. In next to no time, many spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena weren't stingy with their words of praise towards the emperor in the slightest. Thank you, your Majesty. Zishang was slightly shocked when he heard the emperor, and after he recovered from his shock, he hurriedly thanked the emperor. Originally, even though he was mentally prepared since long ago when he defeated the second prince today, he was slightly perturbed by the emperor's attitude. After all, the second prince was the emperor's own son, whereas he was only an outsider. Now it would seem that he'd thought too much. If it was in terms of whose expression was the most unsightly now, then it was undoubtedly the second prince, Bai He. After Bai He was defeated by Zishang, he felt ashamed to the point of being unable to show his face, and he hated to the point of drilling a hole in the sky and entering it. Just think about how he, the dignified second prince of the Dark Han dynasty, one of the 3 great young experts of the Dark Han dynasty, had actually lost at the hands of a person of lowly birth. How could he endure this? Most importantly, He'd humiliated and provoked Zishang numerous times via voice transmission earlier. At this moment, he felt that everything he'd done earlier was like slapping his own face. Now, Zishang was probably overjoyed in his heart, right? Unknowingly, Baihe's body started trembling lightly, and he was furious to the limit, yet he just happened to be unable to do anything. How could this Zishang possibly possess such a formidable strength in such a short period of time? But at the same time that fear arose in Baihe's heart towards the strength Zishang revealed, he was also filled with envy. Exactly what fortuitous encounter did he obtain? Why wasn't it me that obtained that fortuitous encounter? As far as Baihe was concerned, if he obtained the fortuitous encounter Zishang obtained, then perhaps he would have already broken through to the void interpretation stage now. He hated. He was envious. Unlike Baihe's hatred and envy, Duan Lingtian looked at Zishang, and his eyes narrowed slightly. I truly never imagined that Zishang would actually possess such a formidable strength now. Especially his comprehension of wind concept and fire concept, it can be said to have reached the acme of perfection. As the saying goes, the connoisseur sees the skill, the layman sees the show. Earlier, after Zishang stopped attacking, his fire concept was still ceaselessly rising, and an ordinary martial artist was utterly unable to notice it. But Duan Lingtian had seen it clearly. Fire grows stronger with the help of wind. This is basic knowledge. But martial artists that have truly comprehended the two concepts of wind and fire and are able to utilize the wind concept to activate and improve the fire concept are extremely rare. This was something that Duan Lingtian was clearly aware of through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Supposedly, if the ability of utilizing wind with fire is utilized properly, then one is even capable of utilizing wind concept to temporarily improve the level of fire concept during battle. Duan Lingtian was extremely sure that when Zishang attacked, his fire concept had surely been activated by his wind concept to improve greatly. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to defeat Baihe so easily. Besides that, the martial skill Zishang executed earlier wasn't ordinary as well. Chapter 704. After a short moment, Zishang and Baihe each left the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena. Next. Meanwhile, the old man spoke out once more. Whoosh. Practically at the instant the old man finished speaking, a figure had already flashed out to arrive at the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena at the first possible moment. Yi Xiao. Instantly, the person that entered the arena drew the attention of most people. The person that entered the arena now was the Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Xiao. Up until now, 2 battles had been carried out in the top 6 ranking battles. The first battle was the battle between Yi Xiao and Zhang Shouyong, and now, Yi Xiao had once again occupied the initiative in the third battle, causing everyone to be unable to refrain from being curious. Who will this Yi Xiao challenge this time? Under the gazes of everyone present, Yi Xiao's gaze directly locked onto a person. Duan Lingtian. When he saw Yi Xiao looking over and calling out his name, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged, and his figure flashed out to instantly arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena to stand in confrontation with Yi Xiao. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by Yi Xiao challenging him. After all, he'd first taught Yi Xiao's younger brother, Yi Xiang, a lesson, and then killed the number 2 young expert of the Yi clan, Yi Lu. It was completely within reason that Yi Xiao wanted to get even with him. Duan Lingtian, you possess such a cultivation at such an age. Needless to say, your natural talent is extremely strong. But unfortunately, the path of the martial Dao doesn't only rely on natural talent, it relies on comprehension ability as well. Obviously, Yi Xiao didn't think that Duan Lingtian's comprehension of concept was very high. Are you teaching me a lesson? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. It's still unknown if you're able to defeat me, yet you're impatiently teaching me a lesson here. It seems to be slightly inappropriate, right? To put it bluntly, do you have the qualifications? Humph. You'll know if I have the qualifications or not very soon. Yi Xiao grunted coldly as his feet shook, and his figure moved along with the wind as he charged towards Duan Lingtian. In his hand, a spirit saber that was like a bright moon appeared out of thin air, and origin energy raged within it while concept followed behind like a shadow as he revealed his strength. Flying stars chasing moon. After Yi Xiao arrived near Duan Lingtian, he raised his hand and shook the spirit saber in his hand. He was about to swing it at Duan Lingtian. At practically the instant that Yi Xiao raised his hand, Duan Lingtian moved. Whirlwind. In the eyes of many martial artists with average cultivation, Duan Lingtian disappeared in an instant. As for some martial artists with profound cultivation, they could see that Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a hurricane and was already close to Yi Xiao before he struck out with his blade. At this instant, an ear-piercing sound of wind and thunder suddenly rang out before it abruptly stopped.
Whoosh.
Soon after, a soft sword hum rang out before it was extinguished in an instant. If one did not have a high cultivation base, they would not be able to hear the sword whistle. What a fast sword! Many martial artists with high cultivations couldn't help but narrow their eyes when they saw the flash of purple sword light in Duan Lingtian's hand. OM. Right at this moment, the Grade 4 Spirit Saber in Yi Xiao's hand had already flashed out towards Duan Lingtian, who was close at hand, and it seemed to have transformed into a bright moon that shot out menacingly. Duan Lingtian seemed to have been prepared since long ago, and he moved to the side in a neither fast nor slow manner at the instant Yi Xiao struck out with his blade. In the eyes of the group of people with profound cultivations, Duan Lingtian had completed the actions of striking out and sheathing his sword in the blink of an eye, and at the instant he sheathed his sword, he seemed as if he'd foreseen the future and flashed to the side. The bright moon that flashed out from Yi Xiao's hand was pushed by the group of stars, and when it saw it had lost its target, Yi Xiao's gaze squinted as he wanted to control the bright moon to chase after Duan Lingtian. You've already lost. A flat and indifferent voice sounded out abruptly, yet it caused the nearby Duan Lingtian to speak slowly.
Lost?
Yi Xiao couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian. When he noticed the numerous strange gazes from the surroundings, a bad premonition arose in his heart, and after he withdrew his spirit saber, he hurriedly looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a low voice, "What do you mean by this?" Duan Lingtian didn't answer Yi Xiao, and his gaze moved down slightly to descend onto Yi Xiao's throat. There was a shallow sword mark on Yi Xiao's throat, and a clear and dazzling bloody mark hung on it, causing it to be gorgeous and resplendent. When he noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze, Yi Xiao faintly noticed that his throat was slightly cold, and when he stretched out his hand to wipe his throat, he saw that his hand was covered in dazzling fresh blood. How could this be possible? Yi Xiao looked at Duan Lingtian with a dumbstruck gaze and an expression of disbelief. Now, he'd guessed it as well. At the instant that Duan Lingtian approached him, Duan Lingtian had already made a move. Earlier, there was a moment when he felt a gust of cold wind blow onto his throat. At the beginning, he only felt that it was the wind in the air that suddenly became cold, but now when he thought about it, it was caused by the edge of Duan Lingtian's sword.
Quick.
Too quick. Never had Yi Xiao imagined that Duan Lingtian's sword strike would be so swift to the point he didn't even have the time to react before his throat was sliced open. At the same time, Yi Xiao broke out in cold sweat. He could imagine that if Duan Lingtian hadn't shown mercy earlier, then he would have already been killed by Duan Lingtian's sword strike. He'd witnessed Duan Lingtian's ability to slice open the throat with a single strike earlier. Their Yi clan's young genius, Yi Lu, had been killed by Duan Lingtian with a single strike of his sword. Now, do you still think you have the qualifications to teach me a lesson? Duan Lingtian stood at the side as he looked at Yi Xiao with a calm expression. His gaze was neither happy nor angry, and no emotions could be discerned from it. I admit that I indeed don't have the qualifications to teach you a lesson, but thank you for showing mercy. Yi Xiao took a deep breath as his expression changed indeterminately before finally squeezing out a trace of a magnanimous smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xiao left the central area in the sky above the cage battle arena. This Yi Xiao's character isn't bad, unlike his younger brother. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly surprised when he saw Yi Xiao admit defeat so easily. Duan Lingtian is victorious. Meanwhile, the old man in the sky above the cage battle arena announced. At this moment, the two old men that were in charge of presiding over the dynasty martial competition today looked at Duan Lingtian with slightly complicated gazes. This violet-clothed young man had entered their fields of vision when they followed the emperor over. This was a person that dared be disrespectful before their Darkhan dynasty's emperor. Originally, they thought that the violet-clothed young man only dared to be so unbridled because he was relying on his status as Feng Wudao's son-in-law. Yet now they didn't think like this. With the natural talent and comprehension ability this violet-clothed young man revealed, he did indeed have the qualifications to be arrogant. This Duan Lingtian, how could he possibly be so strong? After Yi Xiao returned to the first-class spectating area where the Yi clan members were, his second brother, Yi Xiang, had an extremely unsightly expression, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness as he looked at the violet-clothed young man that stood in the distant sky. Don't offend this Duan Lingtian in the future. You, me, and our Yi clan can't afford to offend him. Yi Xiao glanced at Yi Xiang with a warning gaze, and his words were obviously not spoken for Yi Xiang's ears. The Yi clan's patriarch and the remaining higher-ups had bitter smiles and helplessness on their faces now. They knew that Yi Xiao was right. Not to mention Duan Lingtian's terrifying natural talent and comprehension ability, just his background was sufficient to cause their Yi clan to be somewhat fearful of him. So it turns out that elder brother Duan concealed so much of his strength when he fought me that day. Even the #1 expert in the Yi clan's younger generation, Yi Xiao, wasn't a match for him. After Feng Tianwu received the spatial ring sent over by the worker of the cage battle arena, she looked at Duan Lingtian from afar as she muttered to herself. From the moment Duan Lingtian moved to attacking and dodging to the side, all of this happened in the blink of an eye, and the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth in the sky didn't even have the time to condense into form. It could be seen from this that the speed Duan Lingtian attacked had already arrived at an extremely shocking extent. What a kid! He actually concealed his strength so deeply. Feng Wudao's eyes lit up, and a rare wisp of a smile appeared on his face. Young miss, how many origin stones did you help brother Duan earn this time? Elder Kong looked at Feng Tianwu and asked with a smile. Over 8,000 origin stones. Feng Tianwu returned to her senses, and an exceedingly brilliant smile bloomed on her peerlessly beautiful face. Not bad, but there won't be such a good opportunity next time. Elder Kong nodded. Feng Tianwu deeply agreed with Elder Kong's words. She was able to earn so much this time because the people of the cage battle arena didn't know Duan Lingtian's exact cultivation. It was precisely because of this that in the battle between Duan Lingtian and Yi Xiao, the odds for Duan Lingtian was much higher than Yi Xiao. After the battle this time, it was obviously impossible for Duan Lingtian's odds to be so high. After all, he was an existence that could defeat Yi Xiao in a single move. This Duan Lingtian's strength is actually so strong. He's able to defeat Yi Xiao in a single move, so doesn't that mean he can defeat Yi Xiao in a single move as well? The brows of the Darkhan dynasty's emperor raised, and he was slightly surprised. At this moment, he seemed to have completely tossed the disrespect Duan Lingtian had towards him at the beginning to the back of his mind. As expected of Zishang's old enemy. With his strength, he has the qualifications to become Zishang's opponent. The nearby black-clothed old man spoke with a serious expression. How could this be possible? How could this Duan Lingtian possibly possess such a terrifying strength? The beautiful face of Ziyan, who sat by the side of the black-clothed old man, was covered in disbelief, and the space between her brows contained slight worry towards her older brother, Zishang. She knew clearly in her heart that the battle between her older brother, Zishang, and Duan Lingtian was unavoidable today. Moreover, during these past few years, the greatest driving force that urged her older brother forward was undoubtedly Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Zishang himself looked at Duan Lingtian, and at the same time that he revealed a surprised expression, his eyes revealed burning battle intent. I never imagined that you possess such a formidable strength, but this is good as well. Otherwise, if you're too weak, then it would be too boring. Impossible. Impossible.
How old is he?
How could he possibly possess such a formidable strength? After Bai He, who was defeated by Duan Lingtian earlier, consumed a healing medicinal pill, his injuries had completely healed. But now, after he witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength, his eyes were filled with a sheen of disbelief. At the beginning, after he witnessed Yi Xiao and Zhang Shouyang's strength, he knew clearly in his heart that he wasn't a match for Yi Xiao and Zhang Shouyang. Chapter 705. At that time, Bai He had taken Duan Lingtian and Zishang to be his stepping stones today. But now the two people he took to be his stepping stones. One of them had defeated him in a single move. The other had defeated Yi Xiao, who was stronger than him, in a single move. How could he accept this? Could it be that I'm really going to be ranked at the 6th position in the ranking battle? At the bottom? The corners of Bai He's mouth were filled with bitterness as his eyes were filled with unwillingness, and his heart warped madly. This Duan Lingtian has surely obtained numerous fortuitous encounters since he's able to possess such a cultivation at such an age. Why? Why are Duan Lingtian and Zishang able to obtain fortuitous encounters, yet I, Bai He, have nothing? I hate it. I hate it. The heavens are unfair. The heavens are unfair. At this moment, Bai He seemed to have completely forgotten that his background was 1,000 times better than Duan Lingtian and Zishang. He was the son of the Dark Han dynasty's emperor, the respected second prince of the Dark Han dynasty, and he was greatly respected. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and Zishang were only people from a tiny imperial kingdom. It was even to the extent that Duan Lingtian was even from a tiny kingdom under an imperial kingdom, and he was even more inferior to Zishang. Duan Lingtian, amazing. Too amazing. Meanwhile, the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire praised excitedly. On the other hand, the young geniuses of the other empires were affected by this as well. Who said that there aren't any experts amongst us from the empires? The Darkstone Empire's Duan Lingtian defeated the Dark Han dynasty's young expert, Yi Xiao, who'd made a name for himself for many years in a single move. Duan Lingtian, good luck. All of us who've similarly come from the various empires are proud of you. Right? We're proud of you. I hope you can point your sword at the first. Point your sword at the first. The young geniuses of the various empires in the 9 second-class spectating areas were seething with excitement. Presently, amongst the 6 great 9th-level Void Initiation stage young geniuses that stood in the sky above the cage battle arena, only Duan Lingtian was from an empire, and he was a young genius that was recommended by an empire. In the eyes of the young geniuses from the various empires, at this moment, Duan Lingtian represented the glory of these young geniuses from the various empires. In the sky above the cage battle arena, Duan Lingtian had retreated to the side. Brother Lingtian, even though I was mentally prepared since long ago and felt that you would surpass me sooner or later, but never had I imagined that in the dynasty martial competition today, your strength has already surpassed mine. Zhang Shouyang looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze as he sighed. Big brother Zhang, you don't have to undervalue yourself. Your Earth concept is much stronger than the concept I've comprehended, and it can already materialize. Duan Lingtian shook his head. So, what if it can materialize? It's only 9th level elementary Earth concept as well. It's fine when facing someone with a similar strength or a strength that's inferior to me, but when encountering a freak like you who far surpasses me in speed, even if my Earth concept can materialize, it would be unable to affect you in the slightest. Zhang Xiaoyong spoke truthfully. No matter what, based on the current situation, besides by how has it made a move, you're surely the first amongst the five of us to break through to the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian continued. He was extremely confident towards Zhang Xiaoyong in this. Once Zhang Xiaoyong broke through to the void interpretation stage, it would be sufficient for him to easily crush all of these young geniuses that hadn't broken through to the void interpretation stage. I hope so. Zhang Xiaoyong nodded. Next. Meanwhile, the old man spoke out once more. At this moment, no one was the first to move, and the atmosphere became slightly strange. At this moment, even more gazes descended onto the white-colored figure in the sky above the cage battle arena, and it wasn't Zishang, but Bai Hao. Bai Hao, a person recommended by the imperial family and the host of the dynasty martial competition yesterday. To most of the people present, he was completely filled with mystery. Up until now, amongst the 6 young geniuses that were competing for the top 6 positions in the ranking battles, only he hadn't made a move. Including Duan Lingtian, the other 5 9th-level void initiation stage young geniuses looked at Bai Hao in unison and anticipated Bai Hao to ascend the arena. Whoosh! Finally, under the gazes of everyone present, Bai Hao made a move and arrived at the central area of the cage battle arena. Bai Hao has entered the arena. I wonder who he'll choose as his opponent. We'll know soon. Numerous gazes never left Bai Hao from the beginning until the end. Finally, Bai Hao chose his opponent as well. Zhang Xiaoyong. Zhang Xiaoyong was stunned when he was challenged by Bai Hao, and then he moved out to stand in confrontation with Bai Hao. A wine gourd appeared out of thin air in his hand, and he started pouring wine into his mouth. After a short moment, Zhang Xiaoyong put down the wine gourd and looked at Bai Hao with a serious expression. Obviously, he'd realized that Bai Hao wasn't simple. Even though Bai Hao made a move yesterday, it was only for a brief moment, but it was precisely during that brief moment that besides revealing a cultivation at the 9th level of the void initiation stage, he even revealed 9th level fire concept. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Bai Hao, and his expression became slightly serious. He kept having the feeling that besides not utilizing a spirit weapon, it was very likely that Bai Hao had held back when he made a move yesterday. Let's begin. Bai Hao spoke indifferently. Practically at the instant Bai Hao finished speaking, Zhang Xiaoyong moved.
Bang!
Zhang Xiaoyong raised his right leg and stomped abruptly, shattering the enormous brick that appeared out of thin air beneath his feet, and then he relied on the force of the collision to charge towards Bai Hao like a cannonball that shot out from the barrel of a cannon. Everywhere Zhang Xiaoyong passed, the howling of the wind and the sounds of air exploding rose and fell without end.
Whoosh!
Under the gazes of everyone present, Zhang Xiaoyong tightly held the wine gourd with a raise of his hand, and then he stretched his shoulder backwards, causing his entire body to seem to have transformed into a strong bow. Along with the origin energy in Zhang Xiaoyong's hand being released and gushing into the wine gourd, his earth concept followed like a shadow, and it seemed as if the surface of the wine gourd was covered in a layer of earthen yellow clothes. Ha! Along with Zhang Xiaoyong shouting out explosively, his body that was stretched into the shape of a bow suddenly straightened, and the wine gourd in his hand left his hand with a swish. Everywhere it passed, it seemed to have transformed into an earthen yellow bolt of lightning that shot towards Bai Hao. At the same time, Zhang Xiaoyong flashed out and followed closely behind the wine gourd. In the sky, numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form and dashed out along with Zhang Xiaoyong, and they seemed to be telling the surrounding people that he'd already exerted his full strength. A wine gourd and a person flashed towards Bai Hao one after the other.
Whoosh!
Duan Lingtian saw a 7-foot-long spear appear out of thin air in Bai Hao's hand, and flowing lights revolved around the body of the spear, and he knew with a single glance that it wasn't an ordinary weapon. Grade 3 spirit weapon? As a genuine Grade 3 weapons craftsman, Duan Lingtian discerned the grade of the spear in Bai Hao's hand with a single glance. Flame Cloud Spear. Bai He's pupils constricted as his expression became slightly unsightly, and the depths of his eyes were filled with envy. He was able to recognize that the Grade 3 spirit weapon in Bai Hao's hand was precisely the one and only Grade 3 spirit weapon in their Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, and it was in the possession of the strongest person in the imperial family. Yesterday, he went to look for his imperial father and asked his imperial father to help him borrow this Grade 3 spirit spear, yet he was refused by his imperial father. Never had he imagined that the Grade 3 spirit spear he didn't borrow would be in Bai Hao's hands today. As far as he was concerned, if he possessed this Grade 3 spirit spear to rely on today, then perhaps he wouldn't have to be afraid of Zhang Shouyong and Yi Xiao, and at the same time, he wouldn't have lost to Zishang in a single move. He was jealous. He hated. On what basis? On what basis can this Grade 3 spirit spear be lent to Bai Hao but not to me? This Bai Hao uses a spears? When he saw Bai Hao still had a calm expression when facing the wine gourd that approached menacingly, Duan Lingtian's expression became serious. Finally, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, Bai Hao moved. Bai Hao held the spear with a single hand as the origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and then strands of material red-colored energy appeared. When the red-colored energy covered his origin energy, the origin energy shook abruptly and transformed into a crimson-red color. For a time, Bai Hao and his spear were situated within a red-colored sea of flames that rose explosively. Its material concept again. As he looked at Bai Hao, who was enveloped by the red-colored flames that rose explosively and didn't suffer the slightest injury, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Bai Hao's fire concept had actually already come into contact with intermediate concept, and it wasn't inferior to Zhang Shouyong's earth concept.
Swoosh.
Finally, Bai Hao moved. His entire body flashed out like a large fireball that tore through the sky, and it caused the air to be covered in a scorching aura as he moved to intercept the enormous wine gourd that Zhang Shouyong swung and smashed down. Suddenly, Bai Hao held the spear with both hands and swung it above his head. In the next moment,
whoosh,
a wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind instantly resounded out like thunder. It was Bai Hao who'd swung the Grade 3 spirit spear with both hands and smashed it towards Zhang Shouyong as if he possessed the help of the gods, whereas the spear in his hand seemed to have transformed into a rod at this moment.
Bang!
The spirit spear in Bai Hao's hand descended and fiercely smashed onto the wine gourd that flashed over, and scorching flames swept out and instantly shattered the material earth on the surface of the wine gourd. It wasn't just that. After his spirit spear shattered the material earth concept in the surroundings of the wine gourd, it continued to descend onto the wine gourd, and another enormous bang sounded out before the wine gourd was directly blasted flying by him.
Bang!
On the other hand, the wine gourd that was blasted flying collided with Zhang Shouyong, who followed behind it, and it blasted Zhang Shouyong flying.
Pooh!
Zhang Shouyong was struck by the wine gourd while being caught off guard, causing his countenance to go ghastly pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood, and he only stopped after he was blasted flying for a distance. On the other hand, Bai Hao had already put away the Grade 3 spirit spear in his hand, and the flames on his body were extinguished along with it. "You're not a match for me." Bai Hao looked at Zhang Shouyong with a calm gaze as he spoke indifferently. Zhang Shouyong didn't deny Bai Hao's words, and he retreated to the side after putting away the wine gourd. Bai Hao is victorious. Meanwhile, one of the old men reacted to the situation and announced the outcome. On the other hand, the cage battle arena was clamorous as well. What happened earlier? This Bai Hao, who was recommended by the imperial family, used the spirit spear as a rod, and he smashed out with the rod to blast Zhang Shouyong's wine gourd flying. Not only did he blast the wine gourd flying, he even injured Zhang Shouyong. I only saw the ancient horned dragon silhouette appear in the sky above Zhang Shouyong when he attacked. I didn't see Bai Hao's attack clearly. I didn't see it clearly as well. Chapter 706. Just like Duan Lingtian and Zishang earlier, Bai Hao defeated his opponent in a single move. From the beginning until the end, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth didn't have time to condense into form at all. I feel that Bai Hao's strength is comparable to Duan Lingtian and Zishang, and he completely surpasses the other three young geniuses. Not only that, when Bai Hao attacked, that fire concept combined with his origin energy actually transformed into true flames. He's an existence that's half a foot into the void interpretation stage, just like Zhang Shouyong. His strength is even stronger than Zhang Shouyong. The surroundings of the cage battle arena were filled with animated discussion. Including Duan Lingtian, most people were shocked by Bai Hao's strength. Big Brother Zhang, when Bai Hao swung that spirit spear earlier and smashed it towards your spirit weapon bottle gourd, did it contain another type of concept? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask Zhang Shouyong via voice transmission. Because Bai Hao attacked swiftly, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth didn't have the time to condense into form, and coupled with the material fire concept blocking Duan Lingtian's line of sight, Duan Lingtian didn't notice the second concept. Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't notice it, but it didn't mean that Zhang Shouyong was unable to sense it. Exactly. Even though Zhang Shouyong lost at Bai Hao's hands, he wasn't dejected in the slightest. Besides fire concept, he used rod concept as well. According to my guess, his rod concept is at least at the second level or above. Rod concept? Second level or above. Duan Lingtian looked at Bai Hao with slight surprise when he heard this. Never had he imagined that Bai Hao's strength was actually so strong. Ninth level fire concept and rod concept at the second level or above, the combination of both is already not inferior to the combination of my 8th level wind concept and 3rd level lightning concept. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Even though I've comprehended 1st level earth concept, who knows if his rod concept is only at the 2nd level? Perhaps it's at the 3rd or 4th level. After all, Zhang Shouyong had only roughly estimated that Bai Hao's stick concept was at the 2nd level or above, and he wasn't able to confirm exactly how strong it was. Bai Hao easily won the battle with Zhang Shouyong, shocking many people present. Based on the current situation, amongst the 6 young geniuses, Duan Lingtian, Zishang, and Bai Hao's strengths are the strongest. The other 3 are slightly inferior. If nothing unexpected happens, the top 3 of the ranking battles of the Dynasty Martial Competition today ought to be Duan Lingtian's group of 3. No matter if it's Duan Lingtian, Zishang, or Bai Hao. Up until now, they've attacked swiftly, causing the phenomena of the heavens and the earth to appear briefly, and I utterly don't know exactly how strong they are. Perhaps, only when the 3 of them face each other will we be able to determine their exact strength. I'm looking forward to it. The sounds of discussion rose and fell in the surroundings of the cage battle arena, and many people were anticipating the battle between Duan Lingtian, Zishang, and Bai Hao.
Bai Hao.
Zishang looked at Bai Hao, who'd retreated to the side, and his eyes narrowed abruptly as he thought in his heart. I originally thought that my opponent today would only be Duan Lingtian, yet I never imagined that Bai Hao's strength would be so formidable as well, and he already possesses the qualifications to be my opponent. But no matter if it's Duan Lingtian or Bai Hao, both of them are bound to become my, Zishang's, stepping stones. I, Zishang, am determined to obtain the first in the Dynasty Martial Competition. Unknowingly, Zishang's eyes were filled with confidence towards his own strength. In next to no time, along with the sounds of discussion in the surroundings of the cage battle arena calming down, the old man spoke once more. At the same time, Zishang moved and arrived at the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena at the first possible moment. It's Zishang. Zishang actually went up in such a hurry. I wonder if he'll choose Duan Lingtian or Bai Hao as his opponent. If he chooses Duan Lingtian or Bai Hao, then this battle will surely be extremely exciting. The atmosphere in the cage battle arena that had calmed down slightly became bustling once more. But unfortunately, Zishang didn't choose Duan Lingtian or Bai Hao. His gaze locked onto his target at the first possible moment. Yi Xiao, are you going to admit defeat yourself? Or do you want me to defeat you? The person Zishang challenged was precisely the Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Xiao. Presently, Yi Xiao was sitting at the first-class spectating area where the members of the Yi clan were seated, and he flew out when challenged by Zishang. If you have the strength, then defeat me. Don't even think about asking me to admit defeat. Yi Xiao's words were filled with unyielding pride. As the eldest young master of the Yi clan and the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Yi clan, he had pride and dignity that was more important than his own life, and he wouldn't allow anyone to trample on it. Very good. Zishang stood in confrontation with Yi Xiao and nodded with satisfaction. Since it's like this, then I'll personally defeat you.
Humph.
Yi Xiao grunted coldly and chose to strike first to gain the initiative once more. But unfortunately, even though his speed was swift, Zishang's speed was swifter. Along with a zither appearing out of thin air in Zishang's hand, origin energy flickered out from the tips of his fingers with a raise of his hand before transforming into 2 tiny vortexes that ceaselessly warped and revolved. Moreover, within these 2 tiny vortexes, wind concept and fire concept followed like shadows, and the fire borrowed the might of the wind, causing the fire concept to gradually strengthen. In the next moment, Zishang's hand descended like a bolt of lightning, and his fingers plucked the strings of the zither.
Cover your ears.
In the surroundings of the cage battle arena, along with the appearance of the zither in Zishang's hand, many people couldn't help but shout out in panic. Many spectators with comparatively low cultivations hurriedly stretched out their hands to cover their ears. Right at this instant, the sound of the zither resounded out.
Clang, clang.
2 ear-piercing and unpleasant sounds of the zither instantly resounded out.
Whoosh, whoosh.
At the same time, 2 ceaselessly revolving vortexes whistled out from the zither, and they were like 2 extremely swift arrows that left the bowstring. One of the vortexes moved to intercept the spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand. Clang! The sound of the zither resounded out as the spirit saber was swept to the side by the vortexes, and the origin energy on it dimmed down slightly. On the other hand, the other vortex pointed directly at Yi Xiao, and it followed him like a shadow as it whistled out towards Yi Xiao with menacing momentum.
OM.
Yi Xiao's eyes squinted when facing the vortexes that approached menacingly, and with a raise of his hand, he slashed out with his palm to heavily descend onto the vortexes. However, the vortexes easily dispersed more than half of the origin energy on Yi Xiao's palm, and then they heavily injured Yi Xiao and blasted him flying. At the same time that Yi Xiao flew out in a sorry state, he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his countenance was ghastly pale to the extreme. On the other hand, the Grade 4 spirit saber that flew out of his hand had completely dimmed down after losing the supply of origin energy, and it fell to the ground before being taken back by Yi Xiao, who'd barely caught his breath. Zishang. Yi Xiao looked at the white-clothed young man that had put away his zither long ago, and his eyes revealed deep fear. When did such a figure appear in the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family? He was actually completely unaware in the past. He defeated his opponent in a single move. This Zishang's strength is too overbearing. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth hasn't completely condensed into form. I can't see how many ancient horned dragon silhouettes this Zishang is capable of drawing upon the energy of the heavens and the earth to condense into form when he attacks. I suspect that when this Zishang attacks with his full strength, it's extremely likely that it exceeds the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. It's possible. As expected, An uproar arose in the cage battle arena when they saw Zishang defeating Yi Xiao in a single move. Zishang's strength had once again shocked them. Along with Zishang and Yi Xiao retreating to the side, the ranking battle continued. Next, as soon as the old man finished speaking, a figure flashed out swiftly to arrive at the center area of the sky above the cage battle arena in the blink of an eye.
Duan Lingtian.
Instantly, the violet-clothed young man that took the initiative to enter the arena drew the attention of everyone. Who should I choose? It was the first time Duan Lingtian had taken the initiative to enter the arena to choose an opponent, and his gaze flashed past the other four people besides Yi Xiao as he carefully sized them up. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed. Besides Zishang, Bai Hao, and Zhang Shouyong who had calm expressions, the second prince Bai He's expression was slightly unsightly, and his gaze was difficult to unravel. Duan Lingtian revealed a brilliant smile when he saw this scene, and his gaze locked onto Bai He. Second prince, if I'm not wrong, you seem to have said that you wanted to teach me a lesson? Now, I'll give you this opportunity. How about it? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the cage battle arena went deathly silent. Numerous strange gazes descended onto Bai He as expected, and all of them felt that Duan Lingtian was truly too evil. With his strength that was capable of defeating Yi Xiao in a single move, he challenged Bai He, who was obviously inferior to Yi Xiao, and even spoke such mocking words. Wasn't this bullying? You. Bai He's expression went grim when he heard Duan Lingtian, and when he recalled his actions of provoking Duan Lingtian at the beginning, he wished for nothing more than to give himself 2 slaps. When he noticed the numerous strange gazes that flashed over from the surroundings, he was unable to restrain himself any longer, and he flew out to stand in confrontation with Duan Lingtian as he sneered. Duan Lingtian, do you really think that I, Bai He, am afraid of you? I didn't think so. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled lightly. Then, second prince, please make a move. Duan Lingtian's casual attitude caused Bai He's expression to go grim once more. Since you want to court death, then I'll fulfill your wish. At this moment, Bai He was like a wild beast that had its tail stepped on, and he was exasperated as he flashed out while a spirit sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. Right when origin energy raged within the spirit sword in Bai He's hand, and his sword concept arrived as expected, Duan Lingtian moved. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian's speed was so swift that when it entered into Bai He's eyes, he only saw an afterimage that flashed swiftly by, and it directly flashed past him to arrive behind him. When he recovered from his shock, he instantly turned around with the intention of attacking once more. Duan Lingtian is victorious. The old man's voice clearly entered into Bai He's ears. Bai He's expression went grim when he heard this, and when he recalled the scene of Duan Lingtian defeating Yi Xiao earlier, he hurriedly stretched out his hand to wipe his throat, causing his hand to be tainted with blood. Instantly, Bai He's expression went ghastly pale to the extreme, and he was slightly dejected. He knew that he'd lost completely and utterly. Chapter 707. Throat sliced with a single strike again. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian showing mercy, the second prince would have died for sure. What a swift sword! What a swift speed! Even though the people present weren't surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to defeat Bai He, they were still shocked by Duan Lingtian's speed. Duan Lingtian had attacked twice, and it was against Yi Xiao and Bai He respectively. But the outcome of the two of them was almost the same, and both of them had their throats slit before they could react to what had happened.
Duan Lingtian.
On the second-class spectating area, where the members of the Darkstone Empire were seated, King Yong revealed a smile. Duan Lingtian's display had exceeded his expectations, and it caused him to be extremely pleasantly surprised at the same time. Before this, he'd never imagined that someone from their Darkstone Empire would actually be able to arrive at this stage. If it wasn't for him confirming that everything before his eyes was real, he would feel that he wasn't dreaming. No matter how shocked the others in the cage battle arena were, the dynasty martial competition still continued like a raging fire. Perhaps it was intentional or not. Duan Lingtian, Zishang, and Bai Hao had chosen the other three people as their opponents first. In next to no time, the other three people had each lost at the hands of the three of them. The results of the 4th, 5th, and 6th in the ranking battles of the Dynasty Martial Competition today have been decided. They're respectively Zhang Shouyong, Yi Xiao, and Bai He. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the old man's voice was like a sonorous bell as he announced. The 6th will obtain 2,000 low-grade origin stones as a reward. The 5th will obtain 5,000 low-grade origin stones as a reward. The 4th will obtain 10,000 low-grade origin stones as a reward. Another old man continued. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the scene was in an uproar as expected. 10,000 low-grade origin stones? For a time, numerous gazes that were filled with burning desire descended onto Zhang Shouyong in unison. He's only at the 4th, yet he's able to obtain 10,000 low-grade origin stones as a reward? Then wouldn't the people ranked in the top 3 be able to obtain even more origin stones? The person ranked at the 1st in the Dynasty Martial Competition today would probably count until his hands went soft. The attention of the people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena had moved onto the rewards of the Dynasty Martial Competition today. More people were curious about the rewards for the top 3. No one was surprised by the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family's wealth, because they knew that the Dark Han Dynasty's origin stone vein was controlled in the hands of the imperial family. Perhaps some other top forces could get a share of the profits, but more than 50% of the primordial stone's mined would still be in the hands of the imperial family. The 4th place is worth 10,000 low-grade primal stones? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Doesn't that mean that the 1st place winner is extremely likely to receive several tens of thousands of low-grade origin stones? When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with yearning for the 1st in the Dynasty Martial Competition today. Meanwhile, after Zhang Shouyong, Yi Xiao, and Bai He received their respective spatial rings that contained spirit stones, they returned successively to the first-class spectating area they were at earlier. Together with the others, they looked towards the 3 remaining young geniuses in the distant sky. A purple-clothed young man and 2 white-clothed young men. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, causing the robes of the 3 people to flutter in the wind. A great battle was about to break out. Now, the 3 of you will decide on the top 3 rankings of the Dynasty Martial Competition today. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 and spoke slowly. The 3 of them were competing for the top 3 rankings. In other words, any one of them would face 2 battles. Moreover, there would only be a total of 3 battles, and they were the final 3 battles. Only 3 battles were required to decide on the final rankings. The clamorous noise in the cage battle arena was slowly suppressed and gradually vanished along with the old man's voice. The entire cage battle arena recovered its calm. Whoosh! A figure was the first to flash out and stand at the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena. It was a white-robed young man. Zishang. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. At this moment, Zishang only had 2 choices. The first was to choose him as his opponent and challenge Bai Hao in the next battle. The second was to choose Bai Hao as his opponent and battle him in the next battle. In next to no time, Zishang made a choice. Bai Hao. Zishang's gaze descended onto Bai Hao, and his burning gaze was filled with battle intent. Whoosh! Bai Hao was challenged, and he flew out to stand before Zishang and stand in confrontation with Zishang. 2 white-colored figures stood facing each other, and it was extremely dazzling. I wonder who will win in the battle between Zishang and Bai Hao. Based on the current situation, their chances of winning ought to be 50%. After all, from the beginning until the end, we haven't discerned their exact strengths. I feel that Bai Hao's chances of winning are comparatively greater. It wasn't just the surrounding crowd of spectators that didn't know the outcome of the battle between Zishang and Bai Hao. Even Duan Lingtian was similarly unable to deduce who was stronger between the two of them. Zishang and Bai Hao's cultivations were on par. This was the information he possessed up until now. On the other hand, in terms of concept, he wasn't sure until now. As for spirit weapons, if Zishang didn't conceal them, then he would surely be suppressed by Bai Hao in terms of spirit weapons. After all, Bai Hao possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon. Even though it wasn't a weapon that he liked, it could be used as a weapon that he liked, and it wouldn't affect his strength in the slightest. Under the gazes of everyone present, Zishang and Bai Hao moved at practically the exact same time. Zishang soared up into the sky as a zither appeared out of thin air in his hand. At the same time, his palm descended, and the concept of wind and fire fused into his origin energy to form a swiftly revolving vortex at the center of his palm that directly pressed down onto the surface of the zither. Whoosh! At practically the instant Zishang's hand descended, a spirit spear appeared in Bai Hao's hand. When he flashed towards Zishang like a bolt of lightning, material flames skyrocketed from his body, and he seemed to have transformed into a ball of burning clouds that flashed through the sky. The aura in the air suddenly rose in temperature. Along with waves of violent winds blowing over from all directions, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of hot wind assault him, and it enveloped his entire body within it. What an overbearing fire concept! Clang! At the instant Zishang's hand descended, an ear-piercing sound of a zither resounded out. At the same time, a strong wave of air came from Zishang's palm and swept out in all directions through the zither, and it spread out like a ripple. Within the ripples, one could vaguely see faint material origin energy, the azure-colored energy, and the red-colored energy that rose explosively without end. At this moment, Zishang had once again utilized the ability he used to defeat Bai He. Whoosh! When faced with this ability of Zishang's, Bai Hao didn't dodge, and his hands suddenly shook as he swung up the spirit spear in his hand before smashing it towards the wave of air that spread out. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and it was Bai Hao who'd taken the spirit spear in his hand to be a spirit rod and fiercely smashed it out. Instantly, two formidable forces collided together, and the material flames on the spirit spear in Bai Hao's hand spilled out, and it seemed to have transformed into a ferocious demon beast that opened its bloody mouth and pounced over. On the other hand, Zishang wasn't willing to be outdone, and his palm descended once more, and wave after wave collided with Bai Hao's attack. Bang! Another enormous bang sounded out, and the spirit spear in Bai Hao's hand shook as he retreated a few meters back in a slightly sorry state. On the other hand, Zishang wasn't in a good state as well, and he retreated a few meters back as well. The forceful collision of probing attacks caused slight rosiness to appear on their faces, yet their battle intent was still rising ceaselessly as they looked at each other. In the sky above them, numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes slowly condensed into form in the end. A total of 31 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above Bai Hao. 9th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Grade 3 Spirit Weapon. 9th level Fire Concept. 2nd level Rod Concept. At this moment, Bai Hao revealed his true strength for the first time. On the other hand, there were originally 32 ancient horned dragon silhouettes on Zishang's side, yet in the blink of an eye, 2 of them had been completely obliterated, and it was as if they'd never appeared. It's the extra strength he obtained by relying on wind concept. Presently, the wind concept and fire concept executed by Zishang have been obliterated successively, and the strength bestowed by wind concept has naturally been obliterated along with it. It was easy for Duan Lingtian to figure out what was going on, but he still couldn't help but be surprised. Zishang relied on his wind concept to mobilize his fire concept, and he's actually able to obtain the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons. Duan Lingtian looked at Zishang as flowing lights flickered within his eyes, and his feelings were slightly complicated. In next to no time, his attention had moved onto the 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above Zishang. This was Zishang's strength under the precondition that he didn't rely on wind concept and fire concept. 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. Grade 4 Spirit Weapon. Besides that, according to Duan Lingtian's guess, his wind concept and fire concept ought to be 7th level wind concept and 4th level fire concept respectively. The strength of these two concepts added together was comparable to the strength of 11 ancient horned dragons. Merely in terms of strength, it was on par with the combination of Bai Hao's two concepts. But because the spirit weapon in his possession was a grade lower than the spirit weapon in Bai Hao's possession, so under the precondition that their cultivations and concepts were equal, his strength was slightly weaker. Of course, all of this was established under the precondition that he didn't rely on wind concept and fire concept. Once he relied on wind concept and fire concept, it was sufficient to allow his fire concept to advance by 2 levels and obtain the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons. So, if both of them were to exert their full strength, then in terms of the strength they could exert, Zishang was still superior. Wind concept and fire concept. Bai Hao's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he saw the 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes vanish in the blink of an eye, and he spoke out with slight astonishment. Your discerning ability isn't bad. Zishang spoke indifferently. Wind concept and fire concept? Bai Hao's words caused many people present to be filled with bewilderment. Even though they'd never heard of this, but the 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that were instantly annihilated by Zishang had similarly caused them to be bewildered. Imperial Uncle, this disciple of yours is actually already capable of relying on wind concept and fire concept to advance the might of his fire concept. It's truly shocking. The Darkhan dynasty's emperor looked at the black-clothed old man by his side and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Chapter 708. Of course, there were many people present that knew the meaning of fueling fire concept with wind concept. Along with the discussion of some people that knew the situation, it wasn't long before everyone in the cage battle arena understood what fueling fire concept with wind concept meant. So it turns out that fueling fire concept with wind concept is a type of ability that can rely on wind concept to activate and improve the might of fire concept. Zishang has actually comprehended such an ability. It's truly shocking. According to the experts present, very few martial artists below the void interpretation stage are able to comprehend such an ability. Zishang is the first void initiation stage martial artist they've seen that was able to comprehend such an ability. As expected of a young genius recommended by the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, experts are really numerous like the clouds in the imperial family. Not to mention anything else, just these 2 people that appeared before everyone today are even stronger than the second prince. Similar discussions entered into Bai He's ears without missing a single word, and it caused Bai He's body to tremble as his fists were suddenly clenched together tightly.
Zishang.
Bai He gnashed his teeth as cold lights flickered within his eyes. He admitted that Bai Hao was stronger than him, but Zishang, this person that was of lowly birth in his eyes, had actually stepped on him now. How could he endure this? In the sky above the cage battle arena, Zishang and Bai Hao attacked once more, and the battle was extremely intense. In terms of strength, if Zishang didn't utilize his ability of fueling fire concept with wind concept, then he was inferior to Bai Hao. But once he utilized his ability of fueling fire concept with wind concept, then he completely defeated Bai Hao. Of course, when he utilized his ability of fueling fire concept with wind concept, he required a certain amount of time to accumulate strength. It was precisely because of this that Bai Hao was able to grab onto this opportunity to suppress Zishang as much as possible and not allow Zishang to wantonly improve the might of his fire concept. With Zishang's current strength, he was at most able to improve his fire concept by 2 levels. But now, every time he improved a level, He wouldn't have the time to continue improving before he would be pestered by Bai Hao, and he was utterly unable to improve by 2 levels. After improving a level, his strength would be comparable to Bai Hao, and coupled with their combat experience and martial skills being on par, they were tied for a time. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian left the sky above the cage battle arena to return to the second-class spectating area where the members of the Darkstone Empire sat, and he sat back by Su Li's side. Duan Lingtian, who do you think will win? Su Li couldn't help but ask when he saw Duan Lingtian return. I can't tell. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said truthfully, based on the current situation, so long as Bai Hao doesn't give Zishang the chance to improve his fire concept by 2 levels, then it's not very likely for Zishang to defeat him. Whereas if he gives Zishang a chance, or if Zishang is able to seize the opportunity and improve his fire concept by 2 levels in one go, then it wouldn't be impossible for him to defeat Bai Hao. Duan Lingtian finished speaking in one breath. Su Li nodded in realization. He thought so too.
Zheng, 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 zheng.
Zishang held the zither with one hand while the essence energy in his other hand raged. The 2 states of wind and fire followed him like shadows. They continuously landed on the zither strings, giving off ear-piercing sounds. At the same time, numerous attacks that were like wind flame wheels ceaselessly swept towards Bai Hao.
Boom, 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 boom.
When faced with Zishang's attacks over and over again, Bai Hao wasn't willing to show weakness. He used the spirit spear in his hand like a spirit rod, swinging it up and smashing it down over and over again, and he successively crushed Zishang's attacks. He didn't dare hesitate in the slightest, because he knew that once he gave Zishang an opportunity to seize, he would surely lose. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the battle was intense, and it caused the surrounding spectators to be dazzled. I truly never imagined that one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Zither Young Master, would actually possess such a formidable strength now. I wonder exactly what fortuitous encounter he obtained. Su Li's gaze was complicated as he sighed lightly. Su Li's words aroused the resonance of Duan Lingtian and Long Yun. Both of them were from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom like Zishang, and each of them had a connection with Zishang. So their feelings were even greater. Duan Lingtian, who was originally silently watching the battle, suddenly noticed his spatial ring trembling lightly. Even though the frequency of trembling wasn't great, he still clearly sensed it. What's going on? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and his mind sunk into the spatial ring. Instantly, the commotion within the storage space within the spatial ring caused him to be unable to refrain from being stunned. He noticed that the Devil Seal tablet that was originally placed at the side silently had suddenly seemed to have gone mad, and it ceaselessly collided with the storage space within the spatial ring. The things within the storage space were collided into a mess by it, and all the things scattered in all directions, as if they'd become a pile of trash. This is, at the same time that Duan Lingtian's face froze, he couldn't help but recall that the storage space within his spatial ring had suffered an indescribable attack yesterday morning, and the things within it were all messed up and scattered all over the ground. At that time, he didn't know what was going on. Now, he completely understood that it turned out that it was the Devil Seal tablet that was playing tricks. What exactly is going on? When encountering something like this, Duan Lingtian was completely uncertain in his heart, as there was utterly no record of something like this in the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu. Logically speaking, the storage space within a spatial ring could only accommodate things that didn't have life, and this was the iron law of Cloud Continent. Whereas the Devil Seal tablet was a thing that didn't have life, and the soul within it had even been obliterated that day. Logically speaking, it was impossible for there to be any life within it. But now, the unusual actions of the Devil Seal tablet caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly flustered. Based on the Devil Seal tablet's actions, it wants to charge out of the spatial ring. But even though the Devil Seal tablet's actions were great, it was unable to shake the storage space within the spatial ring. The firmness of the storage space exceeded the imagination of an ordinary person. At this moment, Duan Lingtian even had the desire to release the Devil Seal tablet. But at practically the exact same moment, his intuition told him that if he were to take out the Devil Seal tablet, it would absolutely not be a good thing. So, he restrained himself. Wait, there's surely a reason why the Devil Seal tablet is acting like this. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and returned to his senses, and his gaze descended onto the two people that were fighting intensely in the sky above the cage battle arena. With a single glance, he noticed that something was off. The space between Zishang's brows. Duan Lingtian noticed that at this moment, a small black had appeared out of thin air between Zishang's brows. The small black was still ceaselessly enlarging, and it seemed as if it was taking root and sprouting. What's that? Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck as he looked at the space between Zishang's brows. Meanwhile, he noticed that the Devil Seal tablet within his spatial ring was moving even more strongly. Could it be that the unusual actions of the Devil Seal tablet are related to the small black that's ceaselessly enlarging between Zishang's brows? When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian felt it was slightly inconceivable. Even if it was the Emperor Wu of Samsara who'd experienced 2 lifetimes, he'd never encountered such a strange thing. Yet now, he'd actually encountered it. Could it be that the small black that's appeared between Zishang's brows is related to the Devil Seal tablet? Now, Duan Lingtian could only think like this. But after thinking for a long time, he was still unable to figure out exactly what was going on. Look quickly. There seems to be something between Zishang's brows. That's a black-colored flame brand.
Wait.
I remember that Zishang didn't have this brand between his brows earlier. As well. What exactly is going on? The cage battle arena was in a state of panic as everyone was shocked by the strange scene before their eyes. A brand that had suddenly appeared out of thin air on a person's face, and it was such an obvious brand that caused everyone to shudder and feel their scalps go numb. At this moment, even if it was the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, the Dark Han dynasty's emperor, and the black-clothed old man by the emperor's side, their expressions couldn't help but become tense and extremely serious, because the scene before their eyes similarly caused them to be astounded. That small black. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a black-colored flame brand. After the small black appeared between Zishang's brows, Duan Lingtian's gaze had never left the space between Zishang's brows, and he clearly saw the changes between Zishang's brows. The Devil Seal tablet seems to have gone even more berserk. Duan Lingtian noticed that after the small black between Zishang's brows transformed into a black-colored flame brand, the Devil Seal tablet within Zishang's spatial ring seemed as if it had gone mad and charged around randomly. If it wasn't for the space within the spatial ring being sufficiently firm, it would probably have already broken through. What exactly is the flame brand between Zishang's brows? Why is it capable of? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. But his thoughts hadn't finished revolving when his pupils couldn't help but constrict, and his face was covered in astonishment as if he'd seen something terrifying. At the same time, in the sky above the cage battle arena, Zishang, who had the black-colored flame brand between his brows, put down the zither with his left hand, and his right hand clenched into a fist without the slightest sign. Not many people noticed that at this moment, Zishang's eyes dimmed slightly. Subsequently, he took a step forward in a slightly stupefied manner. It was precisely this step that caused him to vanish before the eyes of everyone, and in the next moment, he'd already appeared behind Bai Hao. This caused Bai Hao to be unable to react in the slightest.
Bang!
At the same time, Zishang smashed out with his fist, and he didn't even rely on the amplification of his spirit weapon as he smashed it towards Bai Hao. Everywhere his iron fist passed, the sound of air exploding rose and fell successively, and the airflow in the air seemed as if it was completely sucked dry. The might of a single punch was earth-shattering. "Stay your hand." The expression of the Dark Han dynasty's emperor went grim as he shouted out in shock. On the other hand, the two old men in the sky above the cage battle arena had reacted as well, and they made a move successively with the intention of stopping Zishang. Even though they didn't know what had happened to Zishang, the strength contained within Zishang's fist caused them to feel terror from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, Zishang wasn't a void initiation stage martial artist in their eyes any longer, and he was an existence that wasn't inferior to them.
Swoosh, swoosh.
The two old men flashed out and pounced towards Zishang. But unfortunately, even though their speeds were swift, Zishang's speed was swifter, and a terrifying force raged and rose explosively with a single punch, and he didn't hold back in the slightest as he smashed it towards Bai Hao. On the other hand, Bai Hao's expression instantly went grim when he heard the sound of the sky being torn apart. Chapter 709.
Bang!
Zishang vanished on the spot and appeared behind Bai Hao before swinging out his fist. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Even though the two old men that were in charge of presiding over the dynasty martial competition had pounced towards Zishang in time, but with their speed, they were obviously unable to stop Zishang in time. "Stay your hand." Right when the Dark Han dynasty's emperor and the black-clothed old man by his side went grim and intended to make a move.
Swish.
A sword howl that appeared briefly instantly resounded out in the entire cage battle arena. For a time, the two of them stopped moving and seemed to have thought of something, causing them to heave a sigh of relief in unison, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. In the next moment, everyone saw Zidecease, who smashed his fist towards Bai Hao, was blasted flying along with a brief howl of the sword, and he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood before his figure was barely able to stop himself. In the sky above Zishang, the numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes that hadn't had the time to completely condense into form were completely annihilated in the cradle along with Zishang swinging out his fist. "Thank you, Lord Wu Dao, for saving my life." Bai Hao, who'd survived the calamity, couldn't help but take a deep breath before looking at Feng Wu Dao, who sat on the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, and then he bowed to express his gratitude. Even though the sword howl only appeared briefly and the origin energy sword light was difficult to capture, he was still able to guess that the person that made a move was surely Feng Wu Dao without a doubt. It was because at the critical moment earlier, amongst the experts present, only Feng Wu Dao possessed the strength to save him. Moreover, Feng Wu Dao himself was an extremely formidable sword cultivator. "Thank you, Big Brother Wu Dao, for lending a hand." Meanwhile, the Dark Han dynasty's emperor thanked Feng Wu Dao as well.
Yes.
Feng Wu Dao nodded indifferently with a carefree expression, and it was as if he'd done something that wasn't important. But at this moment, his gaze descended onto the distant Zishang instead, and he frowned slightly. At that instant earlier, he even had a feeling. At that instant earlier, the strength contained within Zishang's fist was absolutely something that only a martial artist at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage or above could possess. When Zishang swung out his fist, he didn't utilize a spirit weapon or concept, and only pure origin energy caused Bai Hao to be unable to fight back at all. All of this is related to the black-colored flame brand between his brows. Feng Wu Dao guessed in his heart. This was the only explanation. Even though he didn't know what the flame brand that appeared out of nowhere between Zishang's brows represented, he was able to guess that it was an extremely terrifying thing. It was capable of allowing a 9th-level void initiation stage martial artist to possess a strength at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage or above in the blink of an eye. Could it be something simple? Zishang wins. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the two old men heaved a sigh of relief in unison when they saw Feng Wu Dao interfering, and one of them announced as if he'd been relieved of a heavy burden. Along with the old man's announcement, everyone in the surroundings of the cage battle arena recovered from their shock. As if they discussed this beforehand, the gazes of everyone present descended onto Zishang, who stood in the sky above the cage battle arena, in unison. They still couldn't help but shudder when they recalled the scene just now. After the black flame mark appeared between Zishang's brows, it was as if he was possessed by something. Not only did he seem to have become a completely different person, he even instantly possessed a strength that completely surpassed Bai Hao. Moreover, looking at his attack just now, he didn't show the slightest mercy towards Bai Hao. Could it be that after the flame mark appears on Zishang's forehead, not only will his strength increase greatly, but he will also lose his rationality? It's too terrifying. It's simply like he's possessed by a devil. If it wasn't for Lord Wu Dao making a move in time, Bai Hao would probably have died at Zishang's hands. In the surroundings of the cage battle arena, waves of clamorous discussions were mixed with deep terror. Until now, when they recalled the changes that occurred on Zishang earlier, they still couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. That flame mark disappeared? Duan Lingtian, whose face was covered in shock, and his gaze that never left Zishang from the beginning, suddenly noticed that the black flame mark between Zishang's brows was gradually fading away before vanishing. The Devil Seal tablet has stopped moving restlessly. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian noticed that the Devil Seal tablet within his spatial ring wasn't going crazy any longer, and it lay there silently without any movement. Looks like my guess wasn't wrong. The changes that occurred on Zishang earlier are greatly related to the Devil Seal tablet. At this moment, Duan Lingtian completely confirmed it.
Whoosh.
After the flame mark between his brows vanished, Zishang's stiff face eased up slightly, and a wisp of a complacent smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. But in next to no time, his expression went grim as he repeatedly spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Zishang's expression eased up after he hurriedly withdrew a healing medicinal pill and consumed it, and then he retreated to the side before looking at Duan Lingtian. "Prince Hao, I'm injured, yet you're uninjured. I'll let you battle Duan Lingtian first." As he finished speaking, Zishang's face was filled with confidence, as if victory was within his grasp, and as if he firmly believed that he would surely obtain the first in the dynasty martial competition today. Bai Hao nodded, yet the gaze he looked at Zishang was filled with fear. "Duan Lingtian, we'll battle in 15 minutes. After Bai Hao's gaze left Zishang, it locked onto Duan Lingtian and directly issued a challenge.
Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded. However, at this moment, his thoughts were still on the changes in Zishang earlier, and he was unable to figure out exactly what had happened to Zishang earlier. It wasn't just Duan Lingtian, the others had similar thoughts as well. Zishang's change earlier was too strange.
Zishang.
Meanwhile, a void interpretation stage expert stared at Zishang with a burning gaze from a first-class spectating area, and he asked bluntly, "Can you tell us what ability you utilized earlier?" "I felt that in that instant, your strength seemed to have undergone an earth-shattering change. It was as if you possessed a formidable strength comparable to a void interpretation stage expert. But you seem to have lost all reason at that moment?" Along with this void interpretation stage expert's voice sounding out, including Duan Lingtian, the gazes of everyone in the surroundings of the cage battle arena descended onto Zishang in unison, as they wanted to know how Zishang would answer. On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, everyone from the imperial family below the emperor looked at Zishang with eyes filled with bewilderment. "Big brother, what exactly happened?" Ziyan's beautiful face was covered in worry, as the scene of Zishang losing all reason earlier caused her to feel uneasy in her heart. It was precisely because of this that she was unable to feel happy even if Zishang defeated Bai Hao. "Actually, it's nothing." Right when most people thought that Zishang wouldn't expose his secret, Zishang spoke instead. "What I executed earlier should be considered to be a secret technique. This secret technique is something I was born with, and every time I execute it, it's able to increase the strength contained within the origin energy in my body by a few times. Of course, This secret technique has an extremely great side effect. It's able to cause one to lose all reason. This is something that everyone ought to have seen earlier. Prince Hao, I've offended you earlier. At that moment, I wasn't able to control. Please forgive me. As he finished speaking, Zishang looked at Bai Hao and bowed slightly in apology. It's fine. I never imagined that you, Zishang, would actually know such a terrifying secret technique. But unfortunately, it's something you were born with, and others are unable to understand it. Bai Hao lightly shook his head and revealed his magnanimity, and as he finished speaking, he had an expression of pity. But Bai Hao's eyes contained deep meaning, and he obviously said one thing, yet did another, and he didn't believe Zishang. Zishang naturally noticed the deep meaning in Bai Hao's eyes, yet he didn't mind. So that's how it is. I truly never imagined that Zishang actually innately knew such a heaven-defying secret technique. If I knew a secret technique like this, then wouldn't my strength be able to increase by a few times as well? My God, Zishang knows such a secret technique. Doesn't that mean that so long as he utilizes the secret technique, then even if it's in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, it's extremely likely for him to obtain the honor of first place? The first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. If it's really obtained by Zishang, then our Darkhan dynasty will be completely famous. The surroundings of the cage battle arena discussed animatedly, and many people were excited to the point their faces flushed red. As far as most people were concerned, since Zishang knew how to execute such a terrifying secret technique, then the first in the dynasty martial competition today would surely be his. Even if it was the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he might not have no chance of obtaining it. After witnessing the secret technique Zishang executed earlier, they were filled with confidence towards Zishang. Imperial Uncle, I really don't know how to describe this disciple of yours, but it's truly the fortune of our Darkhan dynasty to have him. The Darkhan dynasty's emperor spoke to the black-clothed old man by his side. I didn't expect that there would be such a huge secret hidden in this little guy's body. The black-clothed old man shook his head and smiled, and his beaming face didn't reveal the slightest displeasure or blame. As far as he was concerned, since he was able to take in a personal disciple like this in his lifetime, even if he died now, he wouldn't have any regrets. Secret technique? Unlike most of the people in the cage battle arena that firmly believed Zishang's words, Duan Lingtian didn't believe it at all. Even though he didn't know much about secret techniques, there were many records of secret techniques in the memories of the 2 lifetimes that the Samsara Emperor Wu had experienced. Secret techniques were mostly the abilities of some specific races, and it was utterly impossible for ordinary human martial artists to grasp them. Not a single one of those secret techniques did not have shocking side effects. As far as he was concerned, if Zishang's change from before was because of that secret technique, then the side effects wouldn't be so simple after all. It was a secret technique that was capable of allowing the strength of the origin energy in Zishang's body to increase by a few levels in one go. The side effect of such a secret technique was only losing one's reason. No matter if others believed it or not, he didn't believe it. Moreover, the biggest reason Duan Lingtian didn't believe it wasn't because of this, but mostly because of the Devil Seal tablet within his spatial ring. Now, he'd already completely confirmed that the changes that occurred on Zishang couldn't escape being related to the Devil Seal tablet. Chapter 710. Perhaps Zishang's words were able to deceive others, yet it was unable to deceive Duan Lingtian. I truly never imagined that Zishang had such ability. After the flame brand appeared between his brows, his strength had at least increased by a few times. The origin energy contained within the punch he swung out at Bai Hao earlier was at least at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. As someone that had fused with the memories of 2 lifetimes of Emperor Wu, even if there wasn't a phenomenon of the heavens and the earth, Duan Lingtian was still able to discern this. Even though Duan Lingtian wasn't willing to admit it in his heart, he had to admit that he was absolutely not a match for Zishang at that moment. Looks like the fortuitous encounter Zishang obtained is extraordinary, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. When the black flame brand appeared between Zishang's brows and even erupted with a strength comparable to a void interpretation stage expert, he clearly noticed the expressions of the few people on the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. At that time, he knew that including Zishang's master, the few members of the imperial family seemed to have utterly not known that Zishang possessed such ability. He could be sure that Zishang's ability was something that only Zishang himself knew beforehand. Moreover, this ability ought to have come from Zishang's fortuitous encounter in the past. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a voice sounded out by his ears, and it completely pulled Duan Lingtian back from his thoughts. It was Bai Hao, who was in the sky above the cage battle arena, that spoke out once more. "I'm fine." Obviously, Bai Hao had already rested well. Even though he was the loser in the battle from before, he wasn't the one that was injured because Feng Wu Dao had made a move in time to save him from Zishang. Now, after he consumed a medicinal pill and recovered his origin energy to its prime, he called out to Duan Lingtian to enter the arena to battle. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and didn't hesitate in the slightest to fly out and stand in confrontation with Bai Hao. Duan Lingtian had a calm expression as he looked at Bai Hao. Bai Hao, the young prince of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, possessed a cultivation that surpassed the second prince, Bai He. He'd comprehended 9th-level fire concept, 2nd-level rod concept, and possessed a grade 3 spirit spear. He was a formidable opponent to Duan Lingtian. Of course, he was only to Duan Lingtian who didn't execute his sole skill, Thousand Illusions. Meanwhile, the spectators in the surroundings of Cage Battle Arena had moved their attention to Duan Lingtian and Bai Hao, who stood in confrontation to face to Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. They knew that the matter with Zishang to Lingtian to Duan Tian to speak to Duan to speak, Duan Lingtian. Lingtian, Duan Ditto speak to Ditto Duan to do, to Duan to fight. Ditto Duan Lingtian and Ditto Lingtian. They felt proud of Duan Lingtian all the way until now because they were all people that represented the Darkstone Empire to the Darkhan dynasty. So they hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to continue moving forward and defeat Bai Hao to obtain the second in the dynasty martial competition today. As for the first, they utterly didn't dare think about it now. The strength Zishang revealed caused them to feel shock that came from the bottom of their hearts. It had already exceeded the scope of a void initiation stage martial artist, and it wasn't something Duan Lingtian could go against. At least, Duan Lingtian couldn't now. The payout rate is really low. On the spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, Feng Tianwu returned to her seat and muttered, "Young miss, what's the payout rate for Brother Duan's battle?" Elder Kong asked curiously. "Only 1-1. Feng Tianwu sighed. "Then how much did you bet on Brother Duan's?" Elder Kong asked. "I naturally bet all the origin stones that Elder Brother Duan earned from 5,000 low-grade origin stones. There's a total of 13,000 low-grade origin stones." Feng Tianwu spoke as a matter of course. The corners of Elder Kong's mouth twitched as he laughed bitterly. If Brother Duan wins this battle, then he'll be able to earn an extra 13,000 low-grade origin stones. It's not a small amount. The cage battle arena that was originally slightly clamorous gradually quieted down. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the violet-clothed young man and white-clothed young man stood in confrontation, and the battle was about to erupt at any moment. "Duan Lingtian, you and I will battle very soon. Even if you admit defeat, I'll surely trample on your dignity and make you unable to hold your head up high for your entire lifetime." Zishang stared fixedly at the violet-clothed young man as the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile, and his eyes flickered with cold lights. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Zishang's gaze, Yet he paid no attention to it as his attention was completely converged onto Bai Hao, who stood before him. When he saw Bai Hao hadn't made a move for a long time, he decided to gain the initiative by striking first. That Zishang even dared to utilize such terrifying methods. Moreover, he casually fabricated a secret technique to disperse a group of curious people. Perhaps I can learn from him as well. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and made a decision. At practically the instant he made a decision, Duan Lingtian moved. Whirlwind. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into an extremely swift gale that swept towards Bai Hao. When he saw a 7-foot-long spear appear out of thin air in Bai Hao's hand and the origin energy on his body skyrocketed to finally transform into material flames that were on the verge of erupting, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged.
Whoosh.
As his figure shook, Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and a dim light flashed into appearance in the depths of his eyes. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force didn't hesitate in the slightest, and in practically the blink of an eye, it fused into the soul brand in the depths of his soul. 1,000 illusions. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian directly utilized his soul skill that belonged solely to him. An unfathomable illusory space was instantly condensed into form, and then it enveloped towards Bai Hao and followed him like a shadow. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, Bai Hao was trapped within the illusory space created by the spiritual force of a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist, as expected. In the world before Bai Hao's eyes, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out to arrive nearby Bai Hao before attacking him. He naturally wouldn't sit there and wait for death, and the spirit spear in his hand abruptly swung out to instantly smash out. In reality, outside the illusory space, Duan Lingtian hadn't even approached Bai Hao when he'd already moved to the side, and he arrived behind Bai Hao in a short moment. What's going on? Right at this moment, a strange scene occurred in the eyes of the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena. They saw Bai Hao not only didn't dodge when Duan Lingtian flashed behind him, he didn't even turn around, and he instead swung the grade 3 spirit spear in his hand before fiercely smashing it towards the air before him. Has this Bai Hao gone mad? Many people were dumbstruck.
Bang.
Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian, who'd moved behind Bai Hao, raised his hand and slapped out with his palm to strike Bai Hao's back, and it directly heavily injured Bai Hao and blasted him flying.
Pooh.
Bai Hao's figure trembled as he spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his body flew out like an arrow that left the bow before stopping in midair in a slightly sorry state. His eyes were filled with rage as he shouted coldly, "Who launched a surprise attack against me?" But in next to no time, he was stunned, because when he turned around, he noticed that the person that heavily injured him was actually Duan Lingtian. How could this be possible? Bai Hao had a dumbstruck expression, and he didn't dare believe that everything before his eyes was real. Duan Lingtian was obviously fighting him head-on earlier, and it was precisely because he was fighting Duan Lingtian head-on that he didn't pay attention to his back, causing him to be launched a surprise attack. But when he was blasted flying by the surprise attack, he noticed that the Duan Lingtian he fought had vanished, and another Duan Lingtian had appeared instead. Moreover, it was the person that launched a surprise attack against him. He was 100% sure that it was absolutely impossible for the Duan Lingtian he fought earlier to instantly circle around behind him and launch a surprise attack against him. At this moment, if it wasn't for only a single Duan Lingtian remaining, he would even think that Duan Lingtian had another twin brother. What happened earlier? The surroundings of the cage battle arena were in an uproar now. The scene that occurred earlier caused them to be filled with bewilderment. Originally, when they saw Duan Lingtian charging towards Bai Hao, they thought that the two of them would fight head-on, but in the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had moved behind Bai Hao instead. They'd seen all of this clearly. Right at this moment, a strange scene appeared. Bai Hao had actually abandoned Duan Lingtian and attacked the air, as if the air was his opponent. At that moment, they even felt that Bai Hao had gone mad. Subsequently, they saw that under the circumstances that Bai Hao wasn't on guard at all. He was heavily injured by Duan Lingtian's palm strike, and he was blasted flying and directly defeated. Of course, they felt that there was a reason why Bai Hao lost. So long as it was a discerning person, they would be able to discern that with Bai Hao's current state, it was impossible for him to continue battling Duan Lingtian. They wouldn't have discussed beforehand and put on an act together, right? Impossible. Bai Hao is the young prince of our Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. How could he possibly act rashly in a situation like this? If they aren't putting on an act, then can you explain what happened earlier? The entire cage battle arena was in an uproar, and they were stunned by the strange scene that occurred earlier. Of course, there was no lack of void interpretation stage inscription masters present, and every time they watched the battle, they would unconsciously stretch out their spiritual force. Earlier, at the instant Bai Hao attacked the air, they'd obviously sensed a material spiritual force envelop Bai Hao. Right when they wanted to investigate the depth of that spiritual force, Bai Hao had already been heavily injured and blasted flying by Duan Lingtian, whereas that spiritual force vanished without a trace along with this. Old Liu, what ability do you think that was? I don't know. It seems to be a type of ability executed with spiritual force. Not only that, that spiritual force isn't weak, and it's Duan Lingtian's spiritual force. That spiritual force ought to be at the second level of the void interpretation stage without a doubt. I truly never imagined that a mere 9th level void initiation stage martial artist like Duan Lingtian would actually possess such a formidable spiritual force. Perhaps he obtained some fortuitous encounter, but this is only secondary. Most importantly, it's the ability he executed earlier. Elder Kong, amongst all of us inscription masters, your spiritual energy is the strongest. Have you noticed anything? Chapter 711. In next to no time, the gazes of many inscription masters descended onto an old man on the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan. Elder Kong couldn't help but be stunned when faced with the questions of these inscription masters via voice transmission. Brother Duan, did you utilize your spiritual force to execute some sort of ability earlier? Actually, Elder Kong had noticed Duan Lingtian's spiritual force that enveloped Bai Hao earlier, but he didn't know exactly what Duan Lingtian had done. Subconsciously, he felt that Bai Hao's abnormality ought to be related to Duan Lingtian's spiritual force. As an inscription master at the void interpretation stage, he asked himself honestly that even if it was him, he didn't have any ability to utilize his spiritual force to directly interfere with another. So he felt that there was surely a reason behind this abnormality, and the problem was Duan Lingtian. It's similar to Zishang, a secret technique he's born with. Elder Kong's voice transmission sounded out, and Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate in the slightest to speak of the excuse he'd prepared since long ago. Elder Kong was first stunned when he heard this, and then he scolded via voice transmission. Do you think I'd believe you? Is it important if you believe me or not? Duan Lingtian replied with a question. Elder Kong was stunned when he heard this. Right, is it important? Now, it was obviously Duan Lingtian that was unwilling to say anything, and if Duan Lingtian didn't say anything, then it would be utterly impossible for him to know the truth. But Elder Kong didn't continue investigating, and he replied to the inscription masters one by one via voice transmission instead. I know a little about this ability of Duan Lingtian's. It's a secret technique he's born with. Elder Kong's words caused the group of inscription masters to be stunned. A secret technique again? Moreover, it's born with as well? For a time, all the inscription masters looked at each other and seemed to be asking each other, "Do you believe me?" But even if they didn't believe it, they had no choice because they were utterly unable to explain exactly what ability Duan Lingtian had utilized earlier. Demonic technique. On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, unlike the emperor, the black-clothed old man, and Bai He that were stunned, Ziyan's beautiful face went grim, and her beautiful eyes were filled with terror. She had personally experienced Duan Lingtian's witchcraft and knew very well how terrifying it was. Brother, instantly, Ziyan looked at Zishang, who stood in the distant sky, and spoke via voice transmission with slight worry. The demonic technique of this Duan Lingtian is too terrifying. In front of him, Prince Hao actually had no power to fight back. There's no need to worry. Earlier, wasn't Bai Hao similarly without the slightest strength to retaliate before me? Zishang shook his head lightly as he consoled Zi Yan via voice transmission, and his tone was filled with confidence. Hearing this, Zi Yan thought of her brother's methods and let out a sigh of relief. However, her beautiful eyes still revealed a bit of worry. Ghost Elder, you're saying that this Duan Lingtian used a soul skill just now? Zishang stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. With a single thought, he reached the depths of his mind, as if he was trying to communicate with something.
Yes.
The ghastly and aged voice sounded out abruptly and resounded in Zishang's mind. Although I don't know why a human kid like him is able to execute a soul skill that's similar to a spiritual force attack before the Emperor Wu realm, but I can be sure that he used an illusory realm soul skill to affect Bai Hao earlier, and that's why he was able to defeat Bai Hao in one go. Illusory realm soul skill? What's that? Zishang was slightly shocked in his heart. An illusory realm soul skill is a soul skill that utilizes spiritual force to construct an illusory space. With a single thought, one is able to seal one within the illusory space and be at the mercy of the user. The ghastly and aged voice sounded out once more. Zishang's pupils constricted as he gasped in his heart. In this way, when I carried out the battle of the 2-year agreement with him in the 7-star sword sect that day, he utilized this illusory realm soul skill to cause me to be in such a sorry state. Moreover, he even caused others to think that I'd gone mad. When he recalled the scene that occurred on the life and death arena at the peak of the 7-star sword sect's Dubhe Peak all those years ago, Zishang's face went completely gloomy. At that time, he thought that Duan Lingtian had executed some sort of demonic technique. Yet never had he imagined that it was actually an illusory realm soul skill. Elder Ghost. Zishang's tone contained slight fear. Duan Lingtian is able to execute such a terrifying soul skill. Doesn't that mean that I'll lose the battle with him for sure? I'm unwilling. As he finished speaking, Zishang had an unwilling expression.
Humph.
Do you really think that illusory realm soul skill is invincible in the world? The ghastly and aged voice grunted in a low voice, and then it continued. An illusory realm soul skill is only effective against a person whose spiritual force is inferior to or similar to the person's spiritual force, and isn't an inscription master. So long as you allow me to temporarily control your body, then my incomplete soul will fuse into your soul. At that time, even though your spiritual force is unable to compare to my prime, it would far surpass this kid's 2nd-level void interpretation stage spiritual force, and his soul skill would be utterly unable to be of any use against you. As he finished speaking, the ghastly and aged voice was filled with disdain. Zishang was instantly overjoyed when he heard this. Since it's like this, then I'll trouble you, Elder Ghost. Remember your promise to me. Otherwise, even if I, Ghost Flame, risk the destruction of my incomplete soul, I won't let you have an easy time. You ought to know that I have the ability. Suddenly, the ghastly and aged voice changed to a threatening tone. Yes, yes. Zishang hurriedly replied, and he didn't dare dally in the slightest. Even though it was only a strand of an incomplete soul that was concealed in the depths of his mind that was unable to seize control of his body, but he was clearly aware of the origins and ability of this incomplete soul. He knew that this was an extremely terrifying figure, and it was a double-edged sword in his hand. If used well, he could kill 1,000 enemies. If used poorly, he would injure himself greatly. Duan Lingtian. Perhaps you've never imagined even in your dreams that your illusory realm soul skill is utterly incapable of being of any use before me, right? So long as Elder Ghost's incomplete soul temporarily fuses with my soul and obtains temporary control of my body, then my spiritual force will far surpass you. Zishang stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian as a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. At this moment, his heart that was in his throat because he saw Duan Lingtian execute his demonic technique once more was completely at ease, and he was fearless. Duan Lingtian, what did you do to me earlier? Bai Hao stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze as he asked with a low voice. Along with Bai Hao asking this question, besides the group of void interpretation stage inscription masters including Elder Kong, the gazes of everyone present including Feng Wu Dao descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison. For a time, Duan Lingtian became the center of attention as expected. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian, who'd become the center of attention, was prepared since long ago, and he said unhurriedly, "My situation is similar to Zishang's. I know an innate secret technique, as well." Duan Lingtian's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena to seethe with excitement. A secret technique again? He wouldn't be deliberately mystifying himself, right? When Zishang executed his secret technique, a flame brand would appear between his brows at any rate, and he would instantly possess a strength comparable to a void interpretation stage expert. Whereas I'm utterly unable to discern any clues about the secret technique he executed. His secret technique wouldn't be to cause Bai Hao to instantly seem to have gone mad, right? It ought to be to cause Bai Hao to hallucinate. If it's really like that, then this secret technique is too strange. Even though many people felt that the appearance of these two secret techniques was truly too much of a coincidence, there weren't many people that doubted Duan Lingtian's words. After all, they were utterly unable to explain everything that had occurred earlier. Secret technique? Duan Lingtian knows a secret technique as well? Moreover, it's such a strange secret technique. Looks like Duan Lingtian still has the chance to compete for the first in the dynasty martial competition with Zishang. The gazes of the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire lit up. Originally, they didn't hold any hope towards Duan Lingtian obtaining the first in the dynasty martial competition. After all, Duan Lingtian had relied on his secret technique to reveal a strength that caused them to tremble with fear. Now, Duan Lingtian had relied on his secret technique to execute an ability that caused them to be shocked, so hope arose once more in their hearts, and they were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. Secret technique? Of course, there were also a small number of people that doubted Duan Lingtian's words. Is there really such a coincidence? Imperial Uncle, do you believe it? The Darkhan Dynasty's emperor asked the black-clothed old man by his side. The black-clothed old man shook his head. It's impossible for it to be so coincidental, but I'm temporarily unable to explain why he's capable of causing Hao Heru to hallucinate at that instant. This Duan Lingtian is too strange. The second prince, Bai He, frowned and said with a low voice, if he really seizes the first in the dynasty martial competition, then where would the face of our Darkhan dynasty's imperial family be? This doesn't matter. The emperor seemed to be extremely open-minded and didn't care about the past in the slightest. No matter who obtains the first in the dynasty martial competition today, they're all citizens of our Darkhan dynasty, and they'll be participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties for our Darkhan dynasty 1 year from now, at the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan. Elder brother Duan is so strong. Feng Tianwu returned to her seat and sat down, and she looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze of admiration, and her beautiful eyes were filled with tender feelings that were like water. Young miss, has the battle between brother Duan and Zishang been opened? What are the odds? Elder Kong seemed to be extremely interested in this. Humph. The members of the imperial family looked down on elder brother Duan too much. In the battle between elder brother Duan and elder brother Duan, the odds for elder brother Duan is 1-3, whereas the odds for Zishang is only 3-1. In other words, if one bet on Duan Lingtian winning and bet a low-grade origin stone, then so long as Duan Lingtian won, besides being able to recoup the cost, one would be able to earn an extra 3 low-grade origin stones. On the other hand, if one bet on Zishang winning and bet 3 low-grade origin stones, then even if Zishang won, besides recouping the cost, one would only earn a single low-grade origin stone. Isn't this very good? So long as Brother Duan wins, then the almost 27,000 low-grade origin stones you bet will be able to multiply by a few times. Elder Kong smiled, and then he stood up. This old man will go bet for fun as well. Elder Kong, why are you fooling around with and that kid Ling Tian? You're so confident in that kid Ling Tian? Feng Wu Dao shook his head. In any case, I don't have many origin stones in my possession, so I'll just take it as a loss. Chapter 712.
Yes.
Feng Wu Dao nodded, and with a raise of his hand, a spatial ring shot towards Elder Kong. Help me bet the 100,000 low-grade origin stones within it on that kid Ling Tian. 100,000 low-grade origin stones? The corners of Elder Kong's mouth twitched as he received the spatial ring, and he was slightly speechless. At this moment, he really wanted to reply directly. Didn't you say I was fooling around? Father, so many low-grade origin stones. Aren't you afraid elder brother Duan will lose? Feng Tianwu was shocked by Feng Wu Dao's extravagance as well. If that kid dares to lose, then I won't marry my precious daughter to him. Feng Wu Dao spoke indifferently. Father,
What are you talking about?
Feng Tianwu's beautiful face flushed red as she lowered her head and spoke shyly. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know the situation at the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, nor did he know that Feng Wu Dao had bet 100,000 low-grade origin stones heavily on him in the battle between him and Zishang. If he knew, he would surely feel even more pressure. The third in the Dynasty Martial competition today is obtained by Bai Hao. He's obtained 20,000 low-grade origin stones as a reward. Meanwhile, one of the old men that was in charge of presiding in the sky above the cage battle arena passed a spatial ring to Bai Hao before announcing. After Bai Hao left, Zishang's figure flashed out to arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena in a short moment, and he stood in confrontation with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, do you need to rest? Zishang glanced coldly and indifferently at Duan Lingtian, and a wisp of disdain suffused the corners of his mouth. So as to avoid saying I had an unfair advantage after I defeat you. Defeat me? Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Zishang, looks like you're still as confident as before. I remember that during the battle on the peak of the 7-star sword spective peak all those years ago, you seemed to be so confident as well, but the outcome was that you lost, a crushing defeat. Humph. It's impossible for the miracle from all those years ago to appear once more today. Zishang's face sank when he heard Duan Lingtian mention the past that was unbearable to recall, and he grunted coldly. That might not be the case. Duan Lingtian continued. Even though he'd already thrown caution to the wind and intended to directly use his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, against Zishang. However, when he thought about the sudden increase in strength after the strange black flame mark appeared between Zishang's brows, he had to admit that he was still a little worried in his heart. He was worried that Zishang's spiritual energy would increase as his strength increased. If Zishang's spiritual power could increase accordingly, he would have no chance of winning unless a miracle happened. It could be said that he was gambling on this battle. He was betting that Zishang's mental strength would not increase as his strength increased. You'll know soon enough. Zishang's gaze went slightly cold as the origin energy on his body raged and leaped about, and it seemed to have transformed into a ball of white-colored flames that enveloped him within it. He didn't have the intention of withdrawing his zither. Looks like you're planning to directly use your secret technique? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. You're very smart. Unfortunately, you'll definitely lose today. I'll let you know that going against me will be the nightmare of Duan Lingtian's life. Zishang's words were extremely arrogant as his white clothes fluttered without the wind, and he was prepared to attack at any moment. Meanwhile, a worker of the cage battle arena appeared on the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, and he bowed respectfully and reverently to the emperor. What is it? The emperor frowned. Your Majesty, the Foam Clan's Lord Wu Dao has bet 100,000 low-grade origin stones in this final battle. The worker took a deep breath and spoke slowly. 100,000 low-grade origin stones. Immediately, everyone, including the emperor who was sitting with the emperor, was shocked.
Yes.
The worker nodded. Who did he bet on? The black-clothed old man frowned as he asked. Duan Lingtian. The worker spoke again. Looks like he's extremely confident towards Duan Lingtian, but unfortunately, he's probably going to be disappointed. The black-clothed old man sneered. Imperial uncle, you seem to be extremely confident towards Zishang? This Duan Lingtian has an innate secret technique to rely on. The emperor spoke. He was slightly bewildered by the old man's confidence towards Zishang. Even though he felt that Zishang's chances of winning were great as well, he didn't have such great confidence like the old man. Zishang told me earlier that he's unafraid of Duan Lingtian's secret technique. The old man spoke. So that's how it is. The emperor nodded with sudden understanding, and then he revealed a smile. In this way, Zishang's battle is in the bag. Looks like Foam Wu Dao is going to bleed this time. At this moment, the gazes of the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena had descended onto Duan Lingtian and Zishang, who were in confrontation in the sky above the cage battle arena. Most people held their breaths as they waited for the final battle between Duan Lingtian and Zishang. They knew the battle between Duan Lingtian and Zishang would decide the ownership of the first in the dynasty martial competition today. A battle between two young geniuses that possess secret techniques. This battle will surely be extremely exciting. Who do all of you think has a greater chance of winning? I think Zishang has a greater chance. After all, when Zishang makes a move, his strength is comparable to a void interpretation stage expert. I think Duan Lingtian has a chance of winning as well. His secret technique is extremely strange and impossible to guard against. Most people felt that Zishang had a greater chance of winning, and there was also a small portion of people that felt Duan Lingtian had a chance of winning. In the sky above the cage battle arena, two old enemies had met once more after a few years, and they stood on the battle stage. Last time, Duan Lingtian had used his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, to completely crush Zishang, causing Zishang to flee in defeat. What would be the result of today? At this moment, not to mention the others, even Duan Lingtian didn't dare be sure of the outcome. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that a small black had appeared out of thin air between Zishang's brows, and the small black was ceaselessly enlarging. Duan Lingtian, I know you're able to rely on your spiritual force to execute an illusory realm soul skill. Besides that, your spiritual force has even attained the second level of the void interpretation stage. But unfortunately, after I execute my secret technique, my spiritual force will far surpass you, and your illusory realm soul skill is utterly useless. Suddenly, Zishang's arrogant voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian's face instantly went grim when he heard this voice transmission. This Zishang actually knows that I know how to execute an illusory realm soul skill? Moreover, he even knows the level of my spiritual force? How could this be possible? Not to mention Zishang might not be an inscription master. Even if he was an inscription master and was able to notice his spiritual force, it would be impossible for him to know that he'd executed a soul skill when defeating Bai Hao. Moreover, Zishang's words seemed to even know the specific effects of his soul skill. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt his back go cold, and he had the feeling of being completely exposed before another. This feeling caused him to be extremely displeased. You?
How did you know?
Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and asked with a low voice. I have no obligation to tell you. You, Duan Lingtian, are bound to be trampled beneath my feet today. Zishang replied indifferently, and as he finished speaking, he became even more arrogant. On the other hand, the small black between Zishang's brows was still ceaselessly strengthening, and it already possessed the outline of a flame brand. Your secret technique ought to require time to execute, right? Duan Lingtian sneered, and then his figure flashed out as if transforming into a bolt of lightning that shot directly towards Zishang, and he didn't dare hesitate in the slightest. He wanted to heavily injure and defeat Zishang in one go before the black flame brand between Zishang's brows completely appeared. As he dashed out, two dim lights started to flash deep within Duan Lingtian's eyes. 1,000 illusions. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's vast spiritual force once again constructed an illusory space that swept towards Zishang and enveloped Zishang that the flame brand between Zishang's brows hadn't completely appeared. When he saw Zishang being enveloped by the illusory space and the illusory space showing no signs of collapsing, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Looks like I'm still in time. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold as his feet suddenly moved. Whirlwind! In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's figure arrived by Zishang's side, and his eyes went cold as he raised his hand and blasted out with a punch. Origin energy exploded out with a vast impetus, and it fiercely smashed towards Zishang's head. If this punch were to hit, then even if Zishang didn't die, he would be heavily injured. At this moment, Duan Lingtian didn't notice that at practically the instant he moved, the black between Zishang's brows had instantly transformed into a black flame brand. When Duan Lingtian flashed to Zishang's side and swung out his fist, and his fist was only an inch away from Zishang's head, Zishang moved.
Swoosh.
Instantly, Zishang vanished on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he was already over 10 meters away. Naturally, this punch of Duan Lingtian's had missed. Not good. Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. This was because he realized that when Zishang disappeared under his fist, the illusory space that he created with his soul skill 1,000 illusions had actually dissipated. When his gaze landed on Zishang again, he realized that the black flame brand between Zishang's brows had already appeared. At this moment, Zishang's eyes were clearly a little dim, and he was like a human-shaped puppet that had lost its soul. This Zishang. Don't tell me he's possessed by a ghost? Duan Lingtian furrowed his brows. At the same time, Duan Lingtian realized that the storage ring on his hand, which was already trembling slightly, actually started to tremble even more intensely at this moment. It was obvious that the Devil Seal tablet was rebelling again. It was as if it had been injected with chicken blood. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian no longer had any scruples as he swept his spiritual power out in an attempt to find out how strong Zishang was. Unfortunately, before his spiritual power could even get close to Zishang, it was as if it had hit cotton and completely disappeared without a trace. How could this be? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and his expression changed drastically. Unfortunately, based on the current situation, Duan Lingtian didn't have time to think too much because Zishang had already made his move.
Whoosh.
Zishang flew straight towards Duan Lingtian, and his speed was so fast that Duan Lingtian couldn't react in time. When Duan Lingtian reacted, Zishang was already in front of him.
Boom.
Zishang raised his hand, and his iron fist flew through the air, causing a deafening explosion as it smashed towards Duan Lingtian. Sword drawing technique. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only had time to raise his sword and block Zishang's iron fist.
Bang.
The iron fist smashed onto Duan Lingtian's spirit sword, and it directly dispersed the origin energy on the spirit sword, causing it to tremble violently. Chapter 7:13. Fortunately, when Zishang's iron fist smashed over, Duan Lingtian had slightly let go of the hand that held the sword. Otherwise, his entire arm might have been crippled. A grade 3 spirit sword could continuously break under the bombardment of Zishang's strength, but his arm couldn't. Even if he possessed an extraordinary cultivation, his body was still made of flesh and blood, and it was utterly impossible for him to compare with a spirit weapon.
Whoosh.
From the moment Duan Lingtian drew his sword to being injured by Zishang's punch, it had only occurred in the blink of an eye, whereas the phenomenon in the sky above Duan Lingtian was slowly condensing into form as well. The 30-plus ancient horned dragon silhouettes hadn't completely appeared when Duan Lingtian had already executed the movement technique, whirlwind, and retreated to the distance in a sorry state. Even though the blood on the web of his hand that held the sword had been stopped by his origin energy, he still felt his entire arm go numb, and he was unable to exert the slightest strength. Fourth level of the Void Interpretation Stage. Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp as he looked at Zishang, who had a pair of lifeless eyes like a puppet. When Zishang attacked Bai Hao earlier, he'd suspected that Zishang's strength was at the fourth level of the Void Interpretation Stage or above. Now, he'd experienced it himself and completely confirmed it. Even though Zishang's iron fist that smashed out like a cannonball only contained origin energy, the strength of this origin energy was comparable to a fourth-level Void Interpretation Stage martial artist. No matter if it was a spirit weapon or a concept, a fourth-level Void Interpretation Stage martial artist was capable of exerting the strength of 60 ancient horned dragons when using only origin energy. Such strength was almost 2 times the strength of Duan Lingtian's full strength. Instantly, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart. Ha! At this moment, extremely arrogant laughter sounded out abruptly from the depths of the mind of Zishang, who was like a puppet, yet it didn't sound out. If Duan Lingtian heard this arrogant laughter, he would surely be able to discern that this laughter belonged to Zishang himself. Even though Zishang didn't have control over his body now, he was still able to see everything in the outside world. Ghost Elder, even if you can't kill him, I hope you can seriously injure him. I want to step on his head and ruthlessly humiliate him, letting him know the difference between him and me. Zishang's voice continued to reverberate, and it was filled with ruthlessness. Are you ordering me around? The sinister and old voice harumphed coldly, sounding very displeased.
No.
I'm begging you, Ghost Elder. Zishang immediately panicked. Although the old man's remnant soul couldn't take over his body, the old man could use self-mutilation to turn him into an idiot. That wasn't something he wanted to see. Moreover, to a certain extent, the old man's existence could be considered one of his trump cards. This trump card was very useful.
Just like now.
Originally, it was utterly impossible for him to go against Duan Lingtian's illusory realm soul skill with his spiritual force at the 9th level of the Void Initiation Stage. But it was precisely because of the existence of the old man's remnant soul that not only did it allow him to escape calamity, it even allowed him to willfully crush Duan Lingtian. Even though his body wasn't controlled by him now, he still felt extremely satisfied, as if the person that crushed Duan Lingtian from all directions wasn't Ghost Elder but himself. After his strength increased to the 4th level of the Void Interpretation Stage, his spiritual force increased along with it. My soul skill is utterly useless against him. Since my soul skill is useless, it also means that it's not very likely for me to defeat him. Duan Lingtian stared at Zishang from afar, who had a soulless gaze, and he had an expression of fear. At this moment, Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know that the person controlling Zishang's body now wasn't Zishang, but another extremely terrifying existence. Merely a strand of the remnant soul was capable of allowing Zishang's 9th level Void Interpretation Stage origin energy and spiritual force to directly improve to the 4th level of the Void Interpretation Stage. 1,000 illusions. A dim light flickered within the eyes of Duan Lingtian, who didn't believe it, and he executed his soul skill once more. But unfortunately, his spiritual force had just constructed a completely new illusory space when it was directly shattered at the instant it came into contact with Zishang. Duan Lingtian's secret technique seems to be useless against Zishang. A void interpretation stage inscription master that had been stretching out his spiritual force since the beginning couldn't help but exclaim in shock, even though he didn't know what Duan Lingtian's secret technique was. But his spiritual force was able to notice that Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was directly crushed when it approached Zishang, and it was utterly unable to execute the secret technique. Duan Lingtian's secret technique is useless against Zishang? The words of this inscription master quickly spread out. At the beginning, most people only knew a little. In the end, through the explanations of the other inscription masters, everyone came to a sudden understanding and knew that the secret technique Duan Lingtian executed was closely related to spiritual force. I never imagined that Duan Lingtian is still capable of releasing his spiritual force. Looks like he's an inscription master as well. Such a monstrous genius in the martial Tao is actually an inscription master. His natural talent is truly shocking. Duan Lingtian's secret technique is useless, yet Zishang's secret technique is. Looks like there's no suspense in this battle. Zishang will surely win. The entire cage battle arena was filled with similar discussions, and more than 90% of the people felt that Duan Lingtian would lose without a doubt. Brother Duan is in big trouble this time. Elder Kong took a deep breath, and his eyes contained slight fear mixed within. Elder Brother Duan. Feng Tianwu had a worried expression. Only Feng Wudao had a calm expression as he looked at the scene before him, and it was as if the matter had nothing to do with him. He completely didn't have the intention of helping Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, if you're really unable to defeat him, then admit defeat. There's no need to persist. Obtaining the second in the Dynasty Martial Competition is already not bad. Everyone from the Darkstone Empire, including the King of Yong, persuaded him via voice transmission one after another. Congratulations, Imperial Uncle. You've taken a peerlessly good disciple. The Darkhan Dynasty's emperor congratulated the black-clothed old man by his side. This is the fortune of our Darkhan Dynasty. The old man tried his best to maintain a calm expression, but his excited eyes had imperceptibly betrayed him.
You're right.
With Zishang's strength, it isn't difficult for him to stand out in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. It's even to the extent that relying on his secret technique, it's extremely likely that he'll be able to charge for the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. As he spoke up to hear, the emperor had an excited expression. The first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? What sort of honor was that? A young expert that obtained this honor would also mean that the young expert would become the #1 young expert in the 10 great dynasties, including the Darkhan dynasty, and the young expert's name would spread throughout the 10 great dynasties and go down in history. When he thought of how his personal disciple had the opportunity to obtain such an honor, the excitement in the black-clothed old man's eyes grew deeper. If his disciple was really able to obtain the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, then as the master, his name would surely spread throughout the 10 great dynasties and be known by future generations. When one lived, one had to live with vigor. If one was able to leave behind some traces in this world, then even if one died in the future or transformed into a pile of dirt, one wouldn't have the slightest regret. Brother. Zian looked at Zishang with a face filled with adoration, and her pink fists were clenched tightly from excitement.
Why?
Why don't I have a secret technique like this to rely on? On the other hand, the second prince of the Darkhan dynasty, Bai He, who sat by Zian's side, stared at Zishang with an expressionless face, yet the depths of his gaze seemed to contain boundless envy mixed within. If it was said that there was someone that was comparatively composed on the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Darkhan dynasty, then it would only be Bai Hao. Even though he'd successively lost at the hands of Zishang and Duan Lingtian, Bai Hao wasn't dejected in the slightest, and his entire body was instead filled with battle intent. He was a person that became stronger when facing a strong opponent, and during these past few years of wandering in the various dynasties, he'd already become indifferent to victory and defeat. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess such a shocking cultivation at such an age.
Swoosh.
Zishang moved, and he once again transformed into a white bolt of lightning that arrived before Duan Lingtian in a short moment.
Bang.
He smashed out with his fist once more, and the origin energy that skyrocketed seemed to have transformed into dazzling and gorgeous fireworks that gave rise to a wave of continuous sounds of air exploding as it swept towards Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian utterly didn't have the time to dodge, and he could only swing out his sword once more. At the same time, the origin energy beneath his feet skyrocketed, causing the sound of wind and thunder to explode out as he hurriedly utilized the force to flee.
Bang.
This time, Zishang's fist descended like a meteor, and it directly blasted the Grade 3 Spirit Sword in Duan Lingtian's hand flying.
Swoosh.
The palm of Duan Lingtian's hand that held the sword was blasted open once more, and it caused fresh blood to drip from it. Could it be that I really have to admit defeat? At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart. At this moment, Zishang was utterly not someone he could go against, and he'd utilized all his ability earlier, yet he was still unable to gain the slightest advantage. A strength comparable to a 4th-level void interpretation stage martial artist was too terrifying. The strength of 60 ancient horned dragons attacked, and it was extremely shocking. He didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. Admit defeat. Right when Zishang moved once more and transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed towards Duan Lingtian once more, a clear voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was Feng Wudao's voice transmission. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Then he opened his mouth and was already intending to admit defeat. Right at this moment, the spatial ring on Duan Lingtian's finger that ceaselessly trembled caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from being slightly hesitant. What's actually going on with the Devil Seal tablet? Why would it become restless after the small black appeared between Zishang's brows? At this moment, the Devil Seal tablet within the spatial ring gave Duan Lingtian the feeling of a hunter that was impatient to kill its prey after discovering it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian understood the pattern of the Devil Seal tablet's restlessness to a certain extent. After the small black became the black-colored flame brand, the Devil Seal tablet became even more restless, and now that Zishang had attacked him, the Devil Seal tablet seemed as if it had gone mad, and it rammed randomly within the spatial ring. It wants to come out just like that? In a flash, a crazy thought arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. I wonder what terrifying thing will happen if I take out the Devil Seal tablet. The Devil Seal tablet was something Duan Lingtian obtained from the Swamp of Death in the Crimson Sky Kingdom all those years ago. He still remembered that the place he obtained the Devil Seal tablet was an underground palace. At that time, his body was almost seized by the strand of soul sealed within the Devil Seal tablet. Chapter 714. Since then, the Devil Seal tablet had been kept within Duan Lingtian's spatial ring. But he never imagined that the Devil Seal tablet would suddenly take action recently. Especially after the small black and the black-colored flame brand appeared between Zishang's brows, the Devil Seal tablet seemed as if it had been injected with stimulants and was extremely excited.
Bang!
Zishang arrived before Duan Lingtian, and his iron fist that contained origin energy that skyrocketed swept out once more towards Duan Lingtian. At this instant, the air in the area Duan Lingtian was it seemed to have been sucked out, and at the same time that it caused him to feel extremely oppressed, he felt extremely uncomfortable. At this point, I can only withdraw the Devil Seal tablet and treat it as a last resort. I keep having the feeling that something crazy is about to happen, but it ought to not be aimed at me. As soon as his thoughts spun up to here, Duan Lingtian noticed Zishang's iron fist was right before him, and he didn't have the time to think any further. At this instant, Duan Lingtian only had a single thought in his mind before he took out the Devil Seal tablet from his spatial ring and placed it in front of him. He wanted to see if the Devil Seal tablet could block Zishang. Truthfully speaking, at this moment, Duan Lingtian was still slightly perturbed in his heart.
Bang.
At practically the instant the Devil Seal tablet appeared, Zishang's iron fist had already smashed onto the Devil Seal tablet, and it emitted an enormous bang that was like a thunderclap that shook the hearts of all.
Whoosh, 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 whoosh.
With the place Zishang's fist descended as the center, the terrifying force gave rise to waves of terrifying strong winds that swept out in all directions, and it blew the clothes of many people to the point of fluttering. On the other hand, the Devil Seal tablet lay before Duan Lingtian and floated there without moving in the slightest. When Zishang's fist that contained the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons descended onto the Devil Seal tablet, it was like scratching an itch for the Devil Seal tablet, and not to mention it didn't cause any harm. It didn't even move in the slightest. Looks like I made the right bet. Duan Lingtian was the first to react, and his eyes lit up. The second person to react was Feng Wudao. When Feng Wudao saw Duan Lingtian's grade 3 spirit sword being blasted flying by Duan Lingtian, and then he saw Zishang attack Duan Lingtian once more. At this moment, he already intended to make a move to obstruct Zishang. But right at the instant he intended to make a move, he noticed that a broken stone tablet had appeared out of thin air before Duan Lingtian. There was nothing special about this stone tablet. It was missing a large hole, and there were many words engraved on it. It looked like a stone tablet that was recording something. But the following scene caused Feng Wudao. Zishang's iron fist swept through the air and smashed onto the broken stone tablet, yet the stone tablet actually didn't move in the slightest. What tablet is this? After Feng Wudao reacted, he couldn't help but gasp. He had seen a lot of strange people and strange things in his life, but this was the first time he had seen something so strange. That broken stone tablet was obviously not a spirit weapon, yet it was able to easily block Zishang's attack after he executed his secret technique. It was truly astounding. What's that? It seems to be a stone tablet, but I don't see anything special about it. There are words on the stone tablet. Do all of you recognize the words? I actually don't recognize a single one of these words. There's something strange about this stone tablet. Of course, if it wasn't strange, then how could it not move in the slightest after blocking Zishang's attack? This broken stone tablet belongs to Duan Lingtian? Could it be that it's Duan Lingtian's trump card? It's possible. Even though this stone tablet looks to be extremely ordinary, but as the saying goes, returning to simplicity, I think it's surely a rare treasure. The topics in the surroundings of the cage battle arena completely revolved around the broken stone tablet that appeared out of thin air before Duan Lingtian. Besides Duan Lingtian and Zishang, everyone else felt disbelief. All of them were curious. What exactly is the stone tablet Duan Lingtian took out? Devil's Sealing. Why is the Devil Seal tablet in your possession? Right at this moment, a gloomy and aged voice muttered to itself in a somewhat panicked manner. Even though his voice wasn't loud, it was still heard by many void interpretation stage martial artists with profound cultivations. The gazes of these void interpretation stage martial artists descended onto Zishang in unison. The voice was precisely emitted from Zishang's mouth. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that even though Zishang, who'd originally lost his reason, still had dim and lusterless eyes, he seemed to have suddenly recovered his reason. But this voice doesn't seem to belong to Zishang, right? Right when Duan Lingtian was extremely bewildered, the scene that suddenly occurred before his eyes caused him to be dumbstruck. After the Devil Seal tablet was struck by Zishang's fist, it instantly moved, and it flew swiftly towards Zishang before fiercely smashing mercilessly onto Zishang's face. It seemed as if it was taking revenge for the punch Zishang had smashed onto it earlier.
Bang.
An enormous bang sounded out as Zishang was blasted flying by the Devil Seal tablet, causing him to repeatedly spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, causing his face to be covered in a green and red color, and he seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was stunned, and the others were stunned as well. Who could tell them exactly what was going on before their eyes? Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, didn't have the time to recover from their shock when the Devil Seal tablet whistled out once more to smash onto Zishang once more, and it blasted Zishang flying.
Bang. 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 Bang.
When facing Zishang, the Devil Seal tablet seemed as if it didn't know exhaustion, and it whistled out over and over again to smash Zishang flying time and time again. During this entire process, Zishang didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. Look quickly. The black-colored flame brand between Zishang's brows is growing fainter and fainter. Could it be that it's about to vanish? Could it be that this broken stone tablet of Duan Lingtian's is the bane of the secret technique Zishang executed? Once the flame brand between Zishang's brows vanishes, his strength will be reduced greatly, and at that time, the victor might not be him. This stone tablet is too abnormal. Zishang, who executed his secret technique, possesses the strength of a void interpretation stage expert at any rate, yet it's utterly insufficient before this stone tablet. Yeah, even though Zishang's attacks are extremely strong, yet when they descended onto the stone tablet, it was like scratching an itch, and it was utterly unable to make the stone tablet move in the slightest. The crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena discussed animatedly. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's gaze had descended onto the space between Zishang's brows as well. Along with the Devil Seal tablet completely crushing Zishang, the black-colored flame brand between Zishang's brows gradually dimmed down before completely vanishing in the end. It was as if it had never appeared. After the black-colored flame brand vanished, Zishang's originally dim and lifeless eyes finally recovered their spirit. Whoosh! After the black-colored flame brand between Zishang's brows vanished completely, the Devil Seal tablet seemed as if it had completely lost its target, and it stopped on the spot for a moment before returning to Duan Lingtian's side in the end. Zishang's secret technique was destroyed? Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. On the other hand, Zishang, who stood in the distance, had suffered a heavy injury and was beyond recognition, and he was barely able to utilize his origin energy to staunch the injuries on his body, yet his breathing was extremely rapid. This Duan Lingtian actually obtained the Devil Seal tablet. Could it be that he's really my bane? Zishang stared hatefully at Duan Lingtian, and he gnashed his teeth slightly. Elder Ghost, could it be that there's no way to deal with the Devil Seal tablet? Zishang took a deep breath and communicated with the strand of incomplete soul that was concealed in the depths of his mind. This strand of remnant soul had come from a broken stone he'd obtained in the past. According to the owner of the remnant soul, Ghost Flame, that broken stone was a small part of the Devil Seal tablet. Ghost Flame was precisely a formidable existence that was suppressed by the Devil Seal tablet's fragment. Ghost Flame had once said that his soul was originally extremely formidable, and it was precisely because it was suppressed by the Devil Seal tablet's fragment that he was sealed within the Devil Seal tablet's fragment, that only a strand of incomplete soul remained until today. The Devil Seal tablet is only effective against devils, or Devil Path martial cultivators. A martial artist like you that hasn't come into contact with Devil Path cultivation methods doesn't have the qualifications to make the Devil Seal tablet deal with you. So, you don't have to think about how to deal with the Devil Seal tablet. But so long as the Devil Seal tablet exists, it's impossible for me to help you like before. If you want to deal with this Duan Lingtian, you can only rely on your own strength to achieve victory. The ghastly and aged voice sounded out, and it contained deep terror mixed within. It was terror towards the Devil Seal tablet. Rely on my own strength to achieve victory? The corners of Zishang's mouth twitched. This was something that he knew very well. Since long ago, when he found out that Duan Lingtian possessed an illusory realm soul skill, and the scope of effect of Duan Lingtian's illusory realm soul skill, he knew that if he didn't have the assistance of Ghost Flame, it would be utterly impossible for him to defeat Duan Lingtian.
Besides that,
the ghastly and aged voice continued to resound within Zishang's mind. No matter what, you can't allow this Duan Lingtian to obtain that fragment of the Devil Seal tablet in your possession. Otherwise, once the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in his possession is combined with the fragment of the Devil Seal tablet in your possession, and the last fragment of the Devil Seal tablet is found, the complete Devil Seal tablet will once again appear in the world. At that time, Devil Path martial cultivators will once again welcome a calamity. As he finished speaking, the ghastly and aged voice was filled with fear. Today, if the Devil Seal tablet in his possession is the complete Devil Seal tablet and not the incomplete Devil Seal tablet, then even if I hide in the depths of your mind, I'll still be annihilated without a doubt. Zishang couldn't help but gasp when he heard this. A complete Devil Seal tablet is actually so terrifying? Of course, that's the Devil Seal tablet, a Super Saint weapon that's entered the 10 Great Saint weapon rankings. The ghastly and aged voice continued to sound out. 10 Great Saint weapon rankings? Super Saint weapon? Zishang couldn't help but be stunned, and he only recovered from his shock after a short moment. Even though he didn't know about the 10 Great Saint weapon rankings, nor did he know about the Super Saint weapon, but just by listening, he was able to discern that these two weren't simple. How did this Duan Lingtian obtain the Devil Seal tablet? Zishang spoke with slight jealousy and resentment. I don't know about this. I only know that the Devil Seal tablet was split into 3 many years ago for a certain reason. Amongst them, the most important part is the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in his possession, and the other 2 fragments of the Devil Seal tablet are secondary. One of them is in your possession. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.